Hey everyone, What If Fan here, bringing you another exciting part of What If Overpowered Ichigo left Karakura town. You can find the fanfic title and the original author's name in the description below. Make sure to check it out and show them some love. If you enjoy the video, don't forget to like, subscribe, and ring that notification bell so you never miss an upload. Also, a quick update, the stories, What If Reborn in Naruto World and What If Transmigrated as Harry Potter, are going on hold, as we have caught up with the author. So once again, I'd love to hear your thoughts on what the next project should be on this channel. I'm currently deciding between these three fanfics. What if becoming a mangaka in One Piece world? What if Dragon Deck user in Yu-Gi-Oh! Zexal. What if Transmigrated as a Kanto gym leader? I will be setting up a poll for this, so please vote in the poll and let me know which two stories you'd like to see next on the channel. Alright, let's jump into it. Chapter 71, Arc 13. Scene change, Lily of the Valley Hotel. Ichigo and Sabrina were sitting around a table, eating breakfast. So which region are you planning to go to next? Sabrina asked. I plan to go to Kalos next, Ichigo replied, recalling his information from Arthur's memories. Strange pick. She commented. Why? Ichigo asked. Sabrina pulled out her computer and a notebook. I spent some time looking at the remaining regions that are members under the United Regions. United Regions? Ichigo asked. I forgot you don't know, Sabrina said, as she remembered where Ichigo was actually from. The United Regions, also known as UR, is an intergovernmental organization aiming to maintain international peace and security, develop friendly relations among other regions, achieve international cooperation, and be a center for harmonizing the actions of regions. She explained. So which regions are a part of the UR? Kanto, Johto, Hoenn, Sinnoh, Unova, Kalos, Alola, and Galar. So why did you react like that? Ichigo asked. It took 5 years of petitioning before the UR allowed the Kalos region and Alola region to join the UR. Does it normally take that long before a region is admitted? Ichigo asked. It took less than a year before Unova and Galar were allowed to join. She said as she looked at her notes. Alola had difficulty because it decided to take a unique approach in forming their Pokemon League, and due to the Alola region consists of 4 large islands. What about Kalos? Ichigo asked. Kalos is interesting because, throughout history, the Kalos region was closed off from the rest of the Pokemon world. Despite this, they would always be a financial backer during any war. Sabrina said. Oh? Ichigo asked. Sabrina nodded her head. During the warring region period, where Kanto, Johto, Hoenn, and Sinnoh were at war with each other, Kalos would send funds and resources to all 4 regions. Historians believe that if Kalos either supported only one region or didn't support anyone at all, the war might have ended sooner. I see. About a decade ago, when champion Diantha dethroned former champion Lysandra, she started to slowly open the region up. The UR was hesitant to accept the Kalos region until recently. With that in mind, I still wish to go to Kalos. He said. Very well, Sabrina said as she booked 2 tickets to Kalos. Suddenly they heard someone knocking on the door. Are you expecting someone? Sabrina asked. No. Ichigo replied. He walked over to the door and peeked to see Cynthia standing outside his hotel door. Ichigo opened the door. Hello, Cynthia. Hello, Ichigo. May I come in? She asked. Sure, Ichigo replied as he moved aside, allowing her to enter the room. What can I do for you? I wanted to give you them as a small token of my appreciation for what you did for Sinnoh. Cynthia handed the box over. Ichigo opened the box to see 5 megastones. I looked at your public record and noticed that your Infernape, Staraptor, Salamence, Weevil, Absol didn't have a megastone. Thank you, Ichigo said. Did you hear anything strange last night? She asked. No? Ichigo replied. They glanced at Sabrina, who shook her head. What happened? Early this morning, one of the hotel staff discovered Tobias's room unlocked. She looked inside to see Tobias's shriveled dead body on the ground. What? Sabrina asked. Was his legendary Pokemon missing? Ichigo asked. Indeed, she said as she nodded her head. May I see the crime scene? Ichigo asked. Why? Cynthia asked. We should take a seat, Ichigo suggested. Everyone sat down as Ichigo told them about Alto Mare and the attempt to kidnap Latios and Latias. I want to see if there are any traces of this dark aura at the crime scene. Cynthia nodded her head. Sure, I will take you there. Cynthia led Ichigo and Sabrina down a hallway. They soon arrived at a police blockade. Good morning, Champion Cynthia and Dace Cardinal Ichigo. The police officers greeted. Good morning, gentlemen, Cynthia said. The police officers opened the blockade, allowing them to enter. Ichigo walked into the room. Ichigo noticed that there was white tape on the floor, outlining Tobias's body. Ichigo could faintly feel the dark aura in the room. Do you feel anything? Cynthia whispered. I'll answer later, Ichigo replied. They soon returned to Ichigo's room. Well? She asked. I didn't want to say anything just in case the perpetrator left any bugs to listen in on us, Ichigo warned. I see. Cynthia said, understanding Ichigo's action. Anyways, I did find traces of dark aura in the room, Ichigo answered. Do you have any clues on them? She asked. I do, Ichigo said. They had spies in Team Galactic and were waiting for an opportunity to steal the legendary Pokemon Team Galactic acquired. I was able to find out that they're members of Team Everse, located in Kalos. I assume that is where you're heading? She asked. Indeed, Ichigo replied. So this is why you want to head to Kalos? Sabrina asked. Ichigo nodded his head. Be careful there, she said before she left Ichigo's room. Ichigo and Sabrina packed their bags. Ichigo and Sabrina used their Pokemon to teleport away. Scene change, Kalos, unknown location. In a well-lit office, someone sat in an office chair. This person was observing a recording of Ichigo's Elite Four challenge. This Ichigo is much stronger than he appears, the person said while continuing to observe the matches. The screen soon showed Ichigo unleashing Yami. The person narrowed their eyes at the screen. The person put out a white mask with a red alpha on the left eye and a black omega on the right eye. Once the mask was properly installed, the person pressed a button on the desk, turning on a microphone. Get me, Commander Beta, the person ordered. Yes, Grand Commander, the recipient replied before the speaker disconnected. A few minutes later, the screen showing Ichigo's match with Cynthia was replaced by a young man dressed in a black tuxedo. He had on a white mask with a blue beta symbol around his left eye. You asked for me, Grand Commander? Commander Beta asked. Yes, Grand Commander said. Why didn't you report to me that Team Galactic failed? I wasn't 100% sure that they failed since Commander Cyrus was still MIA. He said. Watch this. The Grand Commander shared the recording of Ichigo's match against Cynthia, which turned to Ichigo revealing the truth about Team Galactic. Now should I consider this a mission fail? Yes, Grand Commander, Commander Beta admitted. But I was able to get something else to compensate for my failure. What? Grand Commander asked. Commander Beta pulled out a briefcase. I was able to acquire Trainer Tobias's Pokemon, he said. The Grand Commander nodded their head. While it's not as grand as getting Dialga or Palkia, more legendary Pokemon doesn't hurt, the Grand Commander admitted. Suddenly a small notification appeared on the Grand Commander's screen. It appears both Gamma and Epsilon are calling me, Grand Commander said. The screen split, to include Commander Gamma and Commander Epsilon in the call. What is it, Gamma? Grand Commander, it appears that Deus Cardinal Ichigo and Ace Trainer Sabrina are coming to Kalos. She reported. I see. Did they say why they are coming here? Grand Commander asked. They didn't say, but I believe that they found clues that lead them to Kalos. She replied. Tell our slaves and squires to keep an eye out on them. Grand Commander ordered. Yes, sir, Gamma said. What about you, Epsilon? Grand Commander asked. Commander Epsilon pulled out a briefcase and opened it, revealing 8 dark balls to the other commanders and Grand Commander. Grand Commander, Behemoth, and I were able to successfully capture Zekrom, Reshiram, Kuram, and Team Plasma's data on the original dragon. He reported. Excellent. Grand Commander said. Were you able to capture any other legendary Pokemon? Unfortunately, Team Plasma and the members of Behemoth failed to spot any more legendary Pokemon, but we found something else. Commander Epsilon said as he pressed a button, revealing a bipedal, insect-shaped Pokemon with a metal body and a saucer-shaped head. It is primarily purple with several gray markings. This was revived from a fossil and Team Plasma further enhanced them. I see. I assumed they are the other 5 dark balls in the briefcase. That is correct, Grand Commander. Did you enslave Team Plasma? Grand Commander asked. Unfortunately, no. The Empress of Team Plasma discovered us and forced us to destroy our way out of Unova. Right. Commander Gamma interrupted. You likely stole the legendaries right in front of them and had to fight your way out. I did not. Commander Epsilon quickly replied. Did you? Grand Commander asked, staring at Commander Epsilon. I did. Grand Commander let out a small sigh. Commander Epsilon, you and the remaining members of the Behemoths are ordered back to home base. Yes, Grand Commander. Commander Epsilon said. Commander Beta, you and the remaining members of the Night Lords are also ordered back to home base. Yes, Grand Commander. Commander Beta said. Commander Gamma, you and the remaining members of the Black Legion are ordered to be on status level 2. Yes, Grand Commander, but I have a question. Ask. What about Commander Delta? Commander Gamma asked. I will call her. Grand Commander said. A few minutes later, the display added a new face, a woman wearing a white mask with a silver Delta symbol on her left eye. Grand Commander, you requested me? She asked. Yes. I will need you to come back to headquarters. The rest of the Blood Angels will remain in Alola for the time being. The Grand Commander ordered. Yes, Grand Commander. Commander Delta replied. All of you are dismissed. Grand Commander dismissed. Yes, Grand Commander Alphys Omega. They all replied before ending the call. Grand Commander Alphys Omega took off the mask. Alphys Omega walked over to a bookshelf and pulled out a book. The bookshelf opened up, revealing a small safe. Alphys Omega entered a set of passwords and the safe opened up. Soon we will be the ones in control. The age of the legends shall end, and the age of man shall begin. Alphys Omega thought as they stared at the 5 dark balls, which was constantly absorbing dark aura. Scene change, Lumio City. After a 12-hour-long flight, Ichigo and Sabrina finally arrived in Kalos. As they exited the plane, Ichigo could feel someone staring at him. This type of stare was different compared to people recognizing him as a cardinal or as a Deus Cardinal. This was someone purposely staring at him with extreme concentration. With Ichigo's senses, he was able to find the observer. She's surrounded by a dark aura. Ichigo thought as they turned the corner, the feeling drastically lowered. Ichigo pulled Sabrina into a small alleyway. Ichigo, what are you doing? Sabrina asked. Someone is observing us, Ichigo telepathically answered as he sent out his Jengar, Chandelure, and Malware. Someone is observing us. I want you 3 to locate the person and knock them out. How will we know who that person is? Malware asked. Ichigo summoned a small fragment of the crystal from the dark ball. Immediately Jangar, Chandelure, and Malware moved back. Our observer is covered in this dark aura, Ichigo said as he sent the crystal back to his mindscape. We'll try our best. Malware replied before they all disappeared into the shadows. Ichigo and Sabrina resumed their walk. As they walked towards the Pokemon Center, Ichigo could feel the intense stare return. It didn't take long before the staring stopped. They turned to another corner where Malware rose out of the shadow. Follow me, Malware said. They followed Malware to the top of a building. They could see a small young girl with shiny golden blonde hair tied in a side ponytail. She wore a brown short-sleeved top with a soft black bow on the neckline, knee-length black compression shorts covered by a puffy white skirt resembling a cloud, pink-colored shoes. I recognize her, Sabrina said as she pulled out her laptop. You do? Ichigo asked. Her name is Bonnie. She's the little sister to Clement, who is the gym leader of Lumio City. Sabrina showed a picture of a skinny young boy with fair skin, gray eyes which were obscured due to his large round glasses, and messy medium-length bright yellow hair with a lightning bolt-shaped tuft on top. He wore a pair of black shoes with white soles, and a yellow-collared skin-tight blue jumpsuit with yellow stripes on the knees and bottom cuffs. Ichigo walked over to her and gently opened her eyelid. Legilimens. Ichigo mentally cast. He looked through her mind. A few moments later, Ichigo left her mind. What were you able to find? Sabrina asked. She and many of the residents of Lumio City are victims of mind control through the use of dark aura. Ichigo began. Sabrina's eyes widened. Mind control? Did you find out who was mind controlling everyone? Sabrina asked. Clement was the one who mind controlled her and she reported to him, Ichigo said. So, he's our current lead, Sabrina concluded. Ichigo nodded his head as he stood up. What about Bonnie? Sabrina asked. We have to leave her. Her mind control isn't something we can remove. Ichigo said. Why? When she was a young age, she was taught to listen to Clement, regardless of what others say or do. When he used the dark aura on her, this enforced this thought. So even if we remove the dark aura influencing her, she would still be loyal to Clement. Ichigo explained. I see. Sabrina sneaked down and walked towards the Pokemon Center. As they entered, Ichigo could sense the dark aura around the room. Ichigo walked to Nurse Joy. Welcome. What can I do for you? She happily asked. I was wondering if I can challenge the gym leaders, Ichigo asked. Unfortunately, the Kalos League has just ended. If you wait a few months, the Kalos League will open up again. Nurse Joy replied. I see. Ichigo replied. Don't gym leaders still accept challenges from trainers, even when the league hasn't officially started? Sabrina asked. Well, yes. Nurse Joy said. Though gym leaders are not allowed to give the winner gym badges until the start of the next Kalos League. Great, Ichigo said. Thank you for answering my questions. Ichigo and Sabrina left the Pokemon Center. As soon as they left, Nurse Joy's happy face turned emotionless. She clicked a few commands on her keyboard. Soon the screen lit up, revealing Clement's face. Yes, Slave L10? Clement asked in a cold voice. Slave L10 wished to report that the two heretics are coming to challenge you for a gym battle. Slave L10/Nurse Joy reported in a monotone voice. Have Slave L21L42 on standby near the gym. Slave 1 will inform our master the situation. Slave L1/Clement ordered. Slave L10 understands and obeys. Slave 10/Nurse Joy replied. Slave L1/Clement cut the call. Slave L10/Nurse Joy tapped a few more commands on her keyboard. The screen lit up, revealing Office Jenny's face. Slave L21 is ready to receive orders. Slave L21/Office Jenny said in a monotone voice. Slave L10 was ordered by Slave L1 to inform Slave L21L42 to be on standby near Lumio's gym. The heretics are planning to challenge the Slave L1 to a gym battle. Slave L10/Nurse Joy relayed. Slave L21 understands and obeys. Slave L21/Office Jenny replied before ending the call. Slave L10/Nurse Joy closed the commands before her emotionless face returned to normal. Scene change, outside the Pokemon Center. Malware, once we arrive at the gym, try to hack into the gym's security system, Ichigo ordered. Okay. Malware said. Do you want me to do some snooping while I am in there? Good idea. Ichigo thought. Gengar. When Clement shows himself, immediately use hypnosis on him. Okay, Gengar replied. Chandelure, do the same for anyone else in the gym. You got it, Chandelure replied. They soon arrived at the Lumiose gym. They arrived in front of the door. Halt! Who is there? An electronic voice said. I wish to challenge gym leader Clement, Ichigo said. The Kalos League is currently closed at this time. If you challenge gym leader Clement, you will not be able to get a gym badge. The electronic voice replied. I am aware of that, Ichigo said. What is your name? The electronic asked. Deus Cardinal Ichigo, Ichigo answered. Ace Trainer Sabrina, Sabrina answered. Very well. The gym doors opened. Please enter. Gym leader Clement will see you soon. As Ichigo and Sabrina entered the gym, Malware slipped out of Ichigo's shadow and began to try and hack Clement's security system. They walked down the hallway. Ichigo noticed a small terminal. It briefly flashed an orange checkmark before disappearing. It seems like Malware was able to get in. Ichigo thought. Good, Sabrina replied. They soon arrived at a battlefield. From the other side, they spotted Clement. Good morning, Deus Cardinal Ichigo and Ace Trainer Sabrina. Welcome to the Lumiose City and my gym. He greeted. Thank you for agreeing to have a match with us, Ichigo replied. They began to walk towards the middle of the battlefield. I could sense the dark aura from him, Ichigo said. I think I'm beginning to sense the difference. Sabrina thought. They soon meet in the middle of the battlefield. Ichigo and Sabrina shook Clement's hand. So is a 3-on-3 fine? Clement asked. Sure, Ichigo said. Sabrina nodded her head. Everyone turned around and began to walk back. The referee took his position in the middle of the battlefield. The match between Deus Cardinal Ichigo and Dash the referee began. Suddenly the lights were shut off. Gengar and Chandelure used the opportunity to use hypnosis on Clement and the referee, knocking them unconscious. The lights were restored. Gengar lowered Clement to the ground. Ichigo walked over. Legilimens. He cast. Ichigo quickly learned about Clement's plan. To think this organization also has the other gym leaders under their control. Ichigo thought as he continued to dig deeper into Clement's memories. Ichigo found Clement at a scientific conference where he ended up meeting Ryan, who used the opportunity to inject Clement with dark aura and forced him under Ryan's control. So, this Ryan was the one who mind-controlled Clement. Ichigo thought as he left Clement's mind. Ichigo walked over to a nearby computer and typed in Ryan's name. Soon Ryan's trainer profile appeared. Name, Ryan Granblue. Trainer rank, Ace Trainer. Occupation, Assistant to Elite Four Napoleon. Ichigo exited the trainer profile. What did you find out? Sab. Rina asked. Clement was mind-controlled by a person named Ryan Granblue. The same person who placed spies in Team Galactic. Ichigo said. What? Sabrina replied. Ichigo quickly told her what happened when he freed the Lake Trio. Suddenly Malware appeared on the screen. We got a small problem. The screen changed to a live feed from outside the gym. Officer Jenny and her police officers were beginning to form a barricade around the gym. So, what is the plan now? Sabrina asked. Malware, were you able to find out where the Elite Force headquarters are? Ichigo asked. Give me a few moments. Malware replied. You're thinking of going to their headquarters? Sabrina asked. Ichigo nodded his head. Ryan is an assistant to the Elite Four, which means either he is the mastermind of this, and he was able to get the Elite Four under his control, or he is a minion of the Elite Four, which means they are the true mastermind, Ichigo said. That makes sense, Sabrina replied. Malware returned on screen. Their headquarters is actually close by. Malware said. The screen changed to a map. They could see Malware controlling a pointer. We are here in Lumio City and the headquarters is located east of us. Likely we would need to fly over there, Ichigo said. Based on Pidgeot's and Charizard's speed, it should take us a day of non-stop flying, assuming we don't get intercepted by these minions. Malware said. The screen changed back to the live view outside. They could see Arcanines and Electrics around the barriers, all glaring at the gym doors. So, are we planning to attack immediately? Sabrina asked. No, Ichigo said. Malware and Sabrina gave Ichigo a confused look. I wouldn't be surprised if Route 4 and Santalone City are full of Teamiverse members, ready to attack us. So, what would you propose? Sabrina asked. Are your Alakazams able to find each other's location? Ichigo asked. I'm not actually sure, Sabrina replied as she asked her Alakazams Ichigo's question. According to them, they can, Sabrina replied. Ichigo nodded his head. Malware, is there any secret exits located in this gym? Let me check. Malware said as it searched Clement's files. There is one, but it leads to the sewers. Excellent, Ichigo said. I will act as bait to leading everyone to Route 4. This will allow both of you to use the secret exit to leave Lumio City. With the help of your Alakazams, I would be able to teleport to your location. That sounds good, but wouldn't they notice if only one person leaves the gym? Malware asked. Not if I use Zoroark to create an illusion of Sabrina and have her ride Pidgeot, Ichigo said. That would work. Malware said. But that puts you in danger. Ichigo smiled. Don't worry about me. I can handle it. Ichigo replied. Sabrina sighed before handing Ichigo one of her Alakazams. Please be safe. She said. I will. Ichigo sent out his Zoroark. Make yourself look like Sabrina, Ichigo said. Zoroark cast an illusion, making herself look like Sabrina. See you in a bit, Ichigo said. Sabrina nodded her head as she ran towards the exit. Ichigo and the disguised Zoroark walked towards the entrance of the gym. He sent out Garchomp, Pidgeot, and Charizard. Garchomp, when I open the doors, I want you to do Earthquake. Garchomp nodded her head. Zoroark will climb on Pidgeot and all of us will fly southeast, Ichigo said. Pidgeot and Charizard nodded their head. Malware, is Sabrina at the exit? Ichigo asked. She's there. Malware replied. Open the door. As soon as we leave, go with Sabrina. Ichigo said. The front door opened. Garchomp leaped out of the gym and slammed on the ground, shaking the surrounding ground. All the police officers and Pokemon were startled by the attack. Many of them lost their balance. A few of them held something to keep themselves upright. Ichigo climbed on Charizard while Zoroark climbed on Pidgeot. Charizard, Pidgeot, and Garchomp flew up in the air. Don't let them get away! Officer Jenny yelled. The Arcanine used Flamethrower while the Electrics used Thunderbolt. Garchomp was able to protect Charizard and Pidgeot from the attacks. After them. All the officers climbed on an Arcanine chased after them on foot. All part of my plan. Ichigo thought. Eventually, they exited the city. After 20 minutes of flying, Ichigo had them land on the ground. Good job everyone, Ichigo said as he recalled them. Ichigo closed his eyes and used Script E, the earth to find where the officers were at. They should be here in 10 minutes. Ichigo thought as he took out Alakazam's Pokeball. Suddenly a wild Pokemon flew out of the forest towards him. It appears to have 3 heads, which were in the shape of a hexagonal honeycomb and positioned like an upside-down triangle. The bottom head has a small red triangle. Each upper bee has 1 wing and 1 antenna each, and the lowermost bee has a striped abdomen. "Hello," Ichigo said. The Pokemon looked at Ichigo for a moment before looking at Alakazam's Pokeball. "You want to come with me?" Ichigo asked. The Pokemon nodded its head. "They should be here somewhere," someone shouted. Ichigo quickly pulled out a Pokeball and caught the bee Pokemon before releasing Alakazam. "Teleport us to Sabrina's location," Ichigo ordered. Alakazam's eyes glowed before they teleported away. Scene change, with Sabrina. Sabrina walked down the hallway in the gym. She found a changing room with a few yellow overalls, yellow hard hats, tool belts, and toolboxes. She quickly put them on, making herself appear to be an engineer. "Good idea wearing a disguise," Malware commented. Sabrina soon arrived at the secret exit. "Are you ready?" "I am," Sabrina replied. "Go," Malware said as it left the computer terminal and entered Sabrina's shadow. She ran down the exit. After 5 minutes of running, she arrived at a ladder. She climbed up the ladder. She soon arrived on top, where there was a latch. "Let me see if it is clear," Malware said as it slipped out of her shadow and floated up. Malware quickly returned. "It's clear." Sabrina pushed open the latch as she stood up. They appeared to be in a small cave. She closed the latch and covered the latch back up. She began to walk along Route 16. She was near the end of Route 16 when suddenly Ichigo and Alakazam teleported in. "Nice overalls," Ichigo joked upon seeing her disguise. Sabrina shrugged her shoulder as she reached her hand out. Ichigo returned Alakazam's Pokeball to her. She recalled her Alakazam. "Do you have anything to disguise yourself?" Ichigo snapped his fingers, transforming to Kaian Shiba. He was dressed in a white t-shirt with short red sleeves and a red fleur-de-lis, blue jeans, red and white sneakers, and a red cap. "One. Must be nice to know otherworldly magic," Sabrina said. "I could help you," Ichigo offered. "Sure," Sabrina said. Ichigo transfigured Sabrina's clothes. She now has on a dark pink hat with a black band and white sunglasses on top, a black tank top, a red pleated skirt, black thigh-high stockings, and black sneakers, too. They resumed walking through Route 16. They took a break for lunch. Suddenly the bushes behind them shook before someone walked out. It appeared to be a tall, slender young woman. She is fair-skinned with green eyes and long chartreuse green hair tied into a low fluffy ponytail and shorter pieces framing her face. She wore a white, mid-sleeved shirt with a black shirt under it, a pair of cider green slip-on shoes, and beige skinny-fit pants. Her most notable feature is her hat, which is white and black with a black peak. "Hello," she said. "Hello," Ichigo replied. Sabrina nodded her head. "Do you mind if I join you for lunch?" she asked. "Sure," Ichigo said. "The name Kaiten and this is Serena." "Oh. My name is N," she said. They resumed eating their lunch in silence. "Ichigo, she might also be a chosen one," Lugia interjected. "How can you tell, Lugia?" Ichigo asked. "I can faintly sense the aura of the Tao trio," Lugia said. Ichigo briefly closed his eyes and sensed the residual energy on her. "I also sense traces of dark aura," Ichigo added. "Maybe she is a victim of Teamiverse as well," Lugia theorized. "So En, where are you from?" Ichigo asked, breaking the silence. "I'm from Unova," she replied. "And you?" "We're both from Kanto," Ichigo replied as he snapped his fingers. A privacy barrier appeared around them, preventing anyone from observing them or listening in on their conversation. "Are you here to try and reclaim your stolen legendaries?" Ichigo bluntly asked. En's eyes widened. "How did you know?" she asked. You have a residual aura on you from a legendary Pokemon, Ichigo said. I could also barely sense dark aura on you, enough where you were indirectly exposed to it. That's exactly right, she said. I was figurehead leader of Team Plasma. Our goal was to free Pokemon from their trainers. Ichigo and Sabrina nodded their heads. But Getsus, my adopted father, used Team Plasma to take over the region. We spent countless hours researching Unovan mythos to find Reshiram, Zekrom, and Kyurem with the hope we can use their power to accomplish Team Plasma's goal. Our mission came to fruition when we discovered the Yin Orb, the Yang Orb, 3, and the Void Orb. What were these orbs for? Sabrina asked as she remembered Cyrus used the orbs to summon Dialga and Palkia to their dimensions. The orbs act like eggs for Reshiram, Zekrom, and Kyurem, Anne explained. I see, Sabrina said. Anyways, we took them back to our headquarters. One of our scientists theorized that we need to give it energy for them to hatch out of the orbs, so we used electrical energy for Zekrom, thermal energy for Reshiram, and ice energy for Kyurem. Eventually, the orbs began to break, revealing Zekrom, Reshiram, and Kyurem. Before we could do anything, someone captured them in strange-looking pokeballs. Did they look like this? Ichigo asked as he summoned the destroyed dark balls. Her eyes widened. That's exactly it, she said. He's likely a spy sent by Team Everse, Ichigo said as he sent the broke dark balls back to his mindscape. I can feel and understand the emotions of Pokemon. N continued. When he sent back out Zekrom, Reshiram, and Kyurem, I couldn't sense anything except obedience to him. He ordered them to intimidate us. All three of them let out an intimidating roar as we all felt a wave of energy pressing down on us. All of us panicked and ran away. One of the sages activated a self-destruct feature in the headquarters and blew up the headquarters. Anne said. How did you know to come here? Ichigo asked. I checked the spy's profile, he listed himself as from Kalos. She said. I see, Ichigo said. Either the spy is an idiot or it's a trap, Ichigo thought. Are you also here to get revenge against them? She asked. We are, Ichigo said as he returned to his true self. Her eyes widened. You're Deus Cardinal Ichigo. I am, Ichigo said. Then you must be Sabrina. Anne guessed. I am, she replied. Allow me to properly introduce myself. My full name is Naturia Harmonia Gropius, she said. Ichigo turned back to Kyan. Ichigo and Sabrina explained to Naturia about their situation. So, you're thinking that Team Everse took over the Elite Four? Naturia asked. We're hoping it's that, Sabrina said. The other scenario is that Team Everse is the Elite Four, Ichigo said. That would be worst, Naturia said. As they finished up their break, Ichigo remembered his new Pokemon and scanned it. This Combi is a female bug flying type, 1 foot 2 inches tall, and has the Honey Gather ability. The current known moves are Sweet Scent, Gust, and Struggle Bug, Bug Bite. The Pokédex said. Ichigo had his Combi out while they resumed their walk. She took care of most of the wild Pokemon on Route 16 and Route 15. They soon arrived on the outskirts of Dendamil town. They booked 2 rooms at an inn for the night. Ichigo checked the rooms for any bugs and cast necessary privacy spells around them before they could relax. Ichigo turned the TV on and turned to a news channel, where there were 2 reporters. Thank you for just joining in. The first reporter began. 2 people have been discovered attacking Lumiose City Gym and gym leader Clement. Currently, gym leader Clement is in the hospital being treated for multiple concussions in the head and mental evaluation. The second reporter reported. According to an eyewitness, they spotted a man with long orange hair and a woman with black hair. They used a Garchomp, a Charizard, and a Pidgeot to flee the scene. Elite Four Malva has just arrived outside Lumiose Gym and began a press conference about this issue. The screen turned to show a young woman with slightly tan skin and pink hair which was in a ponytail and curls on her shoulders. Her eyes were hidden behind a pair of red-shaded sunglasses. She wore a black turtleneck that reveals her stomach and red and black jeans with several diamond-shaped cutouts at the front revealing some parts of her legs, as well as black high-heeled shoes. This terrorist act is absolutely unacceptable and will not be tolerated. Malva began. We will not stop till these terrorists are captured and brought to justice. Ichigo turned off the TV. So, what's the plan now? Naturia asked. Ichigo took out a map and placed it on the table. So, here's the plan. Ichigo began. Scene changed, Team Everse headquarters. The Grand Commander and all the commanders were having a rare in-person meeting. All the commanders had their masks on. The conference room was dead silent. Grand Commander Alphys Omega finally entered the room. Immediately, all the other commanders stood up as the Grand Commander walked over to the last unoccupied chair and sat down. Sit. The Grand Commander ordered. Immediately all the other commanders sat down. Take off your masks. All the commanders took off their masks as ordered. Beta has young pale skin, light blue eyes, and dark eyebrows. Gamma was in fact, Malva. Delta has a healthy shade of pale with bright red eyes. Epsilon has black eyes and tan skin with a few scars around his face. The Grand Commander nodded their head. Now let's begin this meeting. Grand Commander. Epsilon immediately shouted. The Grand Commander nodded their head, allowed Epsilon to speak. Why did you order Gamma to allow those two to escape? Simple. The Grand Commander started. There are rumors that remnants of the Knights of Aura still exist in Kalos. What? The commander shouted. I thought all of them died in the final battle? Delta asked. That's what we thought. The Grand Commander said. But no one was in any shape to inspect all the casualties from that battle. Getting back to Epsilon's question, what should we do about Ichigo and Sabrina? Beta asked. We can assume that they are looking for us. Gamma began. I looked at the history on Slave One's computer system and noticed that the last log recorded was Ichigo and Sabrina entering the gym. There was no log of them beginning the battle. Slave One informed me that he greeted them before he was knocked out. I looked at our log and discovered that during that time frame, Slave One's login was used. What did they use it for? Beta asked. They looked up Ryan Granblue. She looked at Epsilon. One of your squires. I think I know what happened, Epsilon said with a groan. One of our spies in Team Galactic was Ryan's friend. I told him that if the mission was successful then his friend could join us under Behemoth. It's possible that Ryan's friend revealed Ryan's name when he was interrogated. Delta theorized. Champion Cynthia likely searched for Ryan's name, only for it to not pop up in Sinoa's trainer database. Cardinal Ichigo may have asked Champion Lance to do the same thing on the Kanto Jado trainer database. Gamma added. Grand Commander, I apologize for my subordinate's action. I will punish him after this meeting. Hold off for now. Grand Commander said. We already expect them to show up at the Elite Chateau, soon. Beta, Gamma, and Epsilon have your squires set a 360 perimeter around the bases and our slaves to keep an eye out for any strangers in all cities. Yes, Grand Commander. They all replied. Suddenly they heard a small beeping sound. They looked to see it was coming from Gamma. Gamma, you should know it's rude to have your holocaster on. Epsilon sneered. Gamma rolled her eyes. She put on her mask and took out holocaster and answered it. A hologram of a person dressed in black armor appeared. What is it? She asked. The heretic is publicly challenging the Elite Four on PokeTube 5. The hologram reported. What? Gamma shouted as she ended the call. She quickly went on PokeTube and found the video and played it on the big screen, allowing everyone to see it. Hello everyone. I am Deus Cardinal Ichigo. Ichigo began the video by introducing himself. I am here to challenge the Elite Four and Champion Diantha, Ichigo said. Normally, only the winner of the Lumiose conference would be able to challenge the Elite Four, but I believe my trainer rank should allow me to bypass that requirement. Ichigo arrogantly said. You can simply make a public announcement when and where we will have the battle. The video ended after that. How many views does this video have? Grand Commander asked. It's the current trending video on PokeTube right now, Gamma said as she clicked on another window. It appears the other champions are interested in seeing the challenge as well. Smart play. Grand Commander said. Since he couldn't come here directly, he forced us to invite him in. Will I inform the public that the Elite Four accepts his challenge? Gamma asked. You shall. Grand Commander said. But we will do it in a week at Lumiose City. It will give us enough time to gather all the knights, warlocks, squires, and slaves for this event. All the commanders nodded their heads. Grand Commander, do you want the Blood Angels to remain in Alola? Yes. We are abandoning Alola. Grand Commander said. Make sure you bring all the Z crystals that you were able to collect. Yes, Grand Commander, Delta said. Any other questions? Grand Commander asked. No one said anything. All of you are dismissed. All the commanders put their masks on and quickly left the conference room. Scene change, somewhere in Kalos. There is an old beaten castle hidden by a forest. If anyone stumbled onto the castle, they would likely assume it was abandoned and likely inhabited by wild Pokemon, but they were wrong. Inside the castle were two people, a tall man. The adult man was dressed only in a pair of shorts. He had black hair and blue eyes. Across his right eye was a long scar down to his cheek. His entire body was covered in a series of dark blue spirals. They ran across his heavily muscled chest, to his shoulders, and wrapped around his bulging arms. Another set of spirals starts from his neck down his back, which connects with the spirals around his shoulders, to his hips, before ending around his hardened muscular legs. Beside the man was a Lucario with a black eye patch that's covering its right eye. They were looking at the PokeTube video of Ichigo's challenge to the Elite Four. What are you thinking about Raiden? The Lucario asked with telepathy. Valley, this young man, if he would no doubt be the strongest Aura Guardian if there was a member of the Knight of Aura. Raiden said. What do you mean? Valley, the Lucario, replied. After I saw this challenge, I looked into his public record. He played the video of Ichigo's Urshifu. It's using both dark and water style. Lucario noticed. You remember when we fought those Urshifus from that arrogant brat, Raiden said. What was his name? Ketchup? Ketchum? His name was Mustard, Valor replied. Ah, mustard. I remember it was some sort of condiment. Raiden said. He mentioned that Urshifu can only learn either dark or water style. Yet Ichigo's Urshifu was able to switch between either one. Raiden switched to another video and played it to Valley. It was the recording of Ichigo's gym battle with Erika. Is that a primal Charizard? Valley shouted. Indeed. Raiden yelled. And he was able to subdue it by himself. Valla slapped himself in the face, making sure it wasn't an illusion. So you want to ally yourself with this man to crush the rest of the Dark Knights, Valla concluded. Obviously, Raiden said as he walked over and put on a set of clothes. There is a chance that he doesn't know anything going on and just being arrogant for beating a few tournaments. I don't think so, Raiden replied as he finished putting his clothes on. He was dressed in a matching black long-sleeve button-up shirt, black pants, black shoes, and black gloves. He had a bluish-black dress coat on top of his clothes as well as a matching fedora on his head. Do you even know where to go? Valley asked. I do. The battle is at Lumiose Gym, he said as he walked out. Valley walked behind him. Scene change, Ichigo's hotel room. I didn't expect them to reply that fast, Naturia said as she watched Malva's reply video. They were forced to quickly issue a public response to my challenge, Ichigo said. If they took too long to reply, People may interpret it as them being or scared of me, Ichigo said. On the other hand, if they reply too fast, people may interpret it as them not focusing on finding the terrorists, Sabrina added. But they won't do the battle at the elite chateau, Naturia said. That's even better, Ichigo said. Most of Team Everse's resources will be at Lumio City instead of the elite chateau. So how will we handle this? Naturia asked. Both of you will investigate the elite chateau while I deal with the elite four, Ichigo said. Are you sure? Sabrina asked. I am, Ichigo replied as he found the elite four's public profiles and began to strategize against them. Time skip, 1 week later. Ichigo and a disguised Gardevoir walked towards Lumio's gym. Ichigo used his magic to disguise Gardevoir instead of relying on Zoroark because Zoroark's illusion could easily be revealed and Zoroark doesn't have any psychic moves. The Elite Four decided to have the match at night, allowing more people to sit at home and watch the event. During the week, Newtwo discovered that the Dark Balls can capture already captured Pokémon. It didn't take long to discover that the Dark Balls are actually heavily modified Tempoke Balls, which police officers can use to temporarily capture criminals' Pokémon. Newtwo was able to develop a program that prevent this feature from working and installed it on Ichigo's Pokeballs. Ichigo discreetly installed it on Sabrina's and Naturia's Pokeballs. There is so much dark aura around us, Gardevoir said. It makes sense. We saw a majority of the residents of Lumio City were already under the control of Team Everse, Ichigo said. They soon arrived at Lumio's gym. The security guards allowed them in. The disguised Gardevoir was escorted to a private box with the other VIPs. Ichigo was escorted to a waiting room where he had to submit his 6 Pokémon. Ichigo placed the Pokeballs in the tray for them to scan. As this happened, malware slipped out of Ichigo's shadow and into a nearby computer. Ichigo briefly spotted an orange checkmark as the escort returned Ichigo his Pokeballs. We will begin the challenge in 20 minutes. The escort said as he left the room, leaving Ichigo alone. Seems like he didn't do anything to you guys, Ichigo thought as he used the remaining time to finalize his strategy. The escort returned. It's time. Ichigo stood up and followed the escort out. Scene change, Denda Mill Town. Sabrina and Naturia stayed in a hotel room booked under the name Serena Natsumi. They sat around a TV, waiting for the Elite Four challenge to start. During that week, Ichigo, Sabrina, and Naturia explored Route 17, Onistar City, Route 18, Koraway Town, Route 19, Snowbell City, and Route 21. They noticed that majority of the people in Onistar City, Koraway Town, and Snowbell have left for Lumio City to watch the match. With this information in mind, they keep an eye on Route 21 and Route 6 and noticed that these routes were full of trainers under the control of Team Everse. They quickly concluded that the majority of Team Everse's forces are either in Lumio City or guarding Route 6 and Route 21. They decided to cut across Denda Mill Town to the Elite Chateau since it was mostly undeveloped terrain and only had wild Pokémon. Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girl, the announcer yelled as he began to get the audience riled up. It's go time, Sabrina said. Right, Naturia said. They wore a tight dark blue outfit with beholders, 6, body underwear, and wore a wig capliner to make it harder for people to notice them. They used Alakazam to teleport out of the hotel. They arrived on the southern side of Denda Mill Town and began to move towards the Elite Chateau. Sabrina recalled Alakazam and sent out Ichigo's Mismagius, Umbreon, and Honchkrow. Please keep an eye on us, Sabrina said. They nodded their heads. Mismagius entered their shadows. Honchkrow took off into the night sky, while Umbreon stayed by their side. Luckily, they didn't spot anyone. This continued until they spotted a group of people around a campfire. There were a few people around it. They were all dressed in black combat gear. They could sense the dark aura around them. Looks like we found them, Sabrina thought. Yep, Naturia replied. Mismagius crept out of the shadow and her eyes glowed as she cast an illusion around them, making their surroundings appear normal. Sabrina, Naturia, and Umbreon quickly sneaked past them. Miss Magia's subtlety lowered the illusion and returned into the shadows. They repeated this tactic multiple times until they arrived at the base of the hill. Sabrina recalled Umbreon and lifted herself and Nitoria up the hill. Miss Magius cast another illusion around them while Honchkrow kept an eye out. They soon arrived at the top of the hill. They quickly hid behind a few bushes. After that they looked at the elite chateau. It was surrounded by more people in black combat suits. "How are we going to get in?" Nitoria asked. "Miss Magius, can you find us an opening?" Sabrina asked. Miss Magius nodded her head as she slipped into the shadows. She found a slightly open window. She slipped inside to see it was an empty locker room. She quickly slipped back out and returned to them. "I found a place," she said. Sabrina recalled Honchkrow and followed Miss Magius to the locker room. Miss Magius pushed the window open with her psychic and they slipped in. Sabrina and Nitoria changed into a set of combat uniforms. Suddenly someone entered the locker room. "Hey!" Before she could react, Miss Magius used an illusion making her think that Sabrina and Nitoria were members of Team Everse. "Hey, what is taking you two so long? The Grand Commander ordered us to be in the main convention hall in 10 minutes. "Sorry," Nitoria quickly replied. They followed behind her. Sabrina quickly used telepathy on her, learning was Aliana. She used this opportunity to learn more about Team Everse. They soon arrived in the main convention hall. Nitoria and Sabrina followed behind Aliana. They soon sat down with her. "Do you have any idea why the Grand Commander summoned us?" Nitoria asked. "Not sure," Aliana replied. Beta, Gamma, Delta, and Epsilon walked up on stage. Everyone immediately quieted down. "Good evening, knights, warlocks, and squires of the 4 divisions." Gamma began. "Before the Grand Commander enters, we need to do some cleaning." Gamma snapped her fingers. Suddenly someone grabbed Sabrina's and Nitoria's arms, preventing them from moving. "Bring them up here." The crowd parted, allowing the restrained girls to be forcefully escorted on stage. I didn't expect you two would come to us," she said. "Attention!" Everyone stood in attention as Grand Commander Alphas Omega walked on stage. The Grand Commander stopped in front of them. "So, we managed to catch only 2 rats," Grand Commander replied. The Grand Commander took a closer look at Sabrina. "It's been a while since I've seen an Esper as strong as you." The Grand Commander grabbed Sabrina's face, forcing it up to Grand Commander's gaze. "You would be an excellent member. Join us." Sabrina shook her head, forced it out of the Grand Commander's hand. "No," she said. "Very well." The Grand Commander's hands began to glow with dark aura. "You'll still be a useful slave." Suddenly the doors to the convention hall exploded. Everyone turned to see 2 uninvited guests entering the hall. "You!" Epsilon yelled as he recognized the intruders. "It's been a while, Napoleon." Raiden yelled as he shot a bolt of lightning at the Grand Commander. Epsilon ran in front of the Grand Commander and crossed his arms. The lightning bolt collided with Napoleon, causing a massive explosion. Valley used the explosion as a distraction while he ran towards Sabrina and Nitoria. He knocked their captors to the side. "Follow me," Vala said. They regrouped with Raiden, who pushed Napoleon back with his lightning bolts. "You got an escape plan?" he asked. Sabrina took out a pokeball. "Ichigo said that if we're in an emergency, we can use this to escape," Sabrina said. "We got no choice," Raiden said as the other commanders charged towards them. Sabrina opened the pokeball. Everyone was startled by Mutuo's appearance. He wore a black cloak and hood, which prevented anyone from seeing his actual identity. Mutuo surrounded Sabrina, Nitoria, Raiden, and Valley with psychic energy before teleporting them all away before anyone could react. Scene change, Geosenj Town. Mutuo teleported them all over Kalos, preventing anyone from following them before they arrived in an old inn. Where are we? Sabrina asked. Suddenly Raiden and Valley were bounded by Mutwo's psychic energy. Mutwo made sure they couldn't hear or see anything. We are in an inn that was arranged in case of emergency, Mutwo replied. Why did you do that to them? Sabrina quickly asked. Simple. They are strangers. Mutwo replied. Ichigo and the disguised Gardevoir teleported into the room. Ichigo! The girls shouted in surprise. Can I get the Pokeball back? Ichigo asked Sabrina. Sabrina handed the Pokeball back. Release them, Ichigo said. Mutwo freed Raiden and Valley. The name's Raiden and this is my partner, Valley. Raiden introduced, ignoring the fact that they were captured a few moments ago. Show me what happened, Ichigo said. Sabrina projected her memories to Ichigo. Looks like the Elite Four are the leaders of Teamiverse and they can create clones since none of the Elite Four that I fought had any dark aura on them. Ichigo thought. He turned to Raiden. Are you prepared to deal with them? Raiden shrugged his shoulders. It's been a long time since I fought them. He admitted. Don't slow me down, Ichigo said. Are you planning to attack them right now? Naturia asked. I am, Ichigo said. We can help, Sabrina said as Naturia nodded her head. Ichigo sighed. We are badly outnumbered, so be careful and go for the kill. Kill? Naturia questioned. The slaves can eventually return to normal, but those who willingly practice dark aura will never return to normal, Raiden said. I see. Naturia said. Be extra careful if you can't kill them, Ichigo said. He turned to Mutwo. Let's go. Mutwo's eyes glowed as everyone was teleported out of the motel room. Scene change, Elite Chateau. Damn it! Epsilon yelled as he watched Raiden, Valley, Sabrina, and Naturia teleported away by Mutwo. It's fine. Grand Commander said. The original intentions of this were to draw out the rats and we succeeded. You're right, Grand Commander, Epsilon said. Bad news, Grand Commander, Gamma said as she walked over to them. Our psychic Pokemon failed to keep track of Ichigo after the match. Do you think he would immediately attack us? Beta asked. It's possible. Grand Commander admitted. Suddenly Ichigo, Sabrina, Naturia, and Raiden appeared before them. Deal with them. Yes, Grand Commander. The commanders yelled as the Grand Commander teleported away. Knights, warlocks, and squires attacked the heretics. The commanders ordered. All the members of Teamiverse charged at them. Sabrina and Naturia released all their Pokemon. Raiden sent out an Electivire in addition to Valley. Ichigo sent out half his Pokemon. I will help as well, Mutwo said. We'll deal with them. You go deal with the Grand Commander. Raiden shouted. Be safe, Ichigo said as he shoo-and-payed away from the convention hall. He landed in an empty room. He sent out Gardevoir and Malware. Malware, hack into the computer and download everything onto this USB stick. Gardevoir, don't let anyone interfere with Malware. You got it. Malware said. You can count on me. Gardevoir said as they teleported away. Now where did that Grand Commander go? Ichigo thought as he spread his senses. It didn't take long before Ichigo found the Grand Commander in an underground chamber underneath the Elite Chateau, surrounded by a large amount of dark aura. Ichigo stomped the ground. The force from the stomp created a hole large enough for Ichigo. Ichigo leaped down. Ichigo continued to do this until Ichigo arrived in a large underground chamber. The Grand Commander turned to face Ichigo. I didn't expect you would find me this fast. The Grand Commander said. It's over. Ichigo charged towards the Grand Commander. Diancie. Gene Sect. Stop him. The Grand Commander said. Two Pokemon leapt towards Ichigo. One of them appears distinctly feminine fairy-like creature with a gray rocky body embedded with bright black crystals and gemstones. It has a golden collar around its neck, a black diamond on its chest, and a crown-like headdress of black gems upon its head. In the center of its forehead, it bears a large round, black diamond. It has red eyes and small pointed ears. It wore a dull white cloak-like garment with long white sleeves from which its tiny gray hands protrude. The bottom of its body is composed of a large chunk of rock with a black crystal embedded in its side. The other Pokemon is bipedal, cybernetic insectal Pokemon. It has a red metallic body with a wide, flat head that is saucer-shaped. It has 2 purple eyes and a wide mouth with exposed white teeth. It carries powerful laser-firing cannon on its back. Looks like a good time to warm up, Ichigo thought. The black gemstone Pokemon lifted its arms and fired a red sparkling energy beam, while the red metal insect Pokemon pointed its back cannon at Ichigo and fired a black and purple energy beam. Both energy beams flew towards Ichigo, combining in the middle. Ichigo did a downward chop, parting the attack into 2. Ichigo Shuanpad behind the metal insect Pokemon and punched it in the back of its head. The Pokemon was embedded into the ground. The black gemstone Pokemon fired another red sparking beam. Ichigo Shuanpad to the side, dodging the attack. Ichigo punched it in the face, stunning it. Ichigo punched it in the chest. The Pokemon collapsed on the ground. Ichigo turned to the Grand Commander. Such power, the Grand Commander said. Ichigo, what would you say if I ask you to join me? No, Ichigo bluntly said as he Shuanpad towards the Grand Commander. Suddenly Ichigo stopped as he recognized the feeling around him. Divine Domain? Ichigo turned to see 3 Pokemon walking towards them. The first Pokemon appeared to be a quadruped, stag-like Pokemon with 4 pairs of antlers. Its body is black with a blue stripe down its back and a short, bushy tail. Starting at its knees there is a blade-like trim around each leg, which forms a point under each hoof. There is an upside-down, V-shaped marking on its chest in the same color as the trim on its legs. Its head and neck are blue, and there are 2 large tufts that extend onto its chest and curve upward. The eyes are black with X-shaped pupils. There is a short marking on top of its snout and an upward curving horn on each side of its head in place of ears. The second Pokemon appeared to be a mix of a bird and dragon. The back of its body is black with white spots along with the wings and back. Its front, head, and neck are bright red with branching, black lines throughout. It has a pointed, beak-like snout, bright blue eyes, a pair of black forward curving horns over each eye, and a thin, antenna-like growth behind each eye. A feathery gray ruff encircles its neck and billows out over its back. The Pokemon's wings each have 3 spikes along the bottom edge near the body and 5 large, black claws on the tip. It has small, bird-like legs with gray talons. Each foot has 2 toes facing forward and 1 pointing backward. Its tail is similar in structure to its wings, including the 5 claws on the tip. The third Pokemon has a serpentine body with green and black markings. Most of its back, head, and neck are black, while the underbelly and the tip of its tail are green. Its eyes are made of 4 green hexagons and there is a thin, white line down the center of its face. Across the back of its neck is a large frill made of 5 long, flat protrusions that each has 2 small, green hexagons on them. There are 3 short tendrils on either side of its chest, they are black on the right and green on the left. Its tail also ends in 5 tendrils. It has many small, green hexagon markings on its body capable of glowing. Seems like you are startled by their presence, the Grand Commander said. Meet the Aura Trinity, Xerneas, Yveltal, and Zygarde, the Grand Commander introduced. To think you are still powerless against the domain of a legendary Pokemon, the Grand Commander arrogantly proclaimed. Ichigo decided not to correct the Grand Commander and see what happens. We, humans, can never reach the might of a legendary Pokemon. But stealing the aura of other Pokemon barely shortened the gap between us and them. The Grand Commander pulled out 3 black crystals and installed them on their armor. But now with this, we humans can have the power to overcome all the legendary Pokemon. The 3 crystals glowed before they shot a beam of energy at Xerneas, Yveltal, and Zygarde. All 3 Pokemon were absorbed by the crystal. Birth Shinka. The Grand Commander was engulfed in the energy from the crystal. Rahaha! The Grand Commander yelled as the Grand Commander's body began to grow larger. The light died down, revealing the transformed Grand Commander. All the armor around the Grand Commander was destroyed, revealing that the Grand Commander was a woman. She retained a humanoid body but now is over 5 meters tall, 16.4042 feet. But she now has a long tail similar to Yveltal. There are several flat protrusions around her head and triangular protrusions around her neck. These protrusions create a crown shape. There are 2 sets of antlers around the crown shape. On its face are 3 white hexagonal marks, one in the middle of its forehead with a line through it and 2 that act as eyes. There are an additional 5 green hexagons on its face, 4 along the bottom and 1 in the middle of a short protrusion on top. On the back, 2 serpentine wings are protruding from it. The wings each have 3 spikes along the bottom edge near the body and 5 large, black claws on the tip. Her arms have 3 white blade-like trim that acts like claws. Additionally, green hexagons are surrounding its wrists and 2 under the white protrusions on its knees and feet. Its abdomen has a vertical, hexagonal pattern with a thin, white line on either side. On her chest, there are 2 large green, hexagonal marks which shape similar to the Alpha and Omega, too. This power, she said. Her voice synthesizer was also destroyed by the transformation. Is amazing. She yelled as she unleashed a powerful blast of energy, which destroyed the underground chamber's ceiling. She flew up in the air towards the surface. Ichigo Shuunpaed behind her. So, someone trying to steal the power of God and make it their own. Ichigo summarized the Grand Commander's goal. Grand Commander. Ichigo and the Grand Commander turned to see the commanders running towards them. All of them have lost their masks, revealing their faces. So I was right. They created clones of each other and had they be the Elite Four. Ichigo glanced at the Grand Commander. So she would be Diantha. Ichigo thought. Seems like you were losing. Grand Commander said. All the commanders looked nervous, unwilling to reply. No matter. You still have some uses. She snapped her fingers. Suddenly all the commanders froze. Black lines appeared on their bodies. Pull out the crystals and use them. All of them pulled out the same dark crystals the Grand Commander used for her fusion. Unlike the Grand Commander's crystals, these were already glowing with energy. They placed them on their armor. Beta, Gamma, and Epsilon had 3 crystals while Delta had 4 crystals. All of them were engulfed in the same energy. E-Birth Shinka. They shouted. Beta, Gamma, Delta, and Epsilon all began to transform, fusion with other legendaries. The light died down revealing their new form. Beta transformed into an ice-covered, hunchbacked draconian entity with small arms and large bulky legs, and chipped horn. Beta has 2 red large metallic cannons with blue circles attached to his shoulder blades and casually dangling. On his back is a large purple cannon. The 3 cannons are positioned where neither one interferes with the other. 8. Gamma transformed into a large silver dragon with a cannon attached to her head. 9. Delta transformed into a purple and yellow dragon shaped like a jet. The upper portion of her body is mainly yellow, while the lower portion is purple. She has triangular ears, and a patch of purple with a smaller patch of white on her face. On her back are 2 jet plane-like wings and lower down are 2 cannons for feet. 10. Epsilon transformed into a large black dragon with a fog-like ghostly plume billowing from its head. 11. All of them unleashed their divine domain. All the squires, knights, and warlocks were slammed on their knees from the pressure. Nitoria, Sabrina, and all their Pokémon fell on their knees. Ichigo's Pokémon, Raiden, and Valis struggled to remain standing. Ichigo was the only one who was unaffected by their presence. Ichigo turned to his allies. Newtwo, get them out of here, Ichigo ordered. Very well, Newtwo said. Wa dash dot. Sabrina was teleported away before she could finish her point. Fool. What do you think you can do against us? The Grand Commander questioned. Beta, Gamma, Delta, and Epsilon unleashed an intimidating roar. Ichigo took out 10 faker balls and sent out all his legendaries. Moltres, Zapdos, Articuno, Lugia, Latios, Latias, Emerald, Amethysts, Yami, and Urshifu appeared in front of Ichigo. So you also collected them as well? The Grand Commander said. I don't collect them, Ichigo said. I saved them and they asked to join me, Ichigo said. Ichigo turned to his Pokemon. Deal with the abominations. His Pokemon nodded their heads. Urshifu and Emerald were against Beta. Lugia, Moltres, and Amethysts were against Gamma. Yami and Latios were against Delta. Articuno, Zapdos, and Latias were against Epsilon. What can a puny human do against a legendary? The Grand Commander yelled, noticing Ichigo alone. Ichigo summoned Bahamut and pointed the greatsword at the Grand Commander. Appear before me. Crimson Ryatsu began to gather around Ichigo. Forged by the Maiden of Light. White Ryatsu joined the Crimson Ryatsu. And the Maiden of Darkness. Black Ryatsu joined the Crimson and White Ryatsu. Glare at all creation and display your ferocious might. The collected Ryatsu formed a giant pillar of Ryatsu around Ichigo. Dragon of Chaos, Bahamut. Ichigo yelled. A pair of large black and white wings destroyed the pillar of Ryatsu to reveal Ichigo in his armor. What interesting power! The Grand Commander said. I must have it. The Grand Commander fired an energy blast at Ichigo. Ichigo pointed Kazara's head at the incoming attack. Holy Retribution! Ichigo shouted as he fired his own energy blast. Both energy blasts collided with each other. They appear to be in a stalemate. Ichigo pointed Valiona's head at the blasts. Hellfire Retribution! Ichigo shouted as he fired another energy blast. Hellfire Retribution joined with Holy Retribution. These two attacks were able to overcome the stalemate, causing a massive explosion. Ichigo summoned his swords as he charged towards the Grand Commander. The Grand Commander's claws glowed black as she tried to slash Ichigo with his claws. Ichigo blocked the attack with Valiona's blade. Holy Strike! Ichigo shouted as he unleashed an energy slash with Kazara's blade, aiming for the Grand Commander's neck. The Grand Commander used one of her wings to block the attack. Raha! She used her other wing and slammed it down at Ichigo. Ichigo quickly moved away from her, avoiding the attack. Eat this! She yelled as she began firing multiple energy blasts. Ichigo flew in the air, dodging her attacks. Ichigo flew towards the Grand Commander. She fired more shots, trying to push Ichigo away. Ichigo either dodged the attacks or slashed them apart with his blades. Ichigo's blades began to glow as he prepared to attack the Grand Commander head-on. Seeing this, the Grand Commander glowed as she prepared to counterattack. At the last second, Ichigo Shuanpad behind her. Chaos Slash, Ichigo said as he fired a pair of energy slashes at the Grand Commander's back. Gah! She yelled as she was pushed forward. She stumbled to regain her balance. Chaos Slash, Ichigo said as he continued to fire more energy slashes at the Grand Commander's back. Rah! The Grand Commander yelled as she unleashed an energy blast all around her. Ichigo was forced back, allowing her an opportunity to recover. She took a look around the battlefield, seeing her other commanders unconscious and back in their human form. Ichigo pointed both Kazara and Valiona at the Grand Commander. You are finished, Ichigo said. The Grand Commander began to laugh. I still got one trick left. The Grand Commander said as she raised her hands. The unconscious bodies of the rest of Team Everse floated towards her. They began to transform into dark aura and entered her body. She's going to absorb them. Ichigo thought as she grew bigger and began to transform again. All the green that was on her body became metallic silver. Her left arm split into 3 new arms with a dragon head on each arm. Her right arm now looked more robotic with 4 cannon fingers. Her legs changed shape, looking similar to Latios/Latias. Her shoulder blades now sported 2 large metallic cannons with blue circles and were casually dangling. Her antlers moved down to the neck area and were surrounded by a crimson-red mane. She pointed her dragon arms at Ichigo and they fired their own energy blast. Ichigo jumped aside, avoiding the fire, ice, and lightning. Ichigo, Azrael said. She pointed her other arm at Ichigo and began rapid-firing energy blasts. Yes, Azrael? Ichigo asked as he continued to use Shuunpa to dodge her attacks. After careful study, we should be able to use Longinus to help purify the legendary Pokémon, Azrael said. Stop dodging! She yelled as she used the cannons on her shoulder blades to attack Ichigo. Looking at how big she is now, I don't think base-level purification is going to cut it, Ichigo replied as he continued to dodge her attacks. Best bet is Balance Breaker, Azrael replied. Ichigo suddenly Shuunpa'd up in the air, getting a momentary break from her assault. Ichigo sealed Bahamut and sent it back to his mindscape. Ichigo summoned Longinus. The Grand Commander fired another wave of energy blasts at Ichigo. Balance Breaker, Ichigo said. He was surrounded in holy light, which protected Ichigo from Grand Commander's attacks. The light died down, revealing Ichigo encased in shining platinum white armor with a chest piece that has a golden cross embedded in the middle of the chest and a coattail from the hips of his armor to his ankle. Ichigo's long orange hair is now golden and there is a golden halo above his head. On his back were 6 pairs of silver wings on his back. Longinus Azrael, envoy of Holy Requiem, Ichigo said. Die! The Grand Commander yelled as she attacked again. Ichigo blocked the attack, causing an explosion. I am the Lord thy God, Ichigo declared as he slammed the butt of Longinus on the ground, pushing all the dust away. A golden seal shot out surrounding them. The Grand Commander looked nervous as they stood inside the golden seal. Ichigo pointed Longinus at the Grand Commander. Thou shalt not take the name of the Lord thy God in vain. Golden chains shot out of the golden seal. They began to wrap around the Grand Commander. No! She yelled as she tried to rip the chains apart. She began attacking the chains with her energy blasts. To her horror, the chains were unaffected by her attacks. The chains continued to wrap around her. It took another minute before she was immobilized by the golden chains. For we ourselves were once foolish, disobedient, led astray, slaves to various passions and pleasures, passing our days in malice and envy, hated by others, and hating one another. Ichigo began to chant. Holy energy began to gather around them. The Grand Commander struggled harder against the chains. But when the goodness and loving kindness our Savior, God appeared. Suddenly a large golden cross descended from the sky and landed behind the Grand Commander. She struggled harder against the unbreakable chains. He saved us, not because of works done by us in righteousness, but according to his own mercy. Golden vines from the golden cross shot out and wrapped around the Grand Commander. She was pulled up and attached to the golden cross. By the washing of regeneration and renewal of the Holy Spirit. Golden stakes appeared around Ichigo. He pointed Longinus at the immobilized Grand Commander. The golden stakes soared and embedded themselves around the Grand Commander. Ra-ha-ha-ha! She screamed as black liquid began to leak out of the wound. Whom he poured out on us richly through Jesus Christ our Savior, so that being justified by his grace we might become heirs according to the hope of eternal life. The golden cross poured a massive amount of holy energy into the Grand Commander's corrupted body. Ra-ha-ha-ha-ha-ha-ha! She screamed as the holy energy began to burn away the dark aura in her. Ichigo watched as the commandment of purity slowly did its job against the Grand Commander. Slowly her body began to shrink. Ichigo saw black spirit orbs leaked out of her body. The golden chains adjusted its size to make sure the Grand Commander was still immobilized. Ichigo summoned the hell chains and had them trap the spirit orbs. Suddenly 3 Pokémon charged at Ichigo. Ichigo turned to see it was a shaman and the other 2 Pokémon the Grand Commander ordered to attack Ichigo earlier. Thou shalt not take the name of the Lord thy God in vain. Ichigo cast. Golden chains wrapped around the 3 corrupted Pokémon. They all struggled to break free from the chains. You should be able to purify them with the regular chant, Azrael said. Have mercy on me, O God, according to your steadfast love, according to your abundant mercy blot out my transgressions. Wash me thoroughly from my iniquity and cleanse me from my sin, and then concentrate your holy energy into purifying them. Ichigo chanted. The golden chains glowed as they poured their holy energy into the restrained Pokemon. All of them screamed in pain as the dark aura was slowly forced out. After a few minutes, all 3 Pokemon were unconscious. Below them was the purged dark aura giving off a putrid smell. Ichigo destroyed them with a ball of holy fire. Ichigo turned to see the Grand Commander was still restrained. All around her was the putrid smell of the concentrated dark aura. Ichigo made sure the holy fire also destroyed the dark aura around her. Once the area was cleared of dark aura, Ichigo found 16 white crystals on the ground. Ichigo picked up one and saw a sleeping Yveltal inside. Ichigo picked up the white crystals and placed them aside. Ichigo turned to the Grand Commander. Her face looked similar to Diantha but much appeared more mature. She turned to Ichigo. You could ve helped," she said. Her voice was much weaker than before. Ichigo shook his head. "I was sent here to stop you," Ichigo said. "I see," the Grand Commander said before she died. Ichigo could see her soul slip out of her body. Ichigo opened a gate of hell. Immediately all their souls were dragged into hell. Ichigo broke the white crystal, freeing the trapped legendaries. Suddenly Ichigo could feel a barrier descending around them, isolating them from the outside world. A portal opened as Arceus and Mew exited the portal. Mew waves to Ichigo before flying to Mutewo, who teleported back during the battle. "Hello Ichigo," Arceus said. "Hello Arceus," Ichigo replied. Arceus floated over to the unconscious legendaries and gently placed a hoof on Latias's head. Ichigo could sense a bit of energy flowing into Latias, helping her recover. Arceus continued to do this with the rest of the Pokemon. A few minutes later, all the legendaries woke up and started to recover. "Ichigo," Arceus began. All the Pokemon turned to Ichigo. "I want to say thank you for saving my world and my children." "No problem. I was just keeping with our agreement," Ichigo replied. "Indeed," Arceus replied. "With this mission concluded, you can return back to your world." "Wait. Did you tell me that I need to visit the Alola region?" Ichigo asked. "Originally yes," Arceus admitted. "But you see, Teamiverse accidentally resolved the issue I intended for you to deal with." "I see," Ichigo replied. "Wait. Did Lord Arceus say you're from another world?" Xerneas said. "Indeed," Arceus replied. "The original chosen one perished due to an accident at the beginning of his journey." "I see," Zygarde said. "Ichigo, can you please release your other legendary Pokemon?" "They're going to need to hear this," Arceus said. Ichigo silently released Moltres, Zapdos, Articuno, Lugia, Latios, Latias, Emerald, Amethysts, and Yami. "Greetings Lord Arceus," they all said to Arceus. "Greeting my children," Arceus replied. "If you didn't know, Ichigo is from another world and I am planning to send him back to his world." Arceus turned to the legendary Pokemon Ichigo had captured. "You have the option to go with him to his world if you desire it." "But what about our responsibilities?" Lugia asked. "I will have someone else assigned to take over your duties," Arceus said. "Does that also apply to us higher-tier legendary Pokemon?" Yveltal asked. "If you believe that is the best way to repay Ichigo," Arceus answered. "Wait. Repay?" Ichigo turned to his captured legendary Pokemon. "So you're saying that you allowed me to capture you to repay a debt for saving you?" "Not fully," Lugia said. "When you were able to defeat us on Shamuti Island, it reminded us that we still have much to learn." "I agree." Ichigo turned to Cresselia. "You were able to easily defeat us with your own Pokemon that you raised." "Lord Arceus." Latios chimed in. "Speak Latios." Arceus said. Is it possible to make a copy of us? Latios said. A clone? Mutwo interjected. No. A copy, Latios repeated. Explain, Arceus replied. Some of us joined Ichigo's journey to learn from him and his Pokemon. Latias nodded her head, agreeing with her brother. I want to continue to travel with you, but at the same time I want to spread Ichigo's teaching to my fellow cousins. Arceus turned to Lugia and the legendary birds. Is this the same with you four? Arceus asked. Indeed. Lugia nodded her head. I will agree with the creating the copies, but I will alter the memories of the copies. They will remember a slightly different conversation. They will remember me telling them the truth about Ichigo, and they will remember that they decided to remain here. They will not remember that they are copies. Arceus said. Soon all the legendary Pokemon wanted to be captured by Ichigo. Wait. Mutwo stood up and teleported away. He returned with what appeared to be a silver robotic bunny. It had a pair of long ears. The eyes were colorless. It has 2 short arms, a skirt-like sphere body, decorated with yellow lines, and 2 short legs. While Ichigo was busy, I went through the rest of the building and stumbled on her. Arceus floated toward the robotic bunny and placed a hoof on her forehead. The colors on her body began to flood back as she let out a yawn. Good morning, Magiarna. Arceus greeted. Good morning, Lord Arceus. She said. She turned to Mutwo. Thank you for rescuing me. She said. No problem, Mutwo replied. Soon Arceus created a copy of all the legendary Pokemon except for Mutwo, Emerald, Amethysts, Yami, Magiarna, and Diancie, who didn't want a copy created. Ichigo, Arceus said telepathically. I shall come to pick you and anyone who wishes to go with you to your world in a week. Okay, Ichigo replied. When you have a chance, have Yami take you to the Distortion World. Giratina wishes to speak with you before you leave. Okay, Ichigo said. Ichigo recalled his legendary Pokemon before Arceus teleported away, leaving Ichigo alone with the destroyed Elite Chateau. Ichigo Shuunpaied back to Lumiose City. Scene change, Lumiose Hotel. Ichigo sneaked inside the hotel and found the room where the Kalos Elite Four and the champion were in. I assume that Team Everse is dead, Diantha said upon seeing Ichigo. They are, Ichigo said. Since you are here, I assume you want to create a cover-up of some kind? She asked. You're not going to try and revive Team Everse, right? Ichigo asked. Diantha shook her head. There is no point, Malva said. We were created with no chance of us using aura. I will tell the champions the truth so they can keep an eye on you when I'm gone, Ichigo said. Sure, Michael said. So what's the cover story? Gabrielle asked. The story is that Team Everse were the ones who orchestrated the terrorist attack at Lumiose Gym. They also used the Elite Four challenge as an opportunity to attack the Elite Chateau. They used mind-controlled legendary Pokemon which caused Lord Arceus to attack the entire Elite Chateau, killing all that Team Everse members in the building. That works, Michael said. Especially since we all saw a large beam of light over there. Ichigo quickly informed the champions of the truth about what happened and the cover-up story that they're going to announce. Some of the champions were unhappy with the cover-up and agreed it was much better than having truth be revealed. With the cover-up done, Ichigo Shuunpaied away. Scene change. Geosenge Town. Ichigo returned to the secret motel room to see Sabrina, Naturia, and Raiden watching the news. Ichigo! Sabrina shouted as she ran over to Ichigo and hugged him. What happened there? Ichigo told them a mix between the official truth and the real truth. Raiden looked at Ichigo for a few seconds. He likely noticed I'm lying. Ichigo thought as he expected Raiden to comment about it, but to Ichigo's surprise, Raiden shrugged his shoulders. Looks like my job here is done, Raiden said as he stood up. Valis stood up behind him. You're leaving? Ichigo asked. Raiden nodded his head. Despite being over 300 years, I stayed away from the world. I only step in when it goes stupidly crazy. Like with Teamiverse? Ichigo asked. Partially. It's also because I have issues with them from the past. Raiden admitted. All right then, Ichigo said. Good luck on your journey. Same, Raiden replied before they left. So what's the plan now? Naturia asked. Shouldn't we ask you that? Ichigo asked. If you don't mind me, can I join you too on your journey? She asked. Why? Sabrina asked. Because both of you are strong. She admitted. Do you have any attachment left in this world? Ichigo asked. What? Naturia questioned. Sabrina turned to Ichigo. You're thinking of telling her the truth? She asked. I am. He turned to Naturia. I think it's best to sit down, Ichigo said. He told her the truth, omitting the fact that Pokemon existed as a game and anime in his world. I need a moment, Naturia said. Don't take too long. I am actually planning to leave soon. Ichigo said. What? Sabrina shouted. Ichigo nodded his head. I will need to arrange a few things. She said. We got a week, Ichigo replied. Give me a day to think about it, Naturia said. Ichigo nodded his head as they left. Ichigo sent out Yami. Take me to see Giratina. Okay, Yami said as the shadows rose up and swallowed Ichigo. Scene change, Distortion World. Ichigo exited out of the shadow, seeing the familiar Distortion World. It didn't take long before Giratina arrived. Hello, Ichigo. Giratina said. Hello, Giratina, Ichigo replied. It's time for me to give you my blessing. Giratina said. Giratina began to glow with energy. I, Giratina, the guardian of the distortion, and guardian of the dead, bestow Kurosaki Ichigo my blessing for the death quest. Giratina said. Ichigo could feel the power flow inside him. The blessings solidify into a medallion that appeared in his hand. Ichigo could feel Odin's, Osiris's, Anku's, Hades's / Pluto's, and Giratina's power from the medallion. What do I with this? Ichigo asked. I don't know. I would ask whoever allowed you to begin the death quest. Giratina answered. Thank you, Ichigo said as he sent the medallion into his mindscape. Please continue to take care of my child. Giratina said. I will, Ichigo said as he was swallowed up by the shadows again. Time skip, 1 week later. Ichigo, Sabrina, and Naturia were sitting around their motel room. Naturia decided she wanted to join Ichigo and Sabrina on their journey back. Naturia decided she wanted to become a Pokemon doctor and breeder. Ichigo and Sabrina used their remaining savings to order everything a Pokemon doctor and breeder would need. Diantha pulled some strings to ignore the usual checks for the medical equipment and vitamins. Ichigo, Naturia, and Sabrina told their Pokemon what was going to happen and gave them the option to remain in the Pokemon world or join them at Ichigo's world. It wasn't a surprise when all their Pokemon chose to remain with them. The only one who hesitated was Ichigo's newly caught Combi. Her concern was that there wouldn't be any Combi for her to make honey. Ichigo shunped to Route 4 where Combi tried her best to attract a few male Combis. Unfortunately for her, there was already a Vespiquen there and she was attacked by the Vespiquen. Ichigo's Combi glared at the Vespiquen. In her anger, she evolved into a Vespiquen and retaliated. In the end, both Vespiquens were tired and on the ground. Ichigo's Vespiquen was able to win over 10 male Combis, which Ichigo captured. Ichigo stopped at Lumio's Pokemon Center and healed his Vespiquen and his swarm of Combi. He scanned them all with his Pokédex. This Vespiquen is a female bug flying type, 3 foot 10 inches tall and has the Intimidate 12 ability. The current known moves are Sweet Scent, Gust, and Struggle Bug, Bug Bite, Slash, and Bug Buzz. Ichigo scanned his swarm of Combi. This Combi is a male bug flying type, 1 foot 1 inch tall, and has the Honey Gather ability. The current known moves are Sweet Scent, Gust, and Struggle Bug Bite. All 10 combis knew the same move and had the same ability. Ichigo sent each one out and placed a number sticker on them. "It's time," Ichigo said to Sabrina and Notoria. Both girls nodded their heads. Ichigo sent both girls and all the other equipment into the trainer. Ichigo adjusted the time to make it 1 second in the trainer equal to a year outside. "I should give him a proper goodbye before I leave," Ichigo thought as he shunpaied away. Scene change, Pallet Town. It took Ichigo less than 10 minutes to arrive at Pallet Town from Geosen's town. Ichigo walked over to Professor Oak's lab and knocked on the door. A few moments later, the door opened revealing Professor Oak. "Good morning, Professor," Ichigo greeted. "Ah. Ichigo, come on in." Professor Oak moved aside, allowing Ichigo to enter the lab. Ichigo and Professor Oak sat down in the kitchen. "What can I do for you?" "I just wanted to thank you for taking care of me." Ichigo took out a check and handed it to Professor Oak. Professor Oak took the check. His eyes widened before turning to Ichigo. "Ichigo, are you due to die?" he asked. "To those who don't know," Ichigo said. Ichigo told Professor Oak the truth about where he's from. "I knew your background was fake, but I decided not to question it," he admitted. "But I didn't expect that was the truth." "Sometimes the truth is stranger than the lie," Ichigo said. Professor Oak nodded his head. "True," he said. Ichigo stood up. "Good luck with your endeavors, Professor," Ichigo said. "You too, Ichigo," Professor Oak said. Ichigo walked out of the lab. "I'm ready," Ichigo said. Suddenly Ichigo was teleported away. Scene change, Arceus's private dimension. Ichigo appeared at a grassy field. "Ready?" Arceus asked. "I am," Ichigo said. "Then get on," Arceus said. Ichigo climbed on Arceus's back and they entered a portal. Chapter 72, Arc 14. Ichigo and Arceus floated through the void between universes. "How much longer till we reach my world?" Ichigo asked. We're not actually going to your world right now," Arceus admitted. "What?" Ichigo said. "Amaterasu asked me to help her drag her brother back to your universe," Arceus said. "Her brother?" "I think this was the uncle the former King of Souls was staying with," Kyoka theorized. "And I need to take him back because he's currently residing in a legendless world," Arceus said. "What is a legendless world?" Ichigo questioned. Arceus sighed. "Gods and goddesses require 3 things in order to exist. Those are a concept, legends, and worshippers." Arceus began. "The issue with this is that the god's personality is linked to the legends that the worshippers worship. This creates a situation where many gods are forbidden to do certain actions." "Like Zeus being loyal to Hera?" Ichigo guessed. "Good example," Arceus said. "Gods and goddess can enter these legendless worlds to be free from their legends." "Did Amaterasu say which brother am I looking for?" "It's Susanoo," Arceus said. "I see," Ichigo said. "Did Amaterasu say how am I getting back to my universe?" A small bag floated towards Ichigo. "She said that when you are ready, just open the bag." They soon stopped in front of a portal. "I can't proceed any further." "Thank you for the ride," Ichigo said as he shunpaied into the portal. "I forgot to mention to him that only divine powers could be used in these legendless worlds," Arceus thought before returning to the Pokemon universe. Scene change, legendless world. Ichigo appeared on a busy Japanese street. Ichigo closed his eyes and tried to sense him. Unfortunately for him, something intercepted him and broke it. "Looks like the old-fashioned method then," Ichigo said as he began to walk around the city. "Now where is Susanoo?" Suddenly a black car drove up and pulled over, blocking his path. 5 people exited the car. The first one was a young man with black hair and eyes. The second one was a beautiful young woman with blue eyes and straight lower back length blonde hair with a hint of red. The third one was also a beautiful, slender girl with long silver hair and blue eyes. The fourth one was also a beautiful girl with high-length light brown hair that is tied at the bottom by different colored ribbons, while two black-white cylinder clips are hanging on each shoulder-length hair strand with square bangs hanging over her forehead and brown eyes. The fifth is one beautiful young woman with long black hair and a princess cut and with red eyes. The second, third, and fifth girls all pulled out a weapon. The fifth girl has a copy of a divine weapon while the other two girls carry magic swords. Ichigo thought. "God-sama, I cannot determine his identity," the fourth girl said. "However, he is extraordinarily powerful. This heretic god must be slain, or his power will certainly be used to cause World War III to happen," she said in a nervous tone. Ichigo's eye twitched. Did the other gods go absolutely crazy on this world? Ichigo thought. For I am strongest among the strong. Truly, I am one that holds each and every victory. I care not whom challenges me, whether man or devil, I may face all my foes and all my enemies. Regardless, I shall crush all who stand in my way, Gato chanted. Ichigo could sense divine power radiating from him. This is actual divine power. But it feels forced. As if this power isn't his and he's forced it to work for him. Ichigo thought as the young man charged toward Ichigo and punched him. Ichigo countered with his own punch. The impact sent shockwaves throughout the area. Most of the ground was torn apart from the shockwave. The young man's eyes widened as he was sent flying back a few hundred meters. Do you really want to do this in the middle of the city? Ichigo asked as he saw everyone running away. You will lose, heretic god, the second girl said. I, Erika Blandelli, sworn knight of Kusanagi Gado, who is the seventh Campione, declare that this day will be your doom and that you shall not emerge from your legend to trouble humanity again, for fear of my lord's wrath, she declares imperiously. Ichigo sighed. So, the boy is Kusanagi Gado, and this girl is Erika Blandelli. Ichigo identified. I'm not here to cause any trouble, Ichigo said. I'm just looking for someone. Lies. Erika yelled before she charged toward Ichigo. Ichigo tries to summon Kokugitsu, but for some reason, it failed to come out of his mindscape. Ichigo shunpaied back to dodge her strike. What happened? Ichigo asked. I don't know, Zangetsu admitted. It felt as if something is preventing Kokugitsu from appearing in your hand. Maybe try one of your divine authorities since this Gado can use stolen divine authority, Yawatch suggested. Good idea. Ichigo thought as he dodged another of her attacks. Ichigo activated Script K, the Kataijita. I summon the Wrath of the Heavens, Bringer of Storms, Rage of the Earth, Stormbreaker. Ichigo chanted as Stormbreaker appeared in his hand. Ichigo shunpaied in front of Erika and swung Stormbreaker. The axe slammed into her gut, sending her flying. The fourth girl's eyes began to glow. Impossible. She said. What's wrong, Yuri? The third girl asked. Liliana-san, he draws upon the divine authority of Krios the Lord of the South, Oceanus the Titan of the Ocean, Zeus the King of the Sky, and Poseidon the God of the Sea all at the same time. She said. He's more dangerous than we thought, Liliana said as the sword in her hand morphed into a glowing blue ball. Aina shall join as well. The fifth girl said as she drew her sword. Be careful, Aina, Yuri said as Aina ran towards Ichigo. Liliana pointed her bow at Ichigo and began firing arrows at him. Ichigo saw the incoming arrows and smashed them with Stormbreaker. Aina used the opportunity to attack Ichigo. Ichigo slammed Stormbreaker on her side, pushing her back. Diacoristite split apart. Ichigo said. Stormbreaker glowed before splitting into two weapons. Ichigo held a tomahawk and a hammer with a hook on the other side. Both of them are about 2.5 feet tall. Ichigo threw the tomahawk at Liliana. She quickly grabbed Yuri and ran away from the incoming tomahawk. Ichigo used the hammer to attack Aina. She blocked the heavy attacks with her blade. Suddenly she jumped to the side, where a giant flaming boar slammed into Ichigo, knocking the hammer portion of Stormbreaker out of his hand. The giant flaming boar pushed Ichigo into a nearby building and continued its charge. Did that finish get him? Gato asked as he picked up both halves of Stormbreaker. I'm not sure, Yuri said. The girls regrouped with Gato. Gato tightly grabbed both halves of Stormbreaker. His hands glowed black as he tried to assert his will over Stormbreaker. Stormbreaker glowed navy blue as they resist Gato's will. Obey me! Gato yelled as his hands glowed brighter. To his surprise, Stormbreaker grew even brighter, continuing to resist Gato's will. Cracks began to form around Stormbreaker. Gato-sama! The girls shouted, attempting to warn him, but it was too late. Stormbreaker exploded. The dust settled to reveal Gato was holding onto 2 pieces of charred wood. How dare you! They all heard as a large amount of divine power suddenly descended. Erika, Liliana, Yuri, and Aina fell to their knees from the divine power. Gato struggled to remain standing as Ichigo Shuunpayed in front of them. His eyes transformed into their true form, a spiral galaxy. How dare you try to steal my power! Ichigo deactivated Script K, the Kataijida, Stormbringer, and activated Script T, the Teo, Sun. The fire began to surround Ichigo as he raised his hand. Let the world witness your rise. Let my allies feel your warmth. Let my foes feel your fury, aim no Murakumo no Tsurugi. Ichigo chanted. A pillar of fire shot up to the sky, engulfing Ichigo in the flames. The pillar of fire was slashed apart, revealing Ichigo holding a long nodachi with a silver blade and charred black edge. It has a simple circular tsuba. The handle was crimson, like the sun. Impossible, Yuri said as her eyes glowed. What is it, Yuri? Gato asked, trying to get any insight on Ichigo. He stopped drawing on Oceanus's, Zeus's, and Poseidon's divine authorities and is now drawing on the divine authority of Hyperion the Lord of the East, and Lady Amaterasu all at the same time. Her voice grew hysteric. We need that old man's help, Gato concluded. Aina, hand me Kusanagi no Tsurugi while you ask him for help. Right, Aina said as the Kusanagi no Tsurugi in her hands disappeared. It was here at this place that Susanoo led 1,000 unruly deities in rebellion. 1,000 swords standing upon the earth, used as city walls to defend against the enemies. Gato chanted. Kusanagi no Tsurugi appeared in his hand. All evildoers, tremble before my strength. Upon my mighty self, I shall bear the symbol of the raging camel. Gato charged toward Ichigo and began to attack him. Ichigo blocked all of Gato's strikes. Koken Nichibatsu, Black Flame Sunset, Ichigo said as he swung the sword downward, releasing a wave of black flames. Dodge them! Yuri shouted. Fear of the winged, both the evil and the powerful, all shall fear I who hold these feathered wings. My wings will bring you curses and just desserts. Gato quickly chanted, allowing him to barely dodge Koken Nichibatsu. The street beside them was hit by the black flames, slowly devouring the asphalt. Liliana fired a few more of her arrows at Ichigo. This time Ichigo didn't dodge them. The incoming arrows were incinerated by the invisible flames around Ichigo. Looks like you're bored of just watching, Ichigo said as he stabbed Aim no Murakumo no Tsurugi into the ground. Be born from the flames of life. Ichigo chanted. The ground began to shake as 2 small pillars of lava shot up and formed a humanoid shape. Ichigo pulled Aim no Murakumo no Tsurugi out of the ground. Deal with the girls. The lava golem's hands formed into swords before charging toward Erika and Liliana. Suddenly Ichigo blocked another attack from Gato, who used the opportunity to try a sneak attack, with his sword. Ichigo used the opening to punch Gato in the chest with his left hand, sending him flying. His flight was interrupted by someone catching him in their arms. Gato looked to see a hairy middle-aged man. Old man! Gato shouted. Susanoo descended to the battlefield. Kid, help the girls deal with the lava golems, Susanoo ordered. Okay old man, Gato said. Aina will help. The two joined with the other girls in dealing with the lava golem. Susanoo turned to Ichigo. Who are you, stranger? Susanoo asked. Isn't it rude to ask for someone else's name without introducing yourself? Ichigo asked. Susanoo chuckled. I am Susanoo no Makoto, the god of the sea, storms, fields, harvest, marriage, and love. Susanoo formally introduced. I am Yamamoto Shibakurosaki Ichigo. Ichigo said. Susanoo's eyes widen. Are you the one who received my brother's blessing? Susanoo asked. I am, Ichigo confirmed. What are you doing here? He asked. Your sister wants you to return to our world, Ichigo said. Susanoo groaned. Fine. Can you call off your golems? He asked. Ichigo glanced to see Erika, Liliana, and Aina were knocked unconscious while Gato struggled against the two lava golems. Not until I receive compensation for his actions. Susanoo groaned again. What did he do? Susanoo asked. He tried to take my own powers for his own and destroyed one of my weapons of authority, Ichigo said. Which one was it? Susanoo asked. Ichigo deactivated Script T, the Teo, Sun, but kept the golems active, and reactivated Script K, the Kataijida, Stormbringer. I will give you my sword to pay for his sins. Sure, but he still needs to apologize to me, Ichigo said. Fine, Susanoo said. Ichigo snapped his fingers. The lava golems stopped their attack and took a few steps back. What happened? Gato asked. Susanoo grabbed Gato's head and slammed him to the ground, making it appear that he was bowing to Ichigo's feet. The shockwave woke the girls up. Gato-sama! The girls shouted. Silence! Susanoo yelled. I'm trying to save your lives here. He turned to Gato. Now then, you are going to apologize to him and offer him the Kusanagi no Tsurugi as compensation for the damages you've done, Susanoo instructed. Susanoo-sama, who is this man? Yuri asked. I am Yamamoto Shibakurosaki Ichigo. Ichigo said. Yuri's eyes widen as she gasped. I can see who he really is. Yuri began. He was born a human with spiritual powers. He had awoken those powers. He has fought gods and demons alike. Unlike Gato-sama, he fully absorbed their power and authority and made it his own. She said. That's how he can use the powers of different gods, Erika said. He's essentially a campione but much stronger. Susanoo simplified. He let go of Gato's head, allowing him to get up. I, Kusanagi Gato, apologize to Yamamoto Shibakurosaki Ichigo for attempting to steal his divine authority. As compensation for my act, I willingly present you with the Kusanagi no Tsurugi. Gato said as he remained looking down and lifting the Kusanagi no Tsurugi up to Ichigo with both hands. Ichigo took Kusanagi no Tsurugi from Gato. I, Susanoo no Makoto, the god of the sea, storms, fields, harvest, marriage, and love, will gift Yamamoto Shibakurosaki Ichigo my Kusanagi no Tsurugi for him to use as he sees fit. Ichigo grabbed the Kusanagi no Tsurugi and activated Script K, the Kataijida, Stormbringer. Ichigo could feel the script touched with Kusanagi no Tsurugi. Both of them collided with each other, not able to function together. Ichigo, I think we need to rename the script, Yawatch observed. You're right, Ichigo said. Kataijida is Greek for Stormbringer, so we need a Japanese name for a Japanese weapon of authority. Ichigo reasoned. Your name will no longer be Script K, the Kataijida, Stormbringer, but you will now be called Script A. The Erashur Shokanshi, Storm Summoner, Ichigo said. Ichigo could feel the newly christened Script A, the Erashur Shokanshi and the Kusanagi no Tsurugi united fused. I summon the Wrath of the Heavens, Summoner of Clouds, Bringer of Rain, Rage of the Earth, Dragonslayer, Kusanagi no Tsurugi. Ichigo chanted. The Kusanagi no Tsurugi glowed in Ichigo's hand as it transformed. It's now a long nodachi with a silver blade with a light blue wave hamon. The tsuba is a golden color with a depiction of Yamada no Orochi engraved on it. The handle is a dark blue. Whoa, Gato said seeing what the Kusanagi no Tsurugi had transformed into. Ichigo turned off script A, the Arashir Shokanshi, and transformed his eyes back to his regular brown. Ichigo turned to Susanoo. Now is a good time to say goodbye, Ichigo said. Goodbye? Gadu asked. Yes, a goodbye, Ichigo said. I was sent here to take Susanoo back to my world. Grampy, are you really leaving? Aina asked. Tears began to form around her eyes. I am. He confirmed. Aina began to cry. Susanoo sighed as he comforted her. Soon Aina stopped crying. Gadu hugged her. All of you should use this match as a reminder that you are not the strongest yet. You should continue to grow stronger. He turned to Ichigo. I'm ready. Ichigo summoned the bag Arceus gave him and opened it. 10 talismans shot out of the bag and positioned themselves in a circle. A portal opened in front of them. With that, Ichigo and Susanoo entered the portal. Scene change, Ichigo's universe, Amaterasu's office. Amaterasu was sitting in her office when a nearby stack of talismans glowed and began to float. Right on time, she thought. The talismans flew away from her desk. The talismans positioned themselves in a circle before a portal opened in front of her. Ichigo and Susanoo stepped out of the portal. Hello sister, Susanoo said. Hello brother, Amaterasu replied. I will talk with you after Ichigo, she said. Susanoo shrugged his shoulder and walked out of her office. She turned back to Ichigo. They both sat down in her office. How was your experience in the Pokemon world? She asked as she poured a cup of tea for Ichigo and herself. It was pretty relaxing, Ichigo admitted as he took a sip of tea. That's good to hear, Amaterasu replied. How was their world different from the game? She asked. Ichigo began to tell the differences between the anime and game and what Ichigo experienced in the Pokemon universe. Suddenly Ichigo. Something was wrong. Help! Ichigo stopped mid-sentence. Ichigo? Amaterasu questioned, seeing Ichigo's behavior. Ichigo ignored her as stood up. He tore a Garganta and jumped into it. Amaterasu sighed as she watched the Garganta close in front of her. Sorry, Ichigo. Even with all this time to prepare, I still couldn't tell you. Scene change, A-rank dungeon, Goblin Kingdom. A group of 7 people was stuck in a forest. Right now, this group of 7 was fighting for their lives against an army of goblins. When I get out of here, whoever was the one who misidentified this dungeon is going to get their ass beaten, the leader thought. She was a tall and well-toned woman with short and dark hair, which was kept spiked out at the sides. She was dressed in light armor, giving her a lot of mobility, and armed with a pair of knuckle duster knives. She was punching or stabbing the incoming goblins. She glanced to the left to see how the rest of her team was doing. The girl nearest to her was a young woman. She was a tall fair-skinned girl with knee-length orange hair that has bangs swept to the right side, green eyes, and full pink lips. She has pronounced fangs in her mouth. She was dressed in light armor and was attacking the goblins with a sword made of blood. Beside her was another young girl with large amber eyes and purple hair tied with a red ribbon to it. She was dressed in similar light armor. In her hands was a monk's spade. Behind both girls was another young woman with golden, blonde hair tied in a ponytail and matching eyes. She also has 9 golden fox tails and matching ears. She was firing different spells at the incoming horde. She glanced to the right side. She could see a man with medium-long shaggy brown hair and brown eyes attacking hordes of goblins with a pair of daggers. In the distance, she spotted a man with short black hair and green eyes firing spells at the goblins from his staff. Both men were dressed in light armor. Tatsuki, do you see an end to this army? The man with the pair of daggers yelled. For the last time, Kigo, no. Tatsuki replied. The man firing spells chucked, seeing the familiar interactions with them. Suddenly they could hear a loud roar. All the goblins turned in the direction of the roar and ran towards it. Arisawa-san, why did the goblins retreat? The golden-haired young woman asked. I'm not sure, Kuno-sama. Tatsuki replied. We should use this time to escape and recover. The magic-using man said. Mizuiro's right, Kigo said. Arisawa-san, hobgoblins are coming. Kuno warned. Elizabeth-chan, Sena-chan, and Kuna-sama get to the front. Kigo and I will take the rear guard. Tatsuki ordered. Black fog. Mizuiro cast. The surrounding area was covered in black smoke, hiding their escape from the hobgoblins. They ran for 20 minutes. They found a cave to rest in. How is everyone doing? Tatsuki asked. Tired and exhausted, Elizabeth said. Everyone else nodded their heads, agreeing with Elizabeth. Everyone had a quick snack while keeping an eye out for any goblins or hobgoblins. If we're just struggling with the weak monsters, how can we deal with the boss? Kigo whispered to Mizuiro. Mizuiro whacked him in the head. Everyone can hear you. Even if you whisper. Mizuiro said. Oh, Kigo said as he realized everyone else was looking at him. Sorry. He said. Ignore that idiot, Tatsuki said. But he does bring an important point, Elizabeth said. If we are struggling right now, how can we return home? She asked. Tatsuki flicked Elizabeth on the forehead. Ow! She cried out in pain. There is no point worrying about that. She said. What is important now is for us to push forward. You're right, Elizabeth said. Suddenly they heard a loud roar. Tatsuki looked out to see another goblin, much larger and more armored than the hobgoblin, yelling. Oh no! She said. What happened? Kigo asked. We're surrounded, Tatsuki said. How? Kigo asked. They must have formed a perimeter around the area and only revealed themselves once the goblin commander gave them the signal. Tatsuki theorized. The goblin commander pointed at the cave. A group of hobgoblins charged towards the cave opening. Now what? Kuno asked. Before anyone could reply, the Kuno and Mizuiro cover our backs. Tatsuki yelled. Elizabeth, Sena, Tatsuki, and Kigo attacked the first wave. To their horror, the hobgoblins grabbed the goblins and threw them over their heads toward Kuno and Mizuiro. Fireball. Mizuiro cast. Balls of fire shot out of Mizuiro's staff. The fireballs killed the incoming goblins. Kuna cast as many buffs as she could. More goblins were thrown toward them. Mizuiro continued to cast fireballs at them. We're not getting anywhere. Elizabeth shouted as she killed another hobgoblin. That hobgoblin commander is smart, using the goblins and hobgoblins to weaken us, Tatsuki said. Should we try to move up? Kigo asked. We can't, Tatsuki said. The moment there is a gap, the goblins will exploit it, either separating us from the rear or have the goblins attack us from the rear. Rah! The hobgoblin commander yelled as he charged toward them, drawing his weapon. The hobgoblin commander was forced to scatter to dodge the strike. The hobgoblin commander turned to Tatsuki and attacked her. Tatsuki! Kigo yelled as he charged in to assist Tatsuki. Suddenly a group of hobgoblins intercepted him. Damn it! The hobgoblin commander diagonally swung his large sword at her. Tatsuki was forced to dodge all the hobgoblin commander's attacks. The hobgoblin commander continued to swing his sword side to side. Tatsuki continued to dodge his attack. The hobgoblin commander swung downward with his large sword. Tatsuki prepared to dodge the incoming attack. At the last second, the hobgoblin commander let go of his sword and grabbed one of Tatsuki's arms. Tatsuki was surprised that the hobgoblin commander changed tactics. He swung her into a wall. Gah! She yelled in pain. The force caused her knuckle dusters to slip out of her hands. Get away from her! Kuna shouted as she threw a few talismans toward the hobgoblin commander. The talismans glowed as they transformed into small foxes that were made of fire. The hobgoblin commander swung Tatsuki's body at the flames, using her as a shield. Ah. She screamed in pain. The hobgoblin commander threw Tatsuki's body at Kunu and Mizuiro. Mizuiro caught Tatsuki and began to heal her injuries. The hobgoblin commander used the opportunity to grab his sword and charged toward them. Kunu threw a few more talismans in the air. The talismans glowed and formed a dome barrier around them. The hobgoblin commander's sword slammed into the barrier, but it remained standing. Rah! The hobgoblin commander yelled. On the hobgoblin commander was a metal bracelet with a few gemstones. They began to glow. All the goblins and hobgoblins in the cave glowed with energy. Their attacks became faster and stronger. The hobgoblin commander also glowed as he resumed his assault on Kunu's barrier. Gore, Kunu growled as she continued to pour her energy into the barrier. The goblin and hobgoblins prevented Elizabeth, Senna, and Kigo from assisting Kunu. The hobgoblin commander continued his attack. Suddenly they heard a small crack. Kunu and Mizuiro looked and noticed a small crack appeared. Oh no! They thought. The hobgoblin commander grinned as he resumed his attacks. Kunu poured more energy into the barrier, trying to keep it up. Elizabeth, Senna, and Kigo tried to break free from the waves of goblins and hobgoblins to assist Kunu. Death! The hobgoblin commander yelled as he swung his sword down again, this time breaking Kunu's barrier. Kunu quickly threw her talismans at the hobgoblin commander. The talismans transformed into firefoxes. The hobgoblin commander sliced the fox-shaped fireballs with his sword. He raised the sword and slashed down at Kunu. Help! Kunu shouted as she closed her eyes and braced for the attack. She heard a slight thud in front of her. She opened her eyes and gasped. In front of her was a young man with long orange hair that went down to his back. He was dressed in casual clothes and didn't have any weapons on him. He caught the hobgoblin commander's large sword in between his fingers. "PP Papa?" Kunu nervously said, hoping this was real and not an illusion. The man turned to Kunu. She recognized the kind chocolate brown eyes looking at her. "Papa!" Kunu shouted. She wasn't alone in her shock. Everyone, human and goblin, were staring at them. Is that Ichigo? Why is his hair so long? Kigo asked, trying to make sure that he wasn't going crazy. Ichigo glanced at everyone in the cave. I'm not going crazy, right? I remember when I left, Elizabeth, Kunu, and Senna were 6 years old. Now they look like they're 16. Not only that, Tatsuki kind of looks like her mother. Ichigo noticed. I believe we were sent to the future, maybe a decade into the future. Kyoka theorized. Ichigo took a calm breath before he turned to his friends and family. Kigo. Tatsuki. Mizuiro. Elizabeth. Kunu. Senna. Ichigo said. Everyone, stay where you are. What do you mean? Kigo said. I will take it from here, Ichigo said. But Ichigo interrupted Kigo by breaking the hobgoblin commander's sword with a twist of his wrist. Ichigo turned to them and glared at the invaders. Run, Ichigo ordered with an intimidating glare. The hobgoblin commander and his army quickly ran away. Ichigo remained there until they all disappeared into the forest. Ichigo waved his hand, applying various Kido and magic protections around the cave. Ichigo walked back to the group of 6. Mizuiro, let me see Tatsuki. Ichigo said as he transfigured a nearby rock into a firm mattress. Okay, Mizuiro said as he gently placed Tatsuki on the mattress. Ichigo began casting medial Kido and spells on her. In a few minutes, Tatsuki opened her eyes and saw Ichigo. Am I dreaming? She asked. You're not dead, Tatsuki, Ichigo replied. Tatsuki slowly sat up from the mattress. Since the girls look like my age, I assume I was missing for a decade? You did, Elizabeth replied. I see. Ichigo said. You're taking this much calmer than we thought, Kigo said. Oh no. I've fucking pissed off. Ichigo corrected him. But I know when to vent my anger, and right now it's not the time. But I know something you can vent your anger to, Elizabeth said. Those monsters? Ichigo asked. Correct, Tatsuki said. You remember those old MMO games we played in high school? Kigo asked. I do, Ichigo replied. This is similar to those party quests we did, Kigo explained. Okay. So, I assume we need to kill all those monsters that I scared off? Ichigo asked. Those monsters were goblins and hobgoblins, with the big one called a hobgoblin commander. Tatsuki corrected. And to escape, we need to kill the boss. That seems easy, Ichigo said. Do we need to retrieve something from the goblins? Ichigo asked. Thanks for the reminder, Kigo said as he began to dissect the corpse in the cave. Some of them have these mana crystals in their bodies. We can sell the mana crystals, he said as he pulled a mana crystal out. Ichigo took the mana crystal from Kigo. I see, Ichigo said. Accio mana crystals, Ichigo said, making sure to keep the spell low-powered and limited the range to only the corpses in the cave. 10 goblin corpses moved towards Ichigo. Ichigo placed them in front of Kigo. These should have the mana crystal. Kigo quickly dissected the corpse and did find mana crystals in them. How should we split the mana crystals? Kigo asked. We can deal with it after, Ichigo said. Everyone ready to move? We're moving now? Senna asked. Don't worry, I will deal with them, Ichigo said as he summoned Kokugitsu and placed it on his waist. Everyone got up and left the cave. Ichigo quickly found the locations of everyone in the area and led the team towards the goblin castle. As they traversed through the forest, any goblin or hobgoblin Ichigo encountered were instantly decapitated. Everyone else took care of retrieving the mana crystal from them. After 30 minutes, they arrived on the outskirts of the goblin castle. The castle appeared like a typical stone castle, including a moat and drawbridge. They walked towards the castle. Immediately, arrows began to rain down towards them. Ichigo raised his hand as a wall made of wind appeared in front of them, blocking all the arrows. Ichigo flicked his wrist, sending the arrows back to the archers. Everyone could hear the goblin archers' cries of pain. They walked towards the moat. Ichigo stomped his foot on the ground and punched in front of him. The ground shook as a ground stake shot out of the ground. It continued to grow as it pierced the wooden door. Ichigo opened his fist. The ground stake bloomed, forming stone hooks. Ichigo took a step back and retracted his fist. The ground stake returned to Ichigo, forcefully pulling the wooden drawbridge down to them. They casually crossed the moat. Goblins and hobgoblins charged toward them. Ichigo swung Kokugitsu at the incoming horde. A concentrated air blade soared towards the horde and instantly decapitated them. The hobgoblin commander, from early, ran out towards them with another greatsword. Ichigo casually blocked the greatsword with his own swing from Kokugitsu. The greatsword split apart from where Kokugitsu met the greatsword. The hobgoblin commander was shocked as he stared at his broken greatsword. He didn't notice Ichigo attacked him until he realized his head was already falling off. They entered the goblin castle. Ichigo continued to massacre all the goblins, hobgoblins, and other hobgoblin commanders they saw. They soon arrived at the throne room. Ichigo kicked the door, breaking them off its door hinges. They spotted a hobgoblin sitting on a throne. This hobgoblin was bigger than the hobgoblin commanders they saw. Most of his body was covered in armor except for his face, hands, and feet. On top of his head was a golden crown. So, this is the Hobgoblin King, Ichigo guessed as the Hobgoblin King stood up from his throne and pulled out a large halberd, which lay beside the throne. Die, human! The Hobgoblin King roared as he charged toward Ichigo. Ichigo drew Kokugitsu and waited. When Ichigo was within the Hobgoblin King's range, he swung his halberd down. Ichigo shunpei'd in front of the Hobgoblin King and stabbed him in the head, piercing through his skull and brain. Ichigo twisted his hand and swung out, cutting out the Hobgoblin King's head. The Hobgoblin King's dead body collapsed on the ground. Blood continued to ooze out of his slashed head. Ichigo swung Kokogutsu, flinging the blood off the blade, before sheathing it. A portal appeared in front of them. "So, this is the exit to this dungeon?" Ichigo asked. "It is," Tatsuki said as Kigo harvested the mana crystal from the Hobgoblin King. He also took off the Hobgoblin King's armor and halberd. "About the price?" "Don't worry about it," Ichigo said. Soon everyone was ready to leave the portal. Scene change, Naruto City. In the Japanese night sky, a portion of the Kobara district area had been sectioned off. A group of 4 people was standing in front of a red dungeon. "How long have they been in?" one of the people asked. She was a beautiful woman with a voluptuous body, white skin, blue-green eyes, and long crimson-red hair. "They've entered about 2 hours ago, Bucho," the second person replied. He was a handsome-toned man with short spiky brown hair, 2 short locks of hair behind his head, and light brown eyes. They looked to see 2 women staring at the red dungeon. The first one is a beautiful fair-skinned woman with long pink hair that she ties in a black ribbon and green eyes. She was dressed in a suit. The second one is also a woman with a voluptuous figure and very long blonde hair with matching eyes. Her hair is tied in a loose ponytail, reaching all the way down to her legs. She was dressed in a traditional Miko outfit with a white coat held closed by a red ribbon. The dungeon color shifted. The dungeon opened. All 3 women shouted, "Someone is coming out," the man said. Slowly everyone exited the portal. "Ka-san!" Kuna shouted as she ran to her mother. "Auntie!" Elizabeth shouted as she ran to her mother. Everyone noticed that the 6 people who entered the A-rank dungeon looked fine. "What happened in there?" Akasha and Yasaka asked. "I can answer that." Everyone looked to see Ichigo exiting the dungeon. "It's been a while." Suddenly Ichigo was tackled. Luckily Ichigo was able to keep his balance, or he would have fallen into the dungeon. Ichigo could see it was Akasha and Yasaka. Is it really you?" Akasha asked. "It smells like him," Yasaka said. "It is the real me," Ichigo replied through the peerage link. Ichigo had to quickly shut the connect when he was suddenly bombarded by everyone else in the peerage link. Ichigo waited for a minute before opening the connection again. "We can have a meeting at the estate to catch up on what happened while I was gone," Ichigo said. "Okay, let's go back," Ichigo said. "Yes, Ichigo," both women said. Suddenly a large heavy-duty limousine arrived in front of them. A maid walked out of the driver's side. "Welcome back, Ichigo-sama," the maid said as she bowed to Ichigo. "Thank you, Sakuya," Ichigo replied. Yasaka, Konu, Akasha, Elizabeth, Senna, and Ichigo began to enter the limo. "Don't they need to stay here while Guild Master Gremory and Vice Guild Master Hayadu need to write the report?" Tatsuki asked, remembering the procedure to document anything unusual that happened in the dungeon. "Do you really need us for that, Rias?" Ichigo casually asked. "No, I don't, Ichigo-sensei," Rias replied with a chuckle. "Nice to have you back, Ichigo-sensei," Issei replied. "Same thought, I thought you would have proposed to Rias by now." Ichigo teased. Issei nervously chuckled as Rias blushed in embarrassment. Ichigo? How do you know the Guildmaster of Crimson Rose, Golden Sun, and DXD? Tatsuki asked. Kigo and Mizuero also nodded their heads, wondering about the same thing. Connections. Ichigo vaguely replied before Sakuya closed the limo door. She took her seat in the driver's seat and drove away. Scene change, Ichigo's pocket dimension. They eventually arrived outside Ichigo's estate. Ichigo could see that the estate has expanded in the last decade. The limo stopped and Sakuya opened the door. Ichigo stepped out on a red carpet. "Welcome back, Ichigo-sama." All the maids shouted as they bowed to Ichigo. Ichigo spotted Damison, in a tailored suit, also bowing in the distance. "Good to be back, everyone," Ichigo said. "Thank you for taking care of the estate in my absence. All of you did a wonderful job." Ichigo and everyone quickly entered the estate. Ichigo was escorted to the throne room. Ichigo could see the walls are lined with statues of himself. Each statue depicted Ichigo using one of his many zanpakutos or his symbol of authority. In the middle of the room was a single throne. It was a metallic black chair with crimson leather. His entire peerage, all his servants, and the homunculus technicians were already in the room, taking a knee in front of the throne. Ichigo walked down the aisle and sat on the throne. He could feel himself being connected to the entire estate. Suddenly he felt a rush of divine energy flowing into him. He could feel his divine authorities growing stronger. Ichigo noticed the statue depicting him using Stormbreaker morphed into him wielding Kusanagi no Tsurugi while riding on top of Yamata no Orochi. "Rise," Ichigo commanded. Everyone stood up, allowing Ichigo to take a good look at everyone. Ichigo noticed that Yuzu and Karen grew up to be beautiful young women. Kuno, Elizabeth, Senna, Sikvera, and all 6 of his Azura Machina mechanic were in attendance. Ichigo also noticed Ophis wasn't there. "For those who weren't aware where I was in the Pokemon universe," Ichigo said. Ichigo could see many people were shocked by what Ichigo said. Ichigo cast a few spatial expansion charms in the throne room, allowing all his Pokemon to fit in the room with his peerage. Ichigo released all his Pokemon. "My Pokemon, welcome to my universe," Ichigo said. "Give me another moment before you interact with everyone." Everyone nodded their head. "I also wish to welcome 2 new people that returned with me." Ichigo released Sabrina and Notoria. "This is former gym leader Sabrina and former princess of Team Plasma Notoria Harmonia Gropius." Ichigo introduced. "All of you can interact with each other, while I need to go and talk with someone," Ichigo said as he sat up from his throne. He ripped open a golden garganta and left. Scene change, Amaterasu's office. "That idiot caused me so many problems when he took my son to that stupid legendless world." Amaterasu thought as she watched Susanoo leave her office. A golden garganta opened in her office. Time to face the music. She thought as Ichigo entered her office. "Hello, Ichigo," she said. "Why?" Ichigo asked. Black and red Ryatsu began to flow out of his body. Amaterasu sighed. "It was for the greater good," she replied. "Greater good?" Ichigo repeated. The black and red Ryatsu solidified, forming the Jigaku no Yoroi. Greater good. Ichigo's armed fist slammed onto the office table, splitting it into 2. The skulls on the armor glowed with black flames, responding to Ichigo's rage. "You lied to me." Black flames flowed out of the skulls as if they are crying. "You abused the trust one gave you." The black flames began to destroy the office. "I know," Amaterasu said as she stood up and looked Ichigo in the eyes. "And I would do it again if I felt it was necessary." Ichigo swung his fist, punching Amaterasu in the cheek. The unexpected blow caused her to fall. Amaterasu's eyes widened as her hand touched her face. She could feel her face stung from the punch. "What gives you the right to do that?" Ichigo yelled, staring at her. Amaterasu stood up, her left hand holding her bruised cheek. "I did what I had to do for my children," she said as he used her energy to form a barrier around them, preventing the hellfire flowing from destroying more of her office. "Am I not one of your children?" Ichigo questioned. "You are," Amaterasu admitted. "But I can't favor one and neglect the others." "So, this is now a numbers game?" Ichigo questioned. "It's not a simple numbers game," Amaterasu yelled. "I know you, Ichigo. I know that the moment you knew danger was coming you would charge at it headfirst and confront it." "Of course. That is who I am," Ichigo replied. "You might be able to stop tens or even hundreds of enemies. But what about thousands? 10,000? Even 1,000,000? Do you think you can defeat them all?" She screamed. She fearlessly walked towards Ichigo, ignoring the hellfire that began to burn her. "And if you end up winning or at worst survive the battle, Do you think your family is strong enough to defend themselves without you there? Amaterasu stood in front of Ichigo, staring at him. What about everyone else? Do you think they are capable of surviving? She asked. Ichigo looked away, breaking eye contact with her. Was me being the strongest hurting them? Ichigo asked as the hellfire stopped flowing. Amaterasu gave him a sad smile. You were, in a way. Amaterasu blatantly answered. You not being here forced everyone to fight for themselves. Their mentality changed. Instead of them chasing an impossible goal, they now have a realistic goal. This is the best fuel for them to grow stronger. She said. Ichigo cracked a smile as he calmed down. The hellfire began to disappear. It's impressive to see how strong Elizabeth, Kono, and Senna have become, Ichigo said as he remembered how weak they were before he left. We knew that in the end, you would return victorious against the impending conflict, but we weren't sure about everyone else. She said. Ichigo sent the Jigaku no Yoroi back to his mindscape. Ichigo looked at Amaterasu. He could no longer see Amaterasu, the goddess of the sun and the universe. Instead, he could see Amaterasu, the stressed, tired, and worried mother. Amaterasu snapped her fingers. The office returned to normal. With the addition of a golden pensive in front of Ichigo. Inside this pensive is some important memories I need you to watch. Okay then, Ichigo said as he placed his head inside the pensive. Scene change, Amaterasu's memories. Amaterasu sat down in a chair. Beside her were Zeus, Jupiter, Odin, Hela, Anku, Morrigan, Zexal, Seraphol, Jesus, Michael, Azrael, Ophis, and Great Red. Sorry, I'm late. Someone said as they came in. It appeared to be a very muscular, blue-skinned man with 4 arms and 5 golden eyes, with only 3 of them open. He has indigo skin and black messy hair. He wore a golden bandana and baggy golden trousers with a blue sash. Also, he has blue tattoos on his wrists and fingers. The meeting hasn't started yet, Shiva, Zeus replied. Great, Shiva replied as he sat down. Anyone has any idea who called us here? Shiva asked. Suddenly a woman about his height entered. She has short blue hair with green spots. She has brown eyes and is dressed in a white blouse with a black tie with white dots on it. She also has matching black pants, stockings, and high heels. 1. Sorry, I'm late. She said as she sat down at the head of the table. Who are you? Zexal asked, not recognizing who she was. I forgot I am not connected with your mythos. She said. I am the physical manifestation of Earth. For now, call me Earth. She stared at Zeus, Jupiter, Odin, Hela, Anku, and Morrigan. Do not mention my other names here. Yes, Lady Earth. They all replied. Earth nodded her head. With that cleared up, let's begin this meeting, Earth said. Everyone nodded their heads. The reason I called for this meeting is that we will be invaded by the 7 overlords. Immediately everyone except for Zexal and Seraphol started swearing in their native tongue. Silence. Everyone quieted down. Who are these 7 overlords? Zexal asked. I forgot you weren't a member of the Starstreams, Michael said. Starstream? Zexal looked confused. Allow me to explain, Earth interjected. Everyone, except for you and Seraphol, are beings I poured my energy into creating, Earth said. Wait, don't each of your myths have an origin story? Seraphol asked. She had to know all the different myths due to her job. Let me ask you a simple question. If every religion has a creator god, then who is the one who this planet and all the life around it? Earth asked. Seraphol's eyes widened. That means you created all the gods and goddesses here? Not fully correct, Earth said. The people created the legends of the gods and goddess, and I used my power to create them. They continue to exist with the power of their followers. Earth said. How does this relate to the Starstreams? Zexal asked. The Starstream is a streaming platform that spans all across the multiverse, Earth said. Anyone who accumulates enough legends can be awarded a spot in the star stream. Those who are awarded a spot are called constellation, and those can be broken down into 3 different tiers: historical grade, legendary grade, and finally mythical grade. Many gods start around the historical grade constellation. What grade are these 7 overlords? Zexal asked. They are at least legendary grade constellation, Amaterasu answered. The producers of content for the star streams are called Dakibis, Earth said. The Dakibis in charge of the 7 overlords act like their agents that hunt down worlds for them to invade to create content for the star stream. Can't we turn them down? Zexal asked. Earth shook her head. The 7 overlords will invade regardless if there is an agreement in place. In fact, the agreement is leaned towards us in order for us to have a fighting chance. Earth pulled out a contract. This is the initial contract that the Dakibis present to the world. She created a copy of the contract for everyone to see. The 7 Overlord Invasion Contract. The 7 Overlords and their united invasion forces will be known as invaders in this contract. Earth and her defending force will be known as defenders. First, no conceptual beings are allowed to intervene during the duration of the invasion directly or indirectly. Second, no conceptual beings are allowed to be on the planet during the duration of the invasion. Third, constellations are not allowed to directly intervene during the duration of the invasion, unless they are powered down to less than 20% of their strength. Fourth, the invaders will use pocket dimensions called dungeons to station their forces, and the defenders can enter these dungeons. The invaders will designate someone as the boss, and the defenders will need to kill the boss in order to conquer the dungeons. Fifth, if the boss is not defeated in a predetermined time, then the invaders stationed in that dungeon are allowed to cross over to the defender's planet and attack. Sixth, after a predetermined time, the dungeon will be reset, and the boss needs to be killed again. Seventh, the entrance to these dungeons will be located in a place where it is accessible to defenders. Eighth, there will be a set limit of participants and power levels for each dungeon for both invaders and defenders, which will be set by the Dakibis. Ninth, at the start of the invasion, all beings on the planet will become members of the defenders. 10th, in a dungeon, defenders and invaders will have their name and the name of any abilities used in the dungeons to all viewers of the Starstream, but no one constellations can inform the 7 overlords or the constellations affiliated with the defenders. 11th, players are not allowed to use the dungeon to invade the 7 overlords' territory. 12th, the invaders must begin the invasion with invader with a low power level, but over time, stronger invaders will be allowed to participate. This is it? Zexal asked. The basics, Earth said. Now we can discuss other clauses we can add. How long will this invasion last? Jesus asked. I want it to last at least a decade, Amaterasu said. Everyone looked confused. Why? Odin asked. 2 reasons. Amaterasu raised one finger. We can use this opportunity for yokai and other magical beings to reveal themselves to the powerless humans, Amaterasu said. Wouldn't the powerless humans use the yokai and other magical beings to deal with the dungeons while they stay safe? Zexal asked. That leads to my second point. Amaterasu raised a second finger. At the beginning of the invasion, the Dakibis will only allow weak monsters to be in the dungeon. We can use this opportunity to train our humans for the future. Future? Seraphal asked. The 7 overlords never lost in an invasion, so they would pull all the tricks to make sure they maintain their winning streak. Even if we win, other Dakibis may want to put our world against theirs. Earth realized what Amaterasu was going for. Exactly, Amaterasu replied. What is stopping them from attacking us after the contract is over? Azrael interjected. I want to have people that are not bound by the player clause to assist in defending the Earth when it's near the end, Earth said. But gods and goddesses can't participate in the invasion, Zeus said. But you still have subordinates that are not gods or goddesses, Earth said. Based on the wording of the contract, if you sever the connection from your dimension to Earth, then all your subordinates in your dimension should be safe from the player clause. Very well, we will begin to pull our subordinates out of Earth, Zeus said. What about our half-blood children? Jupiter asked. They would be allowed to participate since they only have a fraction of your power, Earth said. That sounds like we got a plan to defend us, but are we planning to attack them? Zexal asked. If we were to do that, then we need someone that is purely human, Earth said. Like Ichigo? Jesus asked. Yamamoto Shiba Kurosaki Ichigo would be someone that is likely capable of killing the 7 overlords, Earth admitted. But then we need to force him to hide for a decade, and that is something he wouldn't do, Zexal said. I actually have a method, Amaterasu said. I am going to have him help Arceus out with something. I can ask Arceus to adjust the time dilation to be 10:1 instead of a 1.2:1. That would require you to lie and trick Ichigo. That is a line that I don't wish to cross. Jesus said. I know, and I will suffer for my sins, Amaterasu admitted. But the sins against the many outweighs the sins against him. Then we will have a vote if we wish to do that to Yamamoto Shiba Kurosaki Ichigo, Earth said. Raise your hand if you wish to follow Amaterasu's plan. Zeus, Jupiter, Odin, Michael, Azrael, Zexal, Seraphol, Shiva, and Amaterasu raised their hand. Hela, Jesus, Anku, Morrigan, Ophis, and Great Red kept their hand down. With a vote of 9-6, we will follow Amaterasu's plan. Earth declared. Does anyone else believe that they should join the offensive force? Zexal is the strongest devil that isn't a constellation, Seraphol said. I wouldn't be surprised if Zexal and Ajuka ascend to constellation status once the star stream focuses on them, Michael said. Azrael nodded his head. That makes sense since the original Lucifer and Beelzebub are powerful constellations, Azrael said. You are saying as if the original Lucifer and Beelzebub are still around. Seraphol pointed out. As long as their legend exists, the original Lucifer and Beelzebub will still be around, Azrael said. Will we need to worry about them getting revenge for their dead selves? Zexal asked. Most likely no, Michael replied. In fact, you would gain a story related to you killing the original Lucifer and Beelzebub, making it easier for you to kill them. Does anyone else have any candidates? Earth asked. No one said anything. I will speak with the Dakibis about our terms, Earth said as she disappeared. None of your people invade India, Shiva warned. Zexal and Seraphol walked over to Amaterasu. Lady Amaterasu, Seraphol began. I assume you wish to retain control over your territories in Japan? She asked. We do, Seraphol said. I will allow your devils to control the area around Koa portion around the city. She said. That is fine, Seraphol said. Soon Earth returned. The Dakibis agreed to our additions to the contract. I have set the start of the invasion to be at midnight of the Japanese New Year. You should have a few months to arrange your affair. All of you will cut your connection at the start of New Year's Eve. Yes, Lady Earth. Everyone said as they left the meeting. Scene change, Amaterasu's office. Ichigo pulled his head out of Amaterasu's pensive. I may never forgive you for your logical actions, and I will definitely never forget what you did, Ichigo said. This is likely the last time we will work together. I know, Amaterasu said with a sad smile. But I do have something that I wish to offer to you, to begin to pay my sins. She placed a large scroll and a covered jar. What is this? Ichigo asked. The scroll contains a set of dojutsu that I've created and use for combat, Amaterasu explained. And what is the jar? Ichigo asked. The jar contained a pair of my eyes, Amaterasu explained. Your eyes? Ichigo questioned. It took a few years before they regenerated, Amaterasu said. Inside the scroll included a way for you to merge my eyes with yours, allowing you to use the dojutsu that I created. She said. This is from Zexal. She pulled out a bound notebook. This notebook was sealed that only you can open it. She said. Ichigo took the items from Amaterasu. Thank you, Ichigo replied. With our business done, Earth-sama wants to see you. She said. Amaterasu escorted Ichigo to another room where Earth was sitting down. Leave us, Earth said. As you wish, Amaterasu replied as she left them alone. Hello, Ichigo. Earth began. Hello, Earth-sama, Ichigo replied. I want to start this off with a warning. A warning? Yes, do not enter another dungeon, Earth warned. Is it because of the Dakibis? Ichigo asked. Correct, Earth said. The Dakibis is supposed to manage all the dungeons. The dungeon that your daughters entered acted up as they entered it. Luckily, I was able to petition them for causality adjustment. A causality adjustment? As you know, Dakibis can alter reality to a certain extent. If everyone in that dungeon were killed, the Dakibis will alter it where they are knocked unconscious. The Dakibis also disabled the recording of the dungeon attempt, so no one was aware of your sudden entrance. Earth said. I see. Ichigo said. Since you are aware of the Dakibis, I assumed Amaterasu allowed you to watch her memories of why you were sent a decade into the future. She did, Ichigo replied. Earth nodded her head. I want you to spend a few days with your family before you begin to attack the 7 overlords, Earth said as she handed Ichigo 7 folders. This contained information on each of the 7 overlords. Why are you pushing for me to invade the 7 overlords? Ichigo asked. Might as well show you, Earth said as she began to transform. Ichigo could see her skin tone is now sickly pale. Her hair is in disarray. Beside her is in 4 bag. What happened? Earth sighed. A side effect of what I did to help the humans, Earth said. Side effect? Ichigo asked. Yes. If you take a look at New Year 2009, a large portion of the population experienced a phenomenon they called the Great Awakening, where a large majority of powerless humans discovered supernatural powers. She began. Mental note to take a look at this. Ichigo mentally noted. I used a lot of my energy to accomplish that task, which caused illness to run rampant. Illness? Yes, Earth said. The humans that live on me are slowly poisoning me. I was able to suppress the effect with my energy. Without the energy, the poison is running rampant. Should you be able to absorb the ambient energy around us? Ichigo asked. It's not enough. She replied. Couldn't you use the mana crystals we harvest from fallen invaders? Ichigo asked. There are 2 problems with that. The first is that the mana crystals need to be filtered before I can absorb their energy. The second is that most of the mana crystals are used to create armor or weapons that are used in the dungeon. How is your recover connected to defeating the 7 overlords? Ichigo asked. Right now, I am focusing most of my energy on helping humans awake their latent powers. If the 7 overlords are defeated, I can focus on recovering the needed energy to heal myself. Makes sense, Ichigo said. When the 7 overlords are dead, you also have an opportunity to steal the planetary core from them. Planetary core? Ichigo questioned. The planetary core is the brain and heart of a planet, Earth said. Why? Ichigo asked. I need more planetary cores to expand my physical mass for all of you to live on. She said. So, you want me to go and kill a planet for you, Ichigo concluded. Earth picked one of the folders and showed it to Ichigo. This is Quaratia, the overlord of plagues and the queen of insects. She discovered the planetary core of her planet and devoured it. She merged with the planet and made it her home to create all kinds of plagues and insects. You need to kill the planet to kill her. If I kill her, would the planetary core still function? The planetary core will still serve my needs. Earth replied. What if the planet has residents? Ichigo asked. If the residences of other planets are willing to submit to you, then we can have them live on the expanded Earth. Earth replied. How do I retrieve the planetary core? Ichigo asked. When you killed the overlord, place this contraption on the planet. A small contraption appeared in Earth's hand. It looked similar to a cork remover but with a compass on top. You used the compass to find the location of the planetary core. When you find the planetary core, You pushed the worm into the planet and begin to spin it. Eventually, the planetary core will speak to you. If the planetary core is dead, you will eventually hit a hard spot with the worm and forcefully pull out the planetary core. Earth explained. I will take a look at this, Ichigo said as he took the folders and the contraption from Earth. Thank you, Earth said. Remember, do not enter another gate or be seen causing any international issues. Got it, Ichigo said. Earth nodded her head before disappearing. Ichigo opened a Garganta and left. Scene change, Ichigo's office. Ichigo reappeared in his office. He noticed that there was a note on his desk from Akasha. Sikvera Agars and Don Doboyer wish to speak with you whenever you are available. Akasha, I am in my office, and I just read your note. Please send them over. Ichigo said. Okay. I will bring them over. Akasha replied. A few minutes later, Ichigo heard a knock on his door. Come in, Ichigo said. The door opened as Sikvera Agars and Don Doboyer walked in. Hello Ichigo-sama, Sikvera said with a bow. Don also bowed to Ichigo. Relax and sit down, Ichigo said. Yes Ichigo-sama, Sikvera replied as they sat down. So, what can I do for both of you? Ichigo asked. I wish to invite Don into my peerage, Sikvera said. Oh? Ichigo said. Because you love him? Yes, Sikvera said. Ichigo turned to Don. Is this what you want? Ichigo asked. I do. He replied. Sure, Ichigo said. Sikvera pulled out a pawn evil piece. I, Sikvera Agars, heiress of Agar's clan, shall ask you Don Doboyer. Do you willingly accept my evil piece? Don took a knee in front of Sikvera. I, Don Doboyer, homunculus engineer of the Azura Machina, with the blessing of my captain, willingly accept your evil piece, Don replied. Sikvera smiled as she pushed the pawn inside Don. A blue magic seal appeared around Don. Don glowed the same blue as the magic seal. Soon energy dissipated. Rise, Don Doboyer, my pawn, Sikvera said. Don stood up. Sikvera hugged him. Don hugged her back. So, when should I organize the wedding? Ichigo asked after waiting a few moments. Both Don and Sikvera pushed each other apart, blushing at Ichigo's joke. When we're able to contact my parents, Sikvera mumbled as her face was bright red. Okay then, Ichigo said. So, what other thing did you want to talk about? I was wondering if I could borrow your Azura Machina. She said. Oh? Why? Ichigo asked. I wish to fully study them and create my own version for my peerage. She admitted. What do I get in return? Ichigo asked. You haven't used the Azura Machina for a long time because they're too weak compared to you, correct? He asked. Partially, Ichigo admitted. I propose we create a new Azura Machina. One that is much stronger than the others and can work better with your new powers. Don proposed. Once my new Azura Machina is done, then you can create your own for your peerage, Ichigo said. Azura Machina, go to the Uzushio, Ichigo ordered. Ichigo could feel his Azura Machina teleporting away. Thank you, Ichigo-sama. Sikvera and Don said as they left Ichigo's office. Does anyone need to talk with me? Ichigo asked. Are you planning on leaving somewhere again? Akasha asked. Not really. I'm just going to be in my office reading a few books. Ichigo said. Oh. Artoria and Gilgamesh wish to see you after dinner. Akasha said. Okay. See you at dinner, Ichigo said as he closed the connection. He summoned the book from Zexal. Ichigo pulled up the book. Suddenly the book glowed with energy before the bindings unlocked, revealing a letter and a book. Ichigo picked up the letter. Dear Ichigo, if you are reading this, then Amaterasu has shown you her memories of that day. I know what we did is inexcusable, especially considering we're all older siblings and I am a father. I know this is not enough of an apology, but we wish to give you a copy of Ajuka's notes that he used to create the evil pieces. Hopefully, you have more time to spend with your siblings and children to come. Sincerely, Sir Zex in Serafall. Hogyoku, do you think you can make this work? Ichigo asked as he sent the book into his mindscape. Possible, Hogyoku replied. I can take a look at Amaterasu's dojutsu, Kyoka said. Sure, Ichigo replied as he sent Amaterasu's gift to his mindscape. Ichigo heard a knock on his door. Come in, Ichigo replied. The door opened to reveal Sakuya. Ichigo-sama. Akasha-sama. Dinner is ready. Great, Ichigo said. Sakuya escorted Ichigo to the dining hall and it was packed. Ichigo noticed that Office wasn't there either. Where's Office? Ichigo asked. Right before the Great Awakening, she and Nyx left to the dimensional gap, Akasha said as she sat down next to him. She pulled out a letter. She did leave you a letter. Ichigo took the letter and read it. Ichigo, if you are reading this, that means you were able to get the last blessing. When all of us can return, we can help you proceed to the next step. Ichigo folded the letter and sent it to his mindscape. Ichigo joined the others at the dinner table and enjoyed dinner. After Ichigo was finished, two people grabbed his shoulders. Ichigo turned to see it was Artoria and Gilgamesh. Hello, you two. My liege, please follow us. They said together. I am scared since they both called me liege. Ichigo thought as he followed them to the bedroom. They dragged him into the bedroom. As soon as the doors were shut, a multitude of Kido, magic seals, talismans, and other barriers blocked the door. Inside the bedroom were Akasha, Yasaka, Iu, Tyr, Skathak, Reiku, Nell, Iemawe Rin, Karen, Akua, Mocha, Fleur, Medea, Tamomo, Yuzu, Sabrina, Kahlua, Zealot, Hana, Jean, and Jean Alter. Ichigo, we waited a decade for this, and you are going to deal with our needs, Akasha said. We sealed the door so that until everyone is satisfied, you are not able to escape, Yasaka said. Very well then, Ichigo said as he began to strip. At least this time you can actually remember having sex this time. Zangetsu joked. Chapter 73, Arc 14. Ichigo opened his eyes as he remembered what happened last night. Ichigo glanced around to see he was surrounded by most of his peerage members. Only Zealot was awake. Did Zealot go to sleep? Ichigo thought. Zealot woke up after you went to sleep and stayed in that position until now, Kyoka informed him. Thank you, Ichigo replied. Good morning, my god. Zealot greeted him. Her voice slowly woke everyone else. Good morning, Zealot, Ichigo said. He was able to wiggle out of the grasp of his peerage and went into the bathroom to take care of his business. Ichigo joined the rest of his peerage for breakfast. After that, Ichigo returned to his office. It didn't take long before someone was knocking on his door. Come in, Ichigo said. The door opened to reveal Yasaka and Kunu. Good morning, Ichigo, Yasaka said. Good morning, Papa, Kunu said. Good morning you too, Ichigo replied. Yasaka and Kunu sat down in front of Ichigo. So, tell me what happened to Japan. Right after you left, Amaterasu-sama warned us about the Great Awakening beforehand. Yasaka began. So Akasha and I decided to form two guilds to help control Japan during the initial period. Crimson Rose and Golden Sun? Ichigo said, remembering Tatsuki asking him about it yesterday. Exactly, Yasaka said. As she snapped her fingers. A hologram appeared with two emblems on it. The first one was a red rose around a circle, 1. The other one appears as a golden fox sitting down and having its legs holding a red circle. It was surrounded by 9 tails. Amaterasu-sama allowed the devils to control the immediate area around Kuo. DXD, Ichigo added. The hologram changed, including a third emblem. It has the letters DXD on it. The first D had small dragon wings and tails while the second D had small devil wings and tails. The inside of both DS had upside down hearts, too. Correct. So, all three of us formed guilds to help Japan transition. Due to us being ahead of everyone else, we prevented another Sengoku period, 3, from happening. Yasaka said as the hologram changed to a map of Japan. Ichigo could see most of Japan was covered in red or yellow with a small portion of Japan being blue. So, the red area is Akasha's territory, the yellow area is your territory, and the blue area is Rias's territory, Ichigo said. Correct. I assume most of Golden Sun members are primarily yokai, Ichigo guessed. Correct, Yusaka said. This caused majority of Akasha's guild members to be regular people. Despite the fact she is a vampire, Ichigo commented. Most people don't know she is a vampire, Yusaka replied. I see, anything important? Ichigo asked. Do you remember Kaiba Corp? Yusaka asked. I do, Ichigo replied. Well, they continued to thrive. They were one of the early companies that experimented with monster materials and mana crystals. They discovered that, with some extra modification, the mana crystals can be used as an alternative power source for electronics, like a battery. Further experiments discovered that different color mana crystals contain different amounts of mana. The tier list is as followed, from least to greatest: red, orange, yellow, green, blue, indigo, violet, and white. Black mana crystals can be used to absorb mana and to the quantity amount of mana. They also process monster corpses to monster materials which they use to build armor or sell to Revox Corporation. Revox Corporation sounds familiar, Ichigo said. Rias owns Revox Corporation. Also, Gabrielle, Fleur's sister, and Yuryu Ishida worked there for a time. Kyoka chimed in. Thank you, Ichigo said. Revox Corporation is also another company that thrived after the Great Awakening. I assume they continue to make clothing? Ichigo guessed. Satsuki Kiryuin and Ryuko Matoi, two half-sisters and hunters, discovered a dungeon in their estate, which turns out to be a spider's nest. Those two claimed the dungeon for Revox Corporation, who used the silk from the spiders to create special armor, which is very durable, enhances the wearer's power, and partially regenerates itself if it is damaged. Revox Corporation named this armor Kamui, while the silk is named Life Fiber. The hologram changed into showing 3 sets of uniforms. Each of them looked completely different. Ichigo noticed that one set has 1 star, another set has 2 stars, and the last set has 3 stars. Revox Corporation was able to create 3 types of Kamui for commercial sales. 1-star Kamui uses 10% life fiber in its production, 2-star Kamui uses 25% life fiber, and 3-star Kamui uses 50% life fiber. According to Rias, they are working on a Kamui that uses 70% life fiber. As of right now, only her peerage and our peerage were able to purchase them and have the Kamui actually worked on us. Yasaka said. Hunters? Ichigo questioned. Kesan, Tusan doesn't know all the new terminology since the Great Awakening. Kunu reminded her. Oh, Yasaka said. Sorry. No problem, Ichigo said. The Great Awakening referred to the new year of 2009 when powerless humans began to awaken powers. Those who experienced this are known as awakened. Kunu said. Those who already had powers but hid them are known as liberated, Yasaka added. So, you and Akasha would be considered liberated while Kigo and Mizuiro would be considered awakened. Ichigo guessed. Technically correct, Yusaka answered. They can be classified as liberated since they can see spirits. Hunters are those with combative powers who enter dungeons to kill the monster. Makers are those who have artisan-based powers or choose an artisan profession. Kunu added. So, I would be categorized as a liberated hunter, Ichigo said. Correct, Yusaka replied. I see. Ichigo said. Thanks, both of you, Ichigo said. Yasaka snapped her fingers, turning the hologram off. Ichigo stood up and hugged Kunu. After that, he kissed Yusaka on the lips. They left the room and Akua came in. How are you doing, Akua? Ichigo asked. A little sore. She admitted. Do you want some blood to speed up the recovery? Ichigo asked. No thank you, Akua replied, slightly blushing. Ichigo chuckled. Now then, down to business, Ichigo said. Right. About half a year since the Great Awakening, many third world countries were having major problems with the dungeon outbreaks. The hologram showed a map of southern Asia. I guess that's what they call them when the dungeon failed to be cleared in time. Ichigo thought. The governments of these third world countries were on the breaking point due to multiple factors. Such as? Ichigo asked. Government corruption, other countries or guilds poaching potential members from these third world countries, successful and unsuccessful coup d'etat, and simply not having a strong foundation, Akua said. I see, please continue, Ichigo said. Akasha tasked Mocha, Kahlua, Kokoa, and I to create a new guild to deal with these dungeon outbreaks and take over the country, Akua said as the hologram showed a beautiful red-looking lotus emblem. 4. What's the guild called? Ichigo asked. Crimson Lotus, Akua replied. Do you know why Akua decided to form a new guild? Ichigo asked. Politics, Akua answered. If people knew that we were from Bloody Rose, then they may accuse Akasha of trying to rule the world. Makes sense. I guess? Ichigo said. Anyways, we flew to the Philippines and took care of the dungeon outbreak. We also purged all the corruption in the country, forming a new government to manage the Philippines who are also loyal to us, and combined all the scattered guilds into the Crimson Lotus Philippines branch. So, we became the Philippines government, Ichigo concluded. Well, mostly. We took care of all military and hunter-related issues while the newly formed government take care of civilian-related tasks. I assume this happened to other countries. We did the same thing in Indonesia, Malaysia, Thailand, Cambodia, Vietnam, Laos, and Myanmar. The hologram turned back to a map of southern Asia with all those countries highlighted red. Unfortunately, India took control of Bhutan, Nepal, and Bangladesh before we could intervene. Orange lines appeared on top of India and the other countries. No, it is fine. Nepal and Bangladesh are countries that primarily practice Hinduism. Ichigo replied as he remembered Shiva's threat to the other pantheons. We decided to go into China next, Akua said. Wouldn't China be able to take care of itself? Ichigo asked. Yes and no, Akua replied. Most of China's population is located in the eastern part of China. The hologram changed into a map of China. A black dotted line started from Tingchong and ended at Heiha. This caused the eastern part of China to be well defended while leaving the western part susceptible to dungeon outbreaks. Makes sense, Ichigo said. At this time China was still under the Communist Party's control. Akua continued. Due to this, the only way we can invade was through the icy west. Akua continued. So, we decided to create a new guild to take care of the icy mountain. Let me guess, the Yukiana? Ichigo asked. Kind of, Akua said. Due to the Great Awakening, the Yukiana village was destroyed, displacing the Yukiana and Yukiotoko. How did this happen? Ichigo asked. We are not sure, Akua admitted. The pocket dimension for your estate wasn't affected by the Great Awakening. So, you had the displaced Yukiana and Yukiotoko occupied that area? Ichigo asked. Some of them, Akua said. This was about 2 or 3 years after the Great Awakening, so many of them were relocated. So, who were the members of this new guild? Ichigo asked. The guild's name is Frozen Resolve. She said as the hologram changed, showed their guild emblem. It was a silver shield surrounded by ice. Its death runs the guild. She forced the locals to join her guild. Are they able to survive the cold? Ichigo asked. They can with the help of Essence of Polaris, Akua said. Upon consumption, it increases the drinker's resistance to the cold. I see, continue, Ichigo said. So, we had Frozen Resolve enter China through Myanmar. They cut the country into 2 halves. The hologram returned to a map of China. A white dotted line appeared from Myanmar to Mongolia. Frozen Resolve used the cold tundra to their advantage, easily able to defend against China. It didn't take long before we had eastern China surrounded. Isn't North Korea allies of Communist China? Ichigo asked. By this time, North Korea doesn't exist anymore, Akua said. I assume this is something Hana is going to explain. Correct, Akua answered. Anyways, we made a deal with the rest of the Chinese guilds, and they agreed to assist us with the takeover. Ichigo could see Eastern China was now red, like the other countries. Western China was a mix of white and red. Ichigo, Akua continued, regaining Ichigo's attention. Yes? Ichigo asked. As part of our agreement with one of the Chinese guilds, I need you to head over to see their former leader. Akua continued. Why? Ichigo asked. Akua sighed. Suwonwoo was the leader of the Ten Rings. The Ten Rings is a multinational terrorist organization that controlled most of the world. In 2000, Suwonwoo stepped away from the Ten Rings and retired. Akua continued. This changed in 2008 when his wife was attacked by a rival gang. His wife was forced to defend herself and her kids against them. In the end, she was killed by a rival gang, seeking revenge against Suwonwoo. Filled with anger and grief, he returned to the Ten Rings to hunt them down. His plans for revenge were put to a halt in 2009 when the Great Awakening happened, so he formed the Golden Dragon Guild to combat the dungeons. When I met him to discuss the plan of our coup d'état, I spotted her soul next to him. Her chains were wrapped around him as if she never wanted to let go. At the end of our discussion, I told him that in exchange for his assistance in the coup d'état, I would ask you to see him. Akua finished. I see, is it possible to see him tomorrow? Ichigo asked. I will arrange transportation, Akua said. Is there anything else I should know about him? Ichigo asked. Despite his young looks, he is over 5,000 years old, Akua said. How? Ichigo asked. I'm not sure, Akua admitted. However, there are ancient rumors that he found an artifact from outer space or a tomb which grants him his eternal youth and great power. I will be careful when I see him, Ichigo said as he glanced at the map. He noticed that Russia was entirely black. What happened with Russia? A year after the Great Awakening, a large black dome rose up and trapped the entire mainland Russia. No magical or technological communication was able to get through the black barrier. Were you able to find out what the black barrier was? Ichigo asked. We smuggled Tamamo, Medea, and Fleur to look at the barrier. They reported that the barrier is a combination of nation-level protection spells and corrupted human souls. I see. So we need something strong enough to break through the protection spells. Ichigo thought. We also need something to purge all the corrupted souls intertwined with the dome, Akua said. Why? Ichigo asked. Gilgamesh used one of her noble phantasm to break a part of the black dome. Suddenly black liquid from the edges dripped out, revealing black monsters with bone-white skulls and red eyes. Most of them attacked us and forced us away. As this was happening, the black dome was repairing itself. Right as the dome was fixed, the black monster stopped their attack and merged with the black dome. Akua said. What about the islands around Russia? Ichigo asked. We were able to safely claim them, Akua answered. I see. Is there anything else? Ichigo asked. Nothing for my end, Akua said. Thank you. Please send in the next person. Ichigo said. Akua left and Hana walked in. Hiya. She said. Hi, Hana. So, you reunited Korea? Ichigo asked. Yep, Hana replied. North Korea was already having trouble due to multiple dungeon outbreaks. I quickly learned that South Korea was reinforcing the border to prevent monsters from invading. So, I went in and took care of the mess. I now rule North Korea and in an alliance with South Korea. So, what's your guild name? Exoforce, Hana said as she showed her emblem, which was a black bunny logo with a red outline, 4. I was able to convince the remaining North Korean residents to join my guild. I see. Ichigo said. Anything else you want to mention? Ichigo asked. Nope. Got to go edit another video. Hannah said as she left. At this rate, I wouldn't be surprised if we control a fifth of the world. Ichigo thought as Gilgamesh entered. Hello Ichigo, Gilgamesh said as she kissed Ichigo on the lips. Hello to you too, Ichigo replied after breaking the kiss. Gilgamesh sat down in the chair. So which countries did you take over? Ichigo asked. I just reclaimed what was mine, she said as she snapped her finger. A map of Western Asia and the Arabian Peninsula appeared. So, you claimed Kuwait, Oman, Qatar, Saudi Arabia, United Arab Emirates, Yemen, Jordan, Turkey, Iraq, Iran, Syrian Arab Republic, Israel, Palestine, Pakistan, Lebanon, Azerbaijan, Georgia, Armenia, Afghanistan, Kazakhstan, Uzbekistan, Turkmenistan, Tajikistan, and Kyrgyzstan. Ichigo identified. I don't remember their name. All the mongrels there were fighting for their own gain. So, what's the guild's new name? Ichigo asked. Babylonia. Gilgamesh said. Are you making sure that all the dungeons in Babylonia are being taken care of? Ichigo asked. Of course, Gilgamesh replied. Do you have anything else for me? Ichigo asked. When this is over, we will have a coronation in Babylonia, Gilgamesh said. When this is all over, Ichigo replied. Good, Gilgamesh said as she kissed Ichigo again before leaving. Next was Artoria. Hello Ichigo, Artoria said as she kissed him. Ichigo broke the kiss. Good morning to you too, Artoria, Ichigo replied. Artoria sat down. Before the Great Awakening began, I told Queen Elizabeth II, Harry, and Sirius what was about to happen. All of them believed the best thing for the country was for me to take control. Artoria said. On New Year's Day, Queen Elizabeth II announced her retirement and my ascension to the throne. I decided that Queen Elizabeth II should continue being the supreme governor of the Church of England for the Church of England. I assume many devoted Catholics and traditionalists didn't like that, Ichigo said. Oh, they hated it and they started yelling and calling me a heretic, Artoria said. But they shut up and listened once I invoked my authority. Did any chant burn the witches and wizards when you revealed the magical world? Ichigo asked. Some did, especially those devoted to the Catholic Church. Most of the people accepted them, especially since some of them already knew the existence of magic. Artoria answered. I assume the workload is massive? Ichigo asked. It is, but I asked Scathack to help me since she isn't affected by my authority. That's good, Ichigo said. Any issue with the Roman Catholic Church? They had many issues, Artoria said. The Pope was furious and called me a heretic and ordered the Vatican to send out their exorcists to remove me. I assume you handled the issue? Ichigo asked. I showed up to their doorstep and fired Excalibur up in the air, Artoria said. That silenced them. That's good to hear, Ichigo said. Don't worry, I made sure not to endanger our peace agreement with the angels, Artoria added. Sounds like you have everything under control, Ichigo said. Indeed. When this is all over, we will have your coronation in Camelot. Artoria said. Yes, my lady, Ichigo replied. Good. They kissed one more time before Artoria left. It didn't take long before Jean and Jean Alter walked in. Ichigo kissed each of them before they sat down. France was an interesting country because everyone wanted to do their own thing. The French wizards and witches split into two factions, the conservatives and the progressive. The conservatives, who were made up of all the purebloods and adults, stayed within their bubble, continuing their lives while ignoring the dungeons. The progressive, who made up of mostly mundane-born or half-bloods, joined guilds and helped with the dungeons. Jean began. We decided to form the Guild Chevalier, Knight, with Jean as the guild master to see how competent the other guilds are. Jean Alter added. About a year since the Great Awakening, we began to notice how complacent the other guilds were, Jean said. Most of the guilds would guard the dungeon and only clear it at the last second. Jean Alter. So, I suggested to my sister that we should create an evil guild to stir some trouble, Jean said. And so Vengeurs, Avenger, was born. Jean Alter said. A few of the families in the Lu milieu, the underworld, tried to stop us, but I quickly dealt with them and absorbed them into Vengeurs. A few of the French guilds were discreetly backed by the Lu milieu, so Vengeur absorbed them. These guilds suffered from financial issues. So, Chevalier bought them out and absorbed them. We implemented many strict policies to make Chevalier the #1 guild in France. So, what happened with Vengeurs? Ichigo asked. Vengeurs still exist, regulating the French underground. Jean Alter replied. The Chevalier in shining white armor armed with a sword and the Vengeurs in black armed with a dagger. Ichigo joked. Indeed, Jean said as she chuckled. Cringe. Jean Alter said. After another kiss, Jean and Jean Alter left. Soon Tyr walked into the room. After a quick kiss, they went down to business. Let's start with South America, Tyr said as a map of Mexico and South America appeared. In 2007, Mexico and South America were entrenched with political corruption and cartels. Ichigo nodded his head. While Quetzalcoatl and her master, Yasutora Sato, came in and forcefully took control over both regions. Yasutora Sato became the guild leader of Tutor Gigante, Giant Guardian, with Quetzalcoatl as his assistant. Tyr continued. I assume they have everything under control? Ichigo asked. Indeed. Most of the drug activity in South America and Mexico has been stopped. Tyr said. The map moved to the United States. Now it's time to talk about the dumpster fire called the United States, Tyr said. So, what happened? Ichigo asked. When the Greek, Roman, and Norse gods disconnected with the children, they told them to use this opportunity to expand their control over the United States. That already sounds like a bad idea, Ichigo said. It was, Tyr said. But they forgot to consider one important factor to their plan. The people living there? Ichigo asked. Indeed, Tyr said. With the Great Awakening, many different fractions appeared. There exist groups that the United States categorized as domestic terrorist groups. They used their awakened power to get more conservative states to join them and formed the Liberation Army. Ichigo could see Florida, Georgia, South Carolina, North Carolina, Tennessee, Alabama, Mississippi, Louisiana, Arkansas, Texas, and parts of New Mexico were solid red on the map. The federal government tries to figure out how to get the Liberation Army to rejoin the Union. At the same time, the Makusa and the Spartans, what the Greek guild called themselves, were failing to have a compromise. In the end, the Spartans revealed the existence of the Makusa to the world. The federal government tried to recruit the Makusa, but the Makusa denied their request. This action caused the Makusa to split into two factions, the conservatives and the progressives. Just like what happened in Great Britain, Ichigo said. But unlike Great Britain, the majority of the Makusa are conservative who only wish to deal with the problem themselves and prevent outsiders from getting involved. The progressive minority decided to ally themselves with the federal government and the Spartans. They pushed the conservatives, which called themselves Magic Army, down to the western part of Pennsylvania, the western part of West Virginia, and Ohio. Ichigo could see the map filled with dark green for the Magic Army. The progressive minority called themselves Mystic Force. Light green covered Maine, Vermont, New Hampshire, and Massachusetts. The Spartans occupied New York, Connecticut, New Jersey, Delaware, the rest of Pennsylvania, and parts of Maryland. Bronze covered the named states. An independent guild called the Scavenger Guild claimed Michigan, northern Indiana, northern Illinois, eastern Wisconsin, most of Iowa, and all of Nebraska for themselves, refusing to corporate any side. Purple covered the named states. The Valhalla Guild, the name for the Norse Guild, occupied Minnesota, North, and South Dakota, the rest of Wisconsin and Iowa. A light orange covered the named states. Idaho, Montana, and Wyoming are all under control of an independent guild called Secret Garden. Ichigo could see those states shaded light purple with green dots. This is pretty chaotic, Ichigo said as he looked at the colorful map. Don't worry, there are only 4 more guilds to mention, Tyr said. Legion Fulminata, the Roman Guild, took control of California, Oregon, and Washington. Ichigo could see gold covering the entire West Coast states. The remaining parts of the American government formed the United Army. They occupied all of Virginia, Kentucky, Missouri, Nevada, parts of New Mexico, Utah, Arizona, a small part of Nebraska and Kansas, the rest of West Virginia, Indiana, and Illinois. Tears said. Ichigo could see those states covered in blue. The rest of the map is controlled by awakened indigenous tribes, Tears said. Ichigo could see all of Alaska and Oklahoma, the rest of Kansas, Colorado, Utah, and Arizona covered in green. Hawaii and any nearby islands are controlled by my guild, Shark Empire, Tears said with a smile. Ichigo could see Hawaii covered in silver with blue dots. Currently we have an established alliance with Shark Empire, Legion Fulminata, Spartan, Mystic Force, and Valhalla Guild. We have a non-aggression agreement with the United Army, Secret Garden, and Scavenger Guild. We don't have any agreement with any of the local indigenous tribes, Liberation Army, or Magic Army. Tears said. America is a mess, Ichigo said. Most people call it the broken states of America, Tears said. Anyways, thank you for catching me up, Ichigo said as he kissed her. No problem. I did have fun last night, Tears said as she left the room. A few moments later, Akasha walked in. They both kissed before getting down to business. So, what else do you have for me? Ichigo asked. Right before the different dimensions were disconnected from our dimension, we received a list of unaccounted for people, Akasha said. So, who are we looking out for? Ichigo asked. Suifong, Kairaku, the entire Tsunoyoshiro clan, Kagaroza Inaba, and various pieces of equipment. Akasha began. Any information on Kagaroza Inaba and the Tsunoyoshiro clan? Ichigo asked. Kagaroza Inaba was the 7th seat of the 12th Division and chief of Danai Studies within the Shinigami Research and Development Institute, Akasha said as she showed Ichigo a picture. He was dressed in a laboratory coat over the standard Shinigami Shihakusho. He is quite tall and thin. He has chin-length straight hair which parts on the left side of his head. The right side of his hair is green, and the left is yellow. He has a somewhat long face with circular glasses. The Tsunoyoshiro clan focused on writing down the history of Soul Society. Anyone else missing? Ichigo asked. When the Yukiyana village collapsed, Tsukuno Ono's body was not found, Akasha said. You think this is somehow related? Ichigo asked. It would make sense. Kagaroza Inaba was the expert regarding the Dangai, which floats in between the void. He could have created a device to make the pocket dimension unstable. But if that's the case, then how did he know about Tsukun? Ichigo asked. Do you think Kurumu or Mizor revealed his existence? Akasha asked. They wouldn't gain anything from revealing Tsukun, Ichigo said. Is there anyone else missing? Before the Great Awakening, Odin cast Thor out of Asgard. He stripped him of most of his powers and stored them in Mjolnir. Odin added a seal on the power which can only be unsealed if the wielder is worthy of the powers of Thor. I see. Ichigo said. So, Odin stripped Thor of his legends and infused it into Mjolnir, allowing whomever the seal deemed worthy to become Thor, the god of thunder. Ichigo thought. I assume he is also missing? Ichigo asked. Akasha nodded her head. Mjolnir is guarded by the Valhalla Guild. Akasha added. Who else is missing? Ichigo asked. There has been an uptick in missing people reports and I was able to pull out some noticeable names, Akasha said as she placed 3 reports on the table. Jake Lone, Mandy Delisle, 5, and Juniper Lee. Ichigo read the names as he remembered meeting these people throughout his trip across America. Any ideas where all of them could be hiding? Ichigo asked. I expect them to be somewhere in Africa or Russia, Akasha said. I understand Russia, but what's happening in Africa? Ichigo asked. During Gilgamesh's conquest of the region, when he was about to cross to Egypt, he was stopped by a group of people. Gilgamesh reported that they were dressed in loose brown and tan clothing. Their faces were covered. Gilgamesh failed to see if they were male or female. A spokesperson stepped forward. The spokesperson declared that the entire African continent is under the control of the Savior Guild. The spokesperson also warned Gilgamesh that if she continued to invade their territory, they will declare war against her. I assume Gilgamesh wasn't able to appraise that threat? She did, Akasha admitted. She planned to attack them, but then she sensed divine energy coming from them. Divine energy? Ichigo questioned. Indeed, Akasha replied. Gilgamesh decided to retreat but keep an eye out on the region. What did she find? Ichigo asked. There's an illusion barrier around the entire continent, preventing regular and magical means to see what is going on the inside. Gilgamesh tried to pierce through the veil. Before she had a chance to look inside, a group of Savior Guild members rushed towards her location. Luckily, she disappeared before they caught her. I see. Ichigo said. We got 2 possible threats here and then the 7 overlords, Ichigo said with a sigh. Anything else I need to know right now? Ichigo asked. We have a war council meeting with our allies, who are aware of what's going on, Akasha said. When is the next war council? Ichigo asked. I can organize one for tonight, Akasha said. Sure, Ichigo said. Do you need anything else from me? Akasha asked. No. I just need some time to organize my thoughts. Ichigo replied. Okay, Akasha said. Can I get a sip? She asked. I guess last night wasn't enough. Ichigo joked. Akasha began to blush from Ichigo's teasing. Ichigo tilted his head. Akasha saw the act and dove down and bit Ichigo's neck, beginning to drink his blood. After a few moments, Akasha let go. Thank you, Akasha said. Sakuya will come and get you later for lunch, Akasha said before she left the room. My God. This is a mess. Ichigo thought. I know. I remember the times when we only needed to worry about the enemy in front of us. Zangetsu commented. Ichigo, can I get a moment of your time? Hogyoku asked. Sure, Ichigo said. Hogyoku appeared out of his mindscape, carrying a box. She placed the box on the table and sat down. Do you remember the book Zexal gave us about the evil pieces? Hogyoku asked. I do, Ichigo replied. I was working on creating some more chaos pieces. Hogyoku took out a box and placed them on the table. But I ended up creating something else entirely. Hogyoku opened the box, revealing a set of transparent pieces. They all look like pawn pieces, but they have the top of a queen placed 90 degrees and pointed north, a bishop's top placed 90 degrees and pointed west, a knight's horse placed 90 degrees and pointed south, and a rook's crown placed 90 degrees and pointed east. I call these pieces the enlightened pieces. What do they do? Ichigo asked. While I haven't done any live tests yet, I believe the enlightened piece helps the target grow. A rook piece increases the target's attack and defenses, a knight piece increases the target's speed and reflexes, a bishop piece increases the target's magic capabilities, a queen piece gives the target an increase to everything the other 3 pieces does, while the pawn piece can temporarily change itself to any of the 4 pieces. Continue. I believe the pieces will change based on what the user specializes in. For example, when Yuzu and Karen joined the peerage, you gave them pawn pieces since they haven't specialized in something yet. But now, Karen would likely benefit from being a rook while Yuzu would likely benefit as a bishop. Artoria is currently a knight who might get promoted to queen since she also learned a lot about magic. Do you think you can apply the changes to the peerage? Ichigo asked. I believe I can, Hogyoku said. After lunch, I need to see the entire peerage. Ichigo broadcasted to the peerage connection. Do you think the girls are ready to join the peerage? Mocha asked. I second that question, Yusaka asked. Bring them along, Ichigo replied as he ended the connection. Suddenly Kyoka appeared out of his mindscape. Yes, Kyoka? Ichigo asked. I finished reading a part of Amaterasu's scroll, Kyoka said. A part? Ichigo asked. Kyoka nodded her head. There is an enchantment which prevented me from reading more of it. I believe you need to have Amaterasu's eyes fused with yours before you can continue reading the scroll. I see. Do you know how long the process would take? Ichigo asked. She wrote that it shouldn't take 10 minutes but advises that it should be done in the trainer, Kyoka said. Ichigo summoned the trainer. Hogyoku took the trainer and sent them inside it. Scene change, trainer. Ichigo and Kyoka appeared in a bedroom. Ichigo laid down on the bed. Amaterasu advised that this should be done with your real eyes, Kyoka said. Ichigo changed his eyes back to normal. Kyoka summoned the jar containing Amaterasu's eyes. Are you ready? I am, Ichigo confirmed. Kyoka took the eyes and placed them next to Ichigo's eyes. 2 eyes shall become 1, Kyoka chanted. Amaterasu's eyes glowed before becoming a liquid state and began to fuse with Ichigo's eyes. Ichigo gritted his teeth as the fusion process began. Ichigo could feel a channel for his Ryatsu, and divine energy began to form, connecting to his eyes. After a few moments, the Amaterasu's eyes finished fusing. Gently close your eyes, Kyoka instructed. Ichigo closed his eyes. Kyoka wrapped some bandages over his eyes. How do your eyes feel? At first it felt like hot magma melting each of my eyes out. At some point, the feeling stopped, and I could feel my eyes slowly repairing themselves. Ichigo described. Amaterasu did note that you would experience pain from your eyes during the process, Kyoka said. Keep your eyes closed while I remove the bandages, Kyoka said after waiting 10 minutes. Kyoka slowly removed the bandages. Ichigo opened his eyes. Wow! She said upon seeing his eyes. Let me see, Ichigo said. Kyoka created a mirror for Ichigo, allowing him to set a closer look at his new eyes. The iris and pupil of this eye are golden with a black wheel-like pattern with 8 spokes coming out of the center. I think we should look at Amaterasu's scroll, Kyoka suggested. Good idea, Ichigo replied. If you can read this portion of the scroll, that means the fusion ritual was done correctly. Amaterasu wrote. So, I was right, Kyoka commented as she began to read Ichigo's memory of the scroll. These eyes are called Tengen, eyes of the heavens. Amaterasu introduce. The Tengen has 8 techniques, 1 pair of stokes in each eye. These techniques can be used with one eye or both eyes activated, but it is stronger with both eyes activated. Amaterasu said. Ichigo practiced deactivating Tengen and reactivating Tengen with each eye. Ichigo repeated the process with his brown eyes. Once he finished activating and deactivating the eyes, Ichigo reactivated both eyes and resumed reading. The first technique is called Sakagen, Eyes of the World. The first ability allows you a full 360 degrees field of vision around and through any physical or magical barriers. The second ability allows you can see all the different types of energy in a specific area, with their own color to assist in distinguishing each of the energies from each other. If you concentrate on specific energy, you can trace the flow of energy, whether it's outside or inside the body. Sakagen is pretty overpowered, Kyoka commented. Indeed, but this is just the first technique, Ichigo added as he resumed reading the next technique. The second technique is called Midai Shogun, Eyes of the Spymaster. The first ability can be only activated by locking eyes with your target. You can mentally suggest thoughts or actions without the target being aware of it, but if that failed, you could forcibly take complete control of the target. The second ability allows you to tag a living being and see from their point of view. Midai Shogun is interesting. Kyoka commented. It is, Ichigo replied as he read the third ability. The third technique is called Haugan, Eyes of the Supreme King. The first ability activates if anyone meets your eyes. If they have a weak resolve, will be knocked unconscious. If they have a strong resolve, they might just be immobilized by fear. The second ability allows you to use any hand technique with just a blink of your eye. The third ability allows you to teleport yourself and anything in your eyesight into a pocket dimension called Haozaimasho, Treasury of the Supreme King, where time doesn't flow. Fitting abilities for a Hao, Supreme King, Kyoka commented. It does make sense, Ichigo said. No one dares look at the How in the eyes, and an enemy that dares attack the How will be killed before the How needs to raise their hand, Ichigo said before reading the next technique. The fourth technique is called Kaihatsugen, Eyes of the Enlightened. You can instantly understand how an ability or technique is done. However, to use the learned ability or technique, you must be physically, mentally, and spiritually capable of performing the ability or technique to successfully replicate it. This ability is overpowered. With your limitless potential, is there anything you can't replicate? The world is much bigger than we can believe. I wouldn't be surprised if I find something that I can't master, Ichigo admitted before reading the next technique. The fifth technique is called Teishigen, Eyes of the General. You can create an army of humanoid or animal golems that shall follow your orders. These golems can be created by using regular Ryatsu for a realistic appearance and behavior. You can also use elemental Ryatsu or elemental divine energy to embody the element used in its creation. These golems have the capabilities to think for themselves and behave based on the intention of their creation. These golems can also be under the effect of the third ability of Middai Shogun. These golems are better than the ones we can create with Hara's technique, Kyoka commented. Indeed, Ichigo said. The sixth technique is called Fuingen, Eyes of Suppression. This technique has two abilities. The first ability allows you to suppress any movement of any kind. This ability combined with the first ability of Sakagen is absolutely devastating. The obvious weakness of this first ability is that you need to maintain visuals to suppress it, but the second ability solves that weakness. The second ability allows you to permanently seal the object by saying Fuin. Saying Keifu unseals the object. The weakness of the second ability is that you need to physically look at the object before you can seal it. Fuingen isn't as overpowered compared to the others, Kyoka admitted. But it is useful if I don't want to attack people or give myself an advantage, Ichigo replied. True. The seventh technique is called Nigen Saigen, Eyes of Duality. This technique has only had one ability. You can warp reality for a short time, allowing you to change reality into illusion and illusion into reality. Each time you use this ability, you lose a stroke on your eye. You cannot use Nigen Saigen to make losing a stroke part of the illusion. It will take 24 hours before a stroke will recover. What the actual fuck? Kyoka yelled. That is absolutely powerful. It reminds me of Yohabaha's the Almighty, Ichigo said. I agree with that, Kyoka replied. If this was the seventh technique, then I wonder what the eighth technique could be. The eighth and final technique is called Hagen, Eyes of the Law. This technique also only has one ability, but the versatility of this ability can spawn countless other abilities. You can see and manipulate the law strings, which applies the law of the universe to everything in the universe. Every object has at least one law strings attached to them. The thickness of the law string tells you how strong that law affects the object. You can connect new law strings to different objects, but be careful of what might happen. Ichigo blinked his eyes, activating Hagen. He noticed the bed he was sitting on has a few law strings. Ichigo severed a law string, causing the bed to disappear. Luckily Ichigo stood up before he fell. So, by severing that law string, I caused the bed to disappear. Ichigo thought to himself. What bed? Kyoka asked, confused at what Ichigo was doing. You were reading the scroll while standing up. When you performed the eye fusion ritual, where did you place my body? Ichigo asked. On the ground. She replied. Ichigo summoned the control tablet and looked at the records. He saw that Kyoka placed his body on the ground and performed the fusion ritual. After that, Kyoka helped him sit up and read the scroll. Eventually, Ichigo suddenly stood up. Kyoka, watch my memories of what just happened, Ichigo ordered. Kyoka stared at Ichigo for a few moments. Suddenly her eyes widened. Somehow the law string that you severed caused me to forget the bed existed. Kyoka realized. I think it's more than that, Ichigo said. I think the law string I severed caused the bed to cease to exist, but also erased anything related to that bed from existence, including everyone else's memories, Ichigo said. Kyoka's eyes widened. That's stupidly overpowered, Kyoka said. Ichigo summoned 2 more beds to experiment with the lost rings. Ichigo handed the tablet to Kyoka. After that, he severed a different lost ring. Nothing appeared to happen. Ichigo picked up both beds. It seems one of them is lighter than the other, Ichigo said. Kyoka tapped on the keyboard. The mass of the object stayed the same, but the weight is different. 6, Kyoka commented. So that lost ring is for gravity, Ichigo said. He placed the bed down and sat back down. Kyoka handed him the scroll. As you can see, the Tengen is one of the strongest objects in the world, maybe in the universe. Amaterasu wrote. With this in mind, try and avoid revealing the existence of Hagen to the other gods. I wouldn't be surprised if they decided to break the peace treaty to try and get the Tengen to use Hagen. Ichigo let out a groan upon reading that warning. Let's continue reading. Maybe she explains why she thinks they would attack us. Kyoka suggested. As you know, Earth was the one who created all of the gods and goddesses. But Earth did not allow the other gods and goddess the ability to manipulate the lost rings except for me because my legend dictated that I inherited the creator position from my father, granting me the manipulate the lost rings. Earth discovered this loophole and forbade me from using the ability, but she didn't realize that I can give the ability to someone else. If that's the case, then why did you give me the ability then? Ichigo asked. Maybe it's a sign of trust that you won't abuse the ability? Kyoka suggested. Or the battle with the 7 overlords will be much harder than anticipated. Ichigo countered. Kyoka grabbed the scroll and returned to his mindscape. Ichigo reverted his eyes to his ordinary brown eyes and left the trainer. Scene change, throne room. After a wonderful lunch, Ichigo, the entire peerage, and future peerage members were in the throne room. Now then, I able to change the chaos pieces. Ichigo began as he summoned the enlightened pieces. These are called enlightened pieces. The difference is that it will automatically change to fit your skills. Ichigo said. The enlightened piece may just be the same as your original piece or your piece will change. 24 small balls of light shot out of his hand towards his peerage members. The balls entered their body and combined with the chaos pieces, turning them into enlightened pieces. Everyone was shrouded in light as the enlightened piece changed themselves to adjust to their host. The light soon died down. Ichigo turned Elizabeth, Konu, Senna, Esteth, Eve, and Sabrina. Are you sure you want this? Ichigo asked. Yes, to-san, Elizabeth said. Yes, to-sama. Eve said. Yes, Papa, Konu replied. Yes, Ichigo. Esteth, Senna, and Sabrina said. Ichigo placed the enlightened piece in them. Their bodies glowed for a few moments before dying down. Who are the enlightened pawn pieces? Ichigo asked. Zealot, Hannah, Elizabeth, and Eve raised their hands. Who are the enlightened knight pieces? Ichigo asked. Reiku, Nell, Iamawe Rin, Jean Alter, Kalua, Senna, and Esteth raised their hands. Who are the enlightened bishop pieces? Ichigo asked. Medea, Tamamo, Yuzu, Fleur, Sabrina, and Kuna raised their hands. Who are the enlightened rook pieces? Karen, Akua, Mocha, Jean, and Masaki raised their hands. Who are the enlightened queen pieces? Ichigo said. EU, Tyr, and Scathach raised their hands. And that leaves us with our enlightened king piece? Ichigo asked. Akasha, Yasaka, Artoria, and Gilgamesh raised their hands. I have the enlightened emperor piece, Ichigo said. Whenever I am unavailable, Akasha, Yasaka, Artoria, and Gilgamesh will take charge of the peerage, Ichigo explained. Everyone nodded their heads. Does anyone have any questions for me regarding the new peerage changes? Will the maids and other employees be allowed to join the peerage? Reiku asked. Not yet, Ichigo said. I am trying to see if a homunculus's body is capable of utilizing the enlightened piece. Ichigo turned to Medea and Tamamo. If you two have any spare time, can you two look into this? Got it. Tamamo shouted. I will. Nidia agreed. Anything else? No one replied. In that case, everyone is dismissed. Everyone slowly walked out of the throne room. Ichigo, Yusaka said as she walked over to him. Yes, Yusaka? Your old friends have requested to meet with you, Yusaka said. Where are they? Ichigo asked. They're with Rias and her peerage, Yusaka replied. In Kuo? Ichigo asked. Correct, Yusaka said. Ichigo opened a regular garganta and jumped in. Scene change, Kuo town. Ichigo stepped out of the garganta and arrived at an empty alleyway. Ichigo calmly walked out of the hallway and down the street. Ichigo immediately spotted a large building with the DXD logo on it. Very obvious. Ichigo thought. He soon arrived in the building. Welcome to DXD, how can I help you? The receptionist asked. I am here to see Rias Gremory, Ichigo said. Your name? She asked. Kurosaki Ichigo. Ah, follow me. The receptionist escorted Ichigo up an elevator. They soon arrived on the top floor. She should be inside the office. Ichigo walked towards the door and knocked. Come in, Ichigo opened the door to see Rias. Beside her were Tatsuki, Kigo, Mizuiro, and Orihime. It's been a while, Ichigo said. It has, Rias replied as she stood up. We can catch up later, but I believe you should catch up with them first, Rias said as she left the office, closing the door behind her. So, how are you? Ichigo asked. Horrible because it looks like you haven't aged at all, Kigo complained. Ichigo rolled his eyes. So, you regained your powers, Tatsuki said. I did, Ichigo replied. So how do you know the other guild leaders? Mizuiro asked. I met them before I disappeared, Ichigo replied. There was a nervous silence between everyone. What are you hiding from us? Tatsuki asked. A lot of things, Ichigo admitted. Why? She asked as she walked toward Ichigo. Is it because we're not strong enough? Or you don't trust us? She snapped. Ichigo sighed. Ichigo snapped his finger, trapping Tatsuki in a simple barrier. If you break free from that barrier, then I might share with you some of my secrets. Ichigo glanced at Kigo and Mizuiro. Feel free to help her if you two want, Ichigo said. Help me out. She yelled. Kigo and Mizuiro sighed as they tried to help Tatsuki get out of Ichigo's barrier. Hello, Ichigo. Orihime said. Hello, Orihime. Ichigo said. How is she? Ichigo mentally asked. How is the restaurant going? Ichigo asked. She is still sealed inside my mind and enjoying what she is experiencing, Orihime replied. It was all right. I learned a lot under Yukihira, but with the Great Awakening, I decided to help others. She replied. What is she experiencing? Ichigo asked. Do you enter the dungeons as well? An alternative world where both of you decided to date and fall in love with each other, Orihime said. I do. Due to my powers, it is agreed that I am a part of all three guilds. She said. I see. Ichigo replied. They looked to see Tatsuki, Kigo, and Mizuiro still trying to break the barrier. Do you admit defeat? He asked. I do, Kigo admitted. Same, Mizuiro said. Ichigo snapped his fingers, causing the barrier to disappear. Tatsuki swung her fist towards Ichigo. Ichigo calmly caught her punch with her hand. Tatsuki swung with her other fist. Enough, Ichigo said as he caught her other punch. I keep these secrets because you're not strong enough to handle them, Ichigo said. Who decided that? She said as struggled against him. Tatsuki, enough, Kigo said. Both of them grabbed Tatsuki's shoulder and pulled her away from Ichigo. What are you two doing? Tatsuki asked as she broke free from them. You are showing him why he was right, Mizuiro said. He glanced at Orihime. Isn't that why you're not interfering? Ichigo always has a good reason for keeping secrets from us, she admitted. Fine, Tatsuki said. She glared at Ichigo. When can you tell us some of your secrets? In the future, Ichigo vaguely replied. We'll hold you to that, Kigo said. Mizuiro nodded his head. How did all of you join DXD? According to the Yasaka, Karakura town is under Golden Sun's control. DXD were the first ones to invite us, Oraheim admitted. I see, Ichigo said. Ryusama said that when we are done, we should head to the main conference room, Oraheim said. They all left Ryusa's office and walked down to the main conference room. They entered the room to see Ryusa's entire peerage and valley was there. Ichigo-sensei. Issei greeted them as he walked up to them. They both shook hands with each other. Looks like Issei's much stronger than before, Ichigo thought. We should give you a moment to catch up with them, Oraheim said as she pulled Tatsuki away. We'll catch up more later, Kigo said as they followed behind Oraheim. Rosweiss waved her hand, closing the door behind them and sealing it with magic. So, what's the plan regarding the invaders? Rias immediately asked. Everyone in the peerage looked at Ichigo, waiting for his answer. I will attack them by myself, Ichigo began. I will fully explain everything during the War Council. Fine, Rias said. Ichigo turned to Issei and Valley and summoned Vermilion and Nightingale. So, you're our father's host, Nightingale said as she looked at Valley. Vermilion was staring at both Issei and Rias. Master, why is it that I look like her more than my father's host? Vermilion asked. Ichigo shrugged his shoulders. Nightingale and Vermilion compared techniques with their respective father while they exchanged what happened. Rias, Kaneko, and Issei were jealous that Ichigo was able to experience the Pokemon world. Ichigo promised that they could see his Pokemon later. Ichigo, it's time for the War Council, Akasha said. Thank you, Ichigo replied. He stood up. I need to go home and prepare for the War Council, he said. I see. It's been nice to see you, Rias said. Ichigo exchanged quick hugs and handshakes before leaving through a garganta. Scene change, Ichigo's estate's conference room. Ichigo appeared in a large conference room. Akasha and Yasaka stood behind the head seat. Ichigo took his place at the head of the table. Akasha and Yasaka quickly sat down beside him. Where are the others? Ichigo asked. To prevent others from being aware of our inner connections, we have the others call into the meeting, Akasha said. Kaiba Corp expanded their holographic and virtual technology, allowing us to create holographic copies of ourselves, Yusaka said. Ichigo noticed small spheres began to light up. Ichigo saw a hologram of Rias, Yusaka, Artoria, Gilgamesh, Jean, Akua, Esteth, Tyr, and Hana sitting down. Ichigo noticed in front of each hologram was a small plaque with both their name and their guild name on it. A few moments later, more holograms appeared. Ichigo saw Percy and Annabeth who represented the Spartans. Quetzalcoatl and Chad for Tutor Gigante, Giant Guardian. The next person who came on was a beautiful woman with piercing black eyes and glossy black hair worn in a single braid in brown skin. She wore a regal purple toga decorated with gold medals over her golden armor. She took her seat, allowing Ichigo to identify her, Reina Ramirez Arellano, representative of Legion Fulminata. The next person after her was a Caucasian-fit young man with dirty blonde hair parted in the middle, hanging to his jawline. He has gray eyes. He was dressed in an olive green t-shirt and jeans. He briefly looked at Annabeth before sitting down. The plaque read Magnus Chase, representative of Valhalla Guild. Annabeth's cousin? Ichigo guessed. We will begin with the Inner War Council meeting, Akasha began. The inner circle is those who are aware of the gods and goddesses. Yasaka quickly informed Ichigo. Thank you, Ichigo replied. Thank you everyone for attending. Ichigo began. I remember you, Magnus interrupted. You were the one who reminded us that we need to train harder. I was, Ichigo said. Anyways, my name is Kurosaki Ichigo. In a few days, I will attack the 7 overlords. What? Magnus said. That doesn't give us a lot of time to arrange our troops. I will be the only one attacking. Everyone else will be defending. Ichigo said. Wouldn't a team be better? Reina asked. It's not that simple. Everyone here is bounded by an agreement between the gods and the overlords. Ichigo said. One of the terms is that anyone on Earth at the time of the Great Awakening can't invade the overlords. Since you weren't on Earth at the time, then you are excluded from these terms, Akasha said. Not only that, none of the overlords would be aware of my abilities, Ichigo said. What do you need from us? Chad asked. A few things, Ichigo said. First, we need to establish alliances with the other guilds. Second, we need to purge any spies in our guilds. Third, we need to liberate Africa and Russia. I understand Russia, with it being surrounded by the Black Wall, but what's wrong with Africa? I heard the Savior Guild is a good guild. Annabeth said. When I was conquering the Arabian Peninsula, I was about to cross over to Egypt but was stopped by a spokesperson for the Savior Guild. I decided to back down once I sensed divine energy from them. Gilgamesh said. Divine energy? Percy said. Are you sure? I am, Gilgamesh replied. I also discovered that there is an illusion around the entire continent, preventing regular and magical means to see what is going on the inside. I managed to pierce through the veil, but a group of Savior Guild members rushed towards my location, preventing me from seeing inside. Have you tried a diplomatic approach? Annabeth asked. No luck, Akasha said. Our parents told us that we won't be seeing them until the end of the war with the overlords, Percy said. So did ours, Magnus said. I believe either some of the gods have allied with the overlords or are against the gods, Ichigo said. We need to investigate this, Yasaka said. Agreed, Annabeth said. Second, Magnus said. So, who will invade them? Akasha asked. President Ellis will likely ask us to assist him in the reunification of the country as a part of our alliance, Annabeth said. I would propose that Tutor Giganti stand by on the border in case they tried to flee south. Ichigo proposed. Okay, Chad replied. I also propose Frozen Resolve, Blood Lotus, Chevalier, and Avalon will attack the Russian barrier. While Babylonia, Crimson Rose, and Golden Sun invade the Savior Guild. Any guilds not participating in America's reunification, Russia's liberation, or Africa's liberation will be on standby and ready to assist when needed. Ichigo said. Are you planning to join in the attacks? Percy asked. Ichigo shook his head. I can't. If I reveal myself too early, the 7 overlords might be aware of my existence. Ichigo explained. Makes sense, Percy said. Any other things we need to mention before it's time to include the Outer War Council? Akasha asked. Ichigo stood up. For the rest of the meeting, I will be invisible, Ichigo said as he stood up and walked behind his chair. Akasha stood up and took Ichigo's spot on the table. All the holograms shifted. Ichigo hid as he watched the Outer War Council join them. The first one was a young Caucasian woman with long strawberry blonde hair and a pair of blue glasses. She wore an open black cloak revealing underneath a red blouse and blue bell-bottom pants. As she sat down, the plaque in front of her identified her as Zelda Spellman, president of Mystic Force. The next person was an older Caucasian man with light brown hair. He was dressed in a business suit. As he sat down, the plaque in front of him identified him as Matthew Ellis, President of the United States of America and Commander-in-Chief of the United Army. The third person was also a Caucasian man, but he was huge and muscular compared to Matthew Ellis. He has long blonde hair, red eyes, a toothy smile, an overgrown blonde goatee, and black tattoos. He's dressed in a Hawaiian shirt, sunglasses, beach shorts, and sandals. The man sat down, and the plaque identified him as Thomas Andre, Guildmaster of Scavenger Guild. The fourth person was an Asian man with straight, chin-length black hair framing both sides of his face, blue eyes, and a pair of black glasses. He was also dressed in a business suit. He sat down, allowing the plaque to identify him as Yuryu Ishida, representative of Secret Garden. I might need to reach out to Yuryu after this. Ichigo thought. Thank you for joining us. Akasha began. No problem. What is this meeting about? President Ellis asked. We decided it's time for the broken states to be united once again, Tyr said. Percy, Magnus, and Reyna nodded their heads. Great. President Ellis said. I proposed earlier that the territories you control will be shared by both of us. 70% of taxes you collect will be yours while the American government receives 30%. Of course, these taxes are waived for the next 5 years if we were able to deal with the annex the states under the Liberation and Magic Army. I assume if we join right now, we can get in on this deal? Thomas Andre asked. Sure. President Ellis replied. Great. Speaking with the bosses is much easier than letting the little men argue among each other. Thomas said. Allow me to inform my guildmaster about this offer, Uriah said as his hologram disappeared, showing a column of light where he was. I assume a magical contract will be used to ensure this agreement is kept? President Spellman asked. Yes, we will use a magical contract to ensure the agreement is kept. President Ellis said. Zelda nodded her head. I also accept your proposal, President Ellis. President Spellman said. Uriu returned to the conference room. I have spoken with the guildmaster, and Secret Garden also accepts your offer, President Ellis, Uriah said. Great, will all of you be flying over to Washington, D.C. to sign it? President Ellis asked. That's fine, Uriah said. Everyone else nodded their heads in agreement. What about the local indigenous tribes? Tyr asked. I gave them the same proposal I gave all of you. Unfortunately, they don't trust me. President Ellis said. Makes sense, Tyr said. Throughout history, they have been lied to and cheated out of their land by the American government. I see. Actions speak louder than words, Mr. President, Annabeth said. Makes sense. President Ellis said. When do you think they would be able to invade the Liberation Army and Magic Army? Akasha asked. We have a considerable force stationed along the border. President Ellis began. Have you used magical means to ensure they are loyal to you? Artoria asked. I have not. President Ellis said. He turned to Zelda Spellman. I hope Mystic Force is willing to assist in this process? He asked. I will have a few of my wizards and witches assist in the process, Mr. President, Zelda replied. Great. President Ellis said. I will have my guild members ready at our eastern border, Thomas said. I will also have some of our guild members ready on our western border, Percy said. Everyone else began to promise some of their guild members to assist in annexing the territory. All Allied forces will rendezvous at the border, and will begin the operation at midnight Eastern Pacific Time. President Ellis said. While this is going on, we will begin a plan on liberating Russia and Africa, Akasha said. Frozen Resolve, Blood Lotus, Chevalier, and Avalon will attack the Russian barrier. While Tutor Gigante, Babylonia, Crimson Rose, and Golden Sun will invade the Savior Guild. Akasha said. Why are you invading the Savior Guild? President Ellis asked. Thomas, President Spellman, and Uriah were also paying close attention. Everyone revealed the existence of the gods and goddesses, their heritage, the fact that the gods couldn't assist, and the traces of divine energy in Africa. Couldn't the Savior Guild make contact with an African deity and they're receiving help from them? President Ellis suggested. It's not possible, Yasaka replied. Amaterasu Susama told us which pantheon still exists. There wasn't any African deity there. We have also tried a diplomatic approach, but they simply disregarded our request and threatened us with violence if we enter their territory, Akasha said. This is messy. President Ellis admitted, hearing the entire situation. If you don't invade them, there is a chance of betrayal in the long term. President Spellman said. But it turns out to be a lie. It will cause major issues with the public, Thomas said. Is there any way to do this discreetly? Yuryu asked. I doubt it, Gilgamesh said. I discreetly entered their barrier and immediately was warmed by them. The only possible way is a simple frontal assault, Yuryu concluded. Exactly, Gilgamesh said. Soon everyone disconnected from the meeting. Ichigo returned to his seat. His peerage members who were part of the War Council entered. Tyr will be in charge of monitoring the situation in America. Ichigo began. Do you want me to reach out to Yuryu? Tyr asked. That is fine, Ichigo said. Artoria and Aqua will be in charge of the Russia operation. Okay, Aqua said. Yes, my king, Artoria replied. Ichigo nodded his head. Akasha and Gilgamesh will be in charge of the Africa operation. Yes, my king, Gilgamesh replied. You can count on me, Akasha replied. Even though I will physically not be there, I can send help through the peerage connection. Ichigo reminded them. Does anyone have any questions for me? Ichigo asked. No one replied. Good, inform your respective guilds and show me what you ladies got. Everyone stood up and left the conference room. Chapter 74, Arc 14. Opening scene, Oral, Kazakhstan. Artoria, Scathach, Harry, Hermione, Daphne, Jean, Fleur, Kahlua, Cocoa, and his death were sitting in a small conference room, with a privacy barrier around them. Is everything ready? Artoria asked. All the enchantments have been placed on the trucks, Hermione reported. All the guild members of Avalon are present and accounted for, Harry reported. Same with Chevalier, Jean reported. All allied members of Iron Resolve and Blood Lotus are here, Mocha said. Isdeath silently nodded her head. Good, Artoria said. Get ready to move out. She said. Fleur lowered the privacy barrier as everyone left the conference room. They exited out of a modified magical tent. Everyone get ready to move out, Artoria yelled. Yes, ma'am. Everyone replied as they packed up and began to board their trucks. In 20 minutes, she was the only one outside. She leaped on top of her military truck. Behind her were 20 other trucks. Everyone be ready to leave as soon as you hear the signal, Scathach said through the built-in radio. Artoria shifted into her holy mode. She summoned Excalibur. Play Fate/Stay Night Unlimited Blade Works OST2 Excalibur. Excalibur's silver blade began to radiate a golden light. It's the light of the sad but noble dream of all soldiers, past, present, and future, dying on the battlefields. Scathach began to say, as she remembered Murden's words when Artoria fought her other half. Clutched to their hearts, with their last breath, holding aloft their dying wish, assuring that their loyalty will not be in vain. Scathach continued to recite. Everyone looked at Artoria as she held Excalibur with both hands and raised it above her head. Behold, the invincible king, about to sing out the true name of the miracle she wields. Artoria closed her eyes. Hearken to its name. Scathach whispered. Artoria opened her eyes and swung Excalibur down. Excalibur! Artoria yelled. Everyone could see a large beam of light shoot out towards the barrier. The light sliced through the black dome and continued about 16 kilometers, 10 miles. End music. Charge! Scathach ordered from the radio. Scathach opened the door as Artoria slipped into the passenger seat. All the military trucks drove towards the opening in a modified V formation. The black monsters began to form from the black dome and rushed towards them. M17 to M21 follow the plan. Scathach ordered. Got it. Harry, Hermione, Daphne, and Fleur replied as 4 trucks that were at the tip of the V formation fell out, driving towards the black monsters. The mages in the trucks began to attack the monsters with spells, allowing the other trucks to dive through the broken border. As they drove into the dome, their field of vision darkened due to the lack of light. They quickly turned their headlamps on to see in front of them. 5 minutes later, the last truck drove through the border. The rear guard is past the border. Jean announced through the radio. Regroup with the rear guard. Harry yelled into the radio. M17 to M21 quickly turned around and regrouped with the convoy. The black monsters didn't follow them. Instead, they went to repair the broken wall. Anything to report? Scat Hack asked. No injuries to report, Harry said. Once we left the area, the black monsters prioritized fixing the black dome, Hermione added. I see, keep an eye out to see if the black monsters decide to pursue us once the black dome is repaired, Artoria said. Yes, Your Highness. They replied. The entire convoy drove towards Moscow. Scene change, Grand Kremlin Palace. In the middle of Moscow, there is a large white palace. Inside the palace was a man dressed in black robes. He was sitting down on a throne. Suddenly a younger man ran towards the man on the throne. He quickly took a knee a few feet away from the man. Speak, messenger. He said. Your Highness, our black dome has been pieced again. The messenger reported. Has anyone from the outside world entered? The man asked. A convoy of 21 entered. The messenger reported. Have our forces intercept them and kill them. The man ordered in a nonchalant tone. According to the Wraths, the barrier was destroyed by a powerful holy attack. We believe that the user of this holy attack is among the convoy. The messenger added. I see. Do we have any idea where they are heading? He asked. According to early observation, they are heading towards Moscow. The messenger reported. Have all our forces prepare to meet them at Moscow. Have our reconnaissance forces probe them. He ordered. Yes, Your Highness. The messenger said as he stood up and quickly left. As soon as the messenger left, the man stood up and walked to a chamber beside the throne room. He entered the chamber. Inside the chamber was a glowing mirror. Prophet! The man yelled at the mirror. A few moments later, a face appeared. This face had 10 eyes, 7 of which were open, and 1 mouth. Speak! The prophet said. Their voice was as if a group of people was speaking at once, distorting it to prevent anyone from figuring out the prophet's identity. You prophesied that we would be safe from all conflict from the outside world for at least another year. Something has caused ripples in your future. Remove the disturbance before the ripples alter the future beyond repair. The prophet warned. The mirror returned to show the man's reflection. Damn it! The man yelled before punching the mirror, shattering it. Scene change, Russia plains. Artoria and her forces continued to drive towards Moscow. They saw nothing but dead vegetation. Occasionally, they spot a dungeon in the middle of the dead plains. Luckily, they didn't show any signs of a dungeon break. In the distance, they spotted buildings. Everyone be careful. We don't know what is living in this city. Artoria warned. Due to the street size, the convoy was forced into 2-column formations. As soon as Jean's truck entered the city, everyone heard a loud roar. Everyone looked at the rooftop to see monsters standing there. The monsters resembled a human but stood over 2.5 meters, 8.2 feet, tall. Their skin has completely dissolved, exposing all its muscle tissue and altering the position of several bones. There the ears and nose have shriveled, and the eyes have melted away, the mouth consisting of rows of individually wriggling jagged fangs. Raha! They roared as they jumped down the building towards the convoy. Barriers! Scat Hack ordered. A bunch of wands stuck out of the truck. Barrier! The mages cast. Protego! Most of the wizards and witches cast. Protego duo. Harry, Hermione, Daphne, and Fleur cast. A giant transparent shield formed on top of them. The falling monsters landed on the shield. They quickly recovered and began to attack the barrier with their fists. Wizards and witches banished them in front of us. Drivers reverse the trucks. Artoria ordered. Depulso. All the wizards and witches cast, pointing their wands towards the front of the trucks. A blast of magic pushed all the monsters away. As it happened, the drivers shifted gears and drove in reverse. All the monsters crashed to the ground. They quickly recovered and ran towards the convoy. Warriors attack the monsters. Spellcasters provide artillery and support. Artoria ordered. A bunch of guild members jumped out of the trucks. They were armed with swords, spears, and other weapons. Charge! Cocoa yelled as she wielded her bat-shaped morning star. All the warriors charged toward the monsters. Some of them managed to cut the monsters' limbs, but they continued to attack. Aim for their heads, someone suggested. Someone swung their sword at an incoming monster and was able to decapitate it. But it continued to attack. It's not working, the swordsman yelled as he blocked the attack. He accidentally pierced their heart with his sword. The monster went limp and died. Aim for the giant heart. Try to keep one of them alive, Hermione ordered. All the warriors quickly changed their target to the heart. It took them a few more minutes before they were able to capture one for Hermione and kill the rest. Artoria and Scathach stepped out of their trucks. Anyone who's injured, go see our healers. If you are fine, I need you to patrol and guard our perimeter. Artoria ordered. Yes, ma'am. The warriors shouted before following her orders. Hermione, Daphne, and Fleur walked over to the captured monster and began to study it. Have you found anything? Scathach asked. A mess, Daphne admitted. What she means is that these monsters are a mess. Hermione corrected. Explain, Artoria said. These monsters are the results of human experimentation, Hermione said. I see. Artoria said. Do we know what they did? No, Daphne admitted. We need more time to study it. Can we find them if we use Hominum Revelio on them? Artoria asked. Let me check, Hermione replied as she cast the spell in front of the monster. The spell ignored the monster. The spells don't consider them human. Study it later. Artoria decided. Got it. The witches said. Hermione pulled out a matchbox-size box. She tapped her wand, causing the box to grow into a large chest. Hermione opened the chest and the witches lowered the monster inside and secured it. They quickly left the chest and shrank it down. What should we do about the rest of the town? Fleur asked. Check to see if there are any survivors, Artoria ordered. Okay, Fleur said. I need any available witches or wizards. A group of wizards and witches walked to Fleur. Fleur and her group began to walk around the nearby area and cast Hominum Revelio, trying to find any humans. Fleur and her group shook their head. Okay everyone, we are packing up and resuming traveling. Wizards and witches, continue to use the Hominum Revelio to find anyone. Once we are out, we are burning this place down. Artoria ordered. Yes, ma'am. Everyone said as they jumped back in their trucks and resumed the convoy. The wizards and witches cast Hominum Revelio as they drove through the rest of the city. They didn't find any more humans. It took them another hour of driving before they were out of the city. The convoy briefly stopped outside of the city before setting it all on fire. Once the majority of the city was on fire, the convoy resumed driving. They were greeted with an empty plain. Keep an eye out. We're not sure if the local animals have been experimented on. Hermione warned. They soon spotted a pack of 20 mutated wolves. Their bodies appear to have been torn open from the inside out, making it appear that the creature has been hollowed out. The mutated wolves rushed towards the convoy. Spellcasters, incoming enemies from the front. Scathach ordered. Stupefy. The wizards and witches cast. Fireball. The mages cast. All their spells were aimed at the incoming mutated wolves. The mutated wolves leaped to the side, dodging the attacks. Reinforce the trucks. We're going to ram through. Scathach ordered as she drew a few runes in the air. The runes in the truck glowed as she stomped on the gas. The truck continued to accelerate straight. The other trucks followed suit with their own enchantments. The mutated wolves leaped to the side, to avoid the speeding trucks. The mutated wolves ran chased after the speeding convoy. "They're still following us," Jean reported. "Both styles of wall of earth on the count of 3. Hermione ordered. 1. All the wizards, witches, and mages stuck out their wands. 2, 3. Norris Terrae, wall of earth. All the wizards and witches cast. Earth wall. All the mages cast. A 4-kilometer, 2.485 miles, long wall rose out of the ground, preventing the mutated wolves from continuing their pursuit. The wall rose to be 2 kilometers, 1.243 miles, tall. "Let's get some distance from them," Scathach said as she pushed the accelerator. The rest of the convoy followed suit. "Okay, let's slow it down," Scathach finally said after 20 minutes of accelerated driving. "We will stop for a 10-minute break. Drivers rotate with someone else in your truck. Lunch will be on the move," Artoria ordered. "Yes, ma'am," they said as the convoy stopped. Artoria and Scathach leaped on top of their truck to monitor the area. The other senior members of the guilds joined them on top of their trucks to allow the other members a moment to relax. "Time to move out," Artoria ordered once the break was over. "Yes, ma'am," they shouted as they returned to the trucks and resumed the journey. As they continued to travel, they discovered another mutated animal. This time it was a mutated bear. It was much bigger than a regular bear and its fur disappeared, revealing dark gray skin. It attacked the convoy. The mutated bear was much stronger and more resilient compared to a regular bear, but the convoy was able to trick the bear and captured it. They also encountered a few more packs of mutated wolves, which they were able to kill. They also found a few more cities with mutated humans. They killed the mutated humans, checked for survivors, and then burned down the cities. After 4 more hours of driving, they arrived in Shamaika, Russia, home of the new Saratov Bridge. Artoria had everyone stop in front of the bridge. "Warriors, keep an eye out for any mutants," Artoria ordered. "Yes, ma'am," the warriors yelled as they began to form a perimeter around the area. "Spellcasters, make sure all the trucks have the weightless and water-repellent enchantments." "Yes, ma'am," they said as they began looking at the trucks. "Fleur, please get Harry and his wives and come here." "Jean, you too," Artoria said through the peerage connection. A few moments later, they meet up with Artoria. "Privacy barrier, please." Fleur waved her wand, creating a privacy barrier around them. "You think we would be attacked on the bridge?" Scathach asked. "Definitely," Artoria replied. "The number of mutants we encountered gradually increased as we moved further in." "I think we should send some people to survey the bridge," Hermione suggested. "I think we have a few flying animagus," Daphne said. "Fleur, can you lower the barrier?" Artoria said. Fleur waved her wand, lowering the barrier. "Do we have any flying animagus?" Artoria asked. "I am." 3 mages answered as they walked toward them. The first one is a Caucasian woman with an attractively muscular body, long blonde hair, and blue eyes. The second one is a tall woman with dark skin, brown eyes, and long black hair which was kept in a ponytail. The third woman with a slender, but fit build, olive-colored skin, thick black hair, and gray eyes. All of them were dressed in lightweight armor. "I am Dinah Lance. My animagus form is a black canary," she introduced. "I guess your parents are a fan of DC Comics?" Harry joked. "They actually are," Dinah admitted. "They joked that it was destiny when they found out about my animagus form. I am Rachel Johnson. My animagus form is a peregrine falcon," she introduced. "Any relations with Angelina Johnson?" Harry asked. "She's my aunt," Rachel answered. "I went to school with your aunt," Harry said. "We can catch up later." Hermione interrupted. Sorry, Harry said. I am Jade-chan. My animagus form is a great horned owl. She introduced. Okay. I want all three to fly around the top and bottom of the bridge and report back anything you see. Artoria ordered. Yes, ma'am. They said. They transformed Black Canary, Peregrine Falcon, and Great Horned Owl and flew towards the bridge. The animagus returned in 10 minutes and transformed back to their normal form. What did you find? Artoria asked. The entire bridge appeared to be abandoned. The only things on the bridge were abandoned rusted cars. Rachel reported. I checked underneath the bridge and it also seems normal, Jade reported. I took a look at the water and didn't see anything abnormal, Dinah added. Thank you. Go help the rest of the mages. Artoria said. Yes, ma'am. They said as they joined the other mages in inspecting the trucks. Fleur raised the privacy barrier again. While we cross the bridge, I want the four of you to report to me if you detect abnormalities, Artoria said. Constant vigilance, Harry said. Artoria and Scathach nodded their heads. We believe that we will be attacked as we cross the bridge, Scathach said. It would make logical sense from an enemy point of view, Daphne commented. Hermione nodded her head. We will keep an eye out, Harry said. Good, Artoria said. Fleur lowered the privacy barrier. Everyone, prepare to move out. Yes, ma'am. They replied as they quickly entered their trucks. The convoy drove in a single file line due to the occasional abandoned car on the bridge. As the convoy crossed the bridge, everyone kept a close eye on their surroundings. The convoy was halfway across the bridge when someone spotted something crawling up from the side of the bridge. It appeared to be a mutated starfish the size of a small car. Monsters are crawling up from the side of the bridge. Someone shouted. Drivers drive faster. Spellcasters in front, move the cars to the side while those spellcasters in the back attack them with your spells. Artoria ordered. Scathach stepped on the throttle, accelerating their truck. The rest of the convoy followed suit. All the spellcasters pulled out their wands and followed Artoria's orders. The cars in front of the convoy were thrown back towards the incoming starfishes. The spellcasters in the back began casting spells at the mutant starfishes. They were 3/4 of the way across the bridge when they noticed that there weren't any more mutant starfishes pursuing them. Don't relax yet, Artoria said. We are still on the bridge. We can relax once we find a safe spot. Yes, ma'am. They replied. It didn't take long before they were able to see the end of the bridge. Damn it, was heard across the radio. Those words summarized everyone's thoughts. At the end of the bridge was an army of mutant starfishes with one as tall as a building. What are we going to do, ma'am? Someone asked. Everyone looked for Artoria for an answer. Artoria, take the wheel, Scathach said as she opened the driver's door. Artoria took over the wheel as Scathach leaped on top of the moving truck. She summoned Gibolg. She jumped up in the air. She arched her back as if she was drawing a bowstring. Gibolg! She yelled as she hurled Gibolg towards the army of mutant starfishes. The space around Gibolg distorted as copies of Gibolg formed in the air. All the copies of Gibolg rained down upon the army of mutant starfishes. Scathach landed on top of another truck. She leaped back to the front of the convoy. She raised her hand and recalled Gibolg. All the copies of Gibolg reformed back to one and it flew back into Scathach's hand. She allowed Gibolg to disappear before slipping into her truck. Spellcasters, throw the bodies into the sea, Artoria ordered. Yes, ma'am. The spellcasters replied. They waved their wands, sending the dead mutant starfishes into the sea. They arrived at the other side of the bridge. We will have a break once we are a good distance away from the water. Yes, ma'am. They replied. They drove another 30 minutes before stopping for another break. We will stop for a 10-minute break. Drivers, rotate with someone else in your truck. Artoria ordered. Yes, ma'am. they said as they began their break. Artoria called another meeting with Scathach, Fleur, Jean, Harry, Hermione, and Daphne. Fleur placed another privacy barrier around them. The enemies that we encountered were likely to test how strong we are, Artoria said. I assume the main forces will be in Moscow, Harry said. Possibly, Artoria said. What can we do to prepare for this inevitable battle? Hermione asked. Should we store our forces in our trunks and move in one truck? Harry asked. Bad idea, Daphne said. If what Her Majesty said is true, then they will be suspicious if they see fewer troops than before. Can we use magic to drive the trucks for us? Jean said. It's possible, Fleur answered. Then can we use magic to drive the trucks while our forces rest? She suggested. We can, but it will require a lot of power to cast and maintain, Hermione said. I can do it, Fleur said. We can help give you some of our energy through the peerage connection, Scathach added. Hermione looked at Fleur. Are you sure? I will let you know if I need help, Fleur said. I think we should send those Animagus witches to scout Moscow first. That way we know anything ahead of time. Artoria said. Good idea, Scathach said. I can give them a large communication mirror, Harry added. That's good. We can actually see what Moscow has become. Daphne commented. Fleur lowered the privacy barrier. Dinah Lance, Rachel Johnson, and Jade Chan. Artoria yelled. The three women ran to Artoria. Yes, Your Majesty. They said. I have a mission for all of you, Artoria said. I want all of you to fly ahead to Moscow and scout the area. Use this mirror to report back to us. Harry brought out the mirror and handed it to Dinah. He quickly explained to them how to use the mirror. Dinah took the mirror from Harry and safely stored it. They transformed into their animal form and flew away. Fleur, Hermione, and Daphne went over to the other trucks and added the additional enchantments. Form up, Artoria ordered. Everyone else formed around her. She told everyone to rest in the trucks while Fleur controlled the trucks. As they were moving, Dinah contacted Artoria. This is Artoria. Artoria said. Your Highness, we have arrived near Moscow. The enemy is amassing a large army against us. She said as she showed the scene to Artoria. The entire city of Moscow was surrounded by a large white wall. Outside the wall were an army of mutant humans, wolves, bears, and rats. This army will easily overwhelm our forces. Artoria thought. I'll have to use Rangominiad to destroy them. I will personally come over there, ahead of the convoy. I will contact you once I am closer to Moscow. As you wish, Your Highness, Dinah said. Until I get there, continue to monitor the situation. Make sure your team has all the necessary charms up. She said as she cut the connection. There is a large force of mutated animals and Grim outside Moscow, waiting for us. I will go on ahead and charge Rangominiad. Let me know when the convoy arrives there. Artoria said as she showed Scathach, Fleur, and Jean her memories of her brief meeting with Dinah through the peerage link. Okay, Scathach replied. Artoria opened the truck door and summoned her horse. A white war horse with silver armor appeared. The horse easily kept up with the truck's pace. Artoria leaped off the truck and landed on the horse's saddle. Let's go, Dun Stallion, Artoria said. Dun Stallion replied with a neigh and quickly ran past the convoy. It didn't take long before Artoria arrived in Moscow, a few hours ahead of the convoy. Jade flew down and transformed back to her human self. Welcome, Your Majesty. She greeted. Hello, Artoria replied. Artoria jumped down from Dun Stallion and allowed him to disappear. Jade escorted Artoria to their hiding spot. Artoria could see how massive the enemy's army was. Continue to observe the enemy. I will be somewhere else and charging my attack. She walked around the area until she found a spot that allowed her to be aligned with the enemy. She quickly cast her own privacy barrier around herself. She also added a charm to prevent anyone from detecting the holy energy from Rangaminiad. She summoned Rangaminiad and began to gather holy energy. It took the convoy a few more hours before the convoy arrived. The enemy's army nearly doubled by this time. "We're here," Scathach said. "Good. Is everyone in the trucks awake?" she asked. "Yes," Scathach replied. "Then continue to drive towards Moscow. Pretend that you aren't aware of the enemy army." "Okay," Scathach replied. Artoria pointed Rangaminiad in the air. "Light, may you be released from the ends of the world," Artoria began to chant. Holy light began to radiate from the tip of Rangaminiad. The light began to spin around the lance. Anchor of the storm. Artoria turned her hips as she pointed the shining Rangaminiad at the enemy army. "May your holy light split the heavens." More holy light spiraled around Rangaminiad and tethered the earth. The holy light consolidated, making the lance even appear much larger than before. "Rangaminiad!" she shouted as she thrust Rangaminiad forward. A large cyclone of spinning holy energy shot out of Rangaminiad. The attack was even larger than the one before. The attack decimated the entire enemy army and most of their white wall and continued for about 24 kilometers, 15 miles. "Charge!" Artoria yelled as she summoned Dun Stallion and charged into battle. She kept Rangaminiad with her. The convoy sped up as they joined with Artoria. A few enemies that somehow survived Artoria's attack tried to defend against them. Artoria pierced their hearts and continued. They arrived in front of the Grand Kremlin Palace, in the middle of Moscow. They sense a large amount of magic in the palace. They were forced to continue on foot. The majority of the warriors stood in front. Artoria and Scathach stood in the middle. All the mages, the rest of the warriors, Fleur and Jean were in the back. They began to invade the Grand Kremlin Palace. They encountered more mutated humans in the palace. Some of them appeared normal size, but their arms were replaced with mantis blade arms, while others had extra appendages growing out of their backs. These mutated humans attacked them. The warriors immediately charged in and stabbed them in the heart. The mutated humans quickly died from their attack. They followed the trail and arrived at the throne room, which was the source of the magic. They could see a man sitting on the throne. He was dressed in elaborate, jet-black armor with purple and golden accents. He has a red cape tied to his back. "Welcome to the Grand Kremlin Palace," he said. "I'm surprised that His Highness, Vladimir Putin, here," Harry said. "That's not him," Artoria said. "The energy around him isn't human." Vladimir Putin smiled as his human flesh began to bubble and melt away, leaving behind a skeleton. Dark red lights glowed from his empty eye sockets. "I guess I should properly introduce myself," the skeleton said. "I am Nagash, the apostle to the overlord of darkness, the father of demons," Nagash proclaimed. The red flames radiate out of his eyes. "Now it's time for you to join us." Nagash summoned a bone-white longsword and leaped towards them. "Get away!" Artoria ordered as summon Excalibur and blocked Nagash's downward slash. Everyone quickly moved away from them. Warriors defend the spellcasters. Spellcasters start rain spells at him. Scathach ordered. Jean stood with the warriors as the mages began firing spells at Nagash. Artoria pushed Nagash away and used the opening to attack Nagash with her downward slash. "You are just delaying the inevitable," Nagash yelled as he blocked her attack with his longsword. "Our spells are not doing anything to him," Dinah yelled. Fleur's eyes widened as she remembered something. "The fight will not end unless we destroy his soul container," she said. "Soul container?" Hermione questioned. "Whenever an undead evolves into a lich or death knight, they store their soul in a container, which is the key to their immortality," Fleur explained. "How do we find this soul container?" Daphne asked. "From my experience, most lich and death knight don't store them on their body but in a secure location." Accio Nagash's soul container. Harry cast. They heard a loud clang as if something fell. Harry, Hermione, Fleur, Daphne, and Scathach ran towards the source of the sound. Nagash noticed them running towards his secret chamber. No! He yelled as he tried to pursue them. Artoria appeared in front of him and fired a blast of holy energy from Excalibur. The energy blast slammed into Nagash's chest and pushed him back a few feet. You will not pass. Artoria glared. Wherever you are going must be important. Nagash tried to follow all of you. Artoria said, as she fired another energy blast at Nagash. Thank Harry. He tried to use a summoning charm on Nagash's soul container. Fleur replied. Nagash stood back up, his empty eye sockets glowing red with anger, and rushed towards Artoria. Hurry up. I will stall him as much as I can. Artoria replied as she blocked Nagash's attacks and counterattacked. We need to hurry. I am not sure how long Artoria could hold Nagash off. Fleur said. Everyone nodded their heads. They soon arrived at a dead end. Accio Nagash's soul container. Harry cast again. They heard something slam into a wall. Looks like it's behind this wall. Hermione, Daphne, and Fleur cast a few spells on the wall. The wall is sealed from our side. Only someone on the inside could open the wall. Hermione said. Fleur and Daphne silently nodded their heads. Do you think we can break this wall? Harry asked. We can try, Hermione said. They pointed their wands at the same spot on the wall. Bombarda Maxima on 3. Harry said. 1, 2, 3. Bombarda Maxima. They cast, causing a massive explosion, kicking up a lot of dust and debris. Evanesco, Hermione cast. All the dust and debris vanished, revealing a golden trophy with black gemstones on the ground. Accio Nagash's soul container. Harry cast again. The golden trophy flew to Harry's hand. That was easy. We got it, Scathach said. I could tell. Nagash's attacks got more reckless as he tries to pursue all of you. Artoria replied. Should we immediately destroy it? Harry asked. Maybe we could use it as a bargaining tool? Daphne suggested. We can try, Scathach replied. They returned to the throne room to see it was mostly destroyed. Artoria was slightly out of breath. Nagash's black armor was covered in scratches and dents. His red cape had been abandoned on the floor. Nagash's eyes glanced at them, seeing his soul container in their hands. My soul container! Nagash yelled as he charged toward them. Avada Kedavra! Fleur cast at the soul container. The green spell hit the soul container. Aha! Nagash screamed in pain as his soul was destroyed by the spell. Nagash used his sword to keep himself standing. You may have destroyed me, but I hope you enjoyed my present, Nagash said as the red glow from his eyes dissipated. His body collapsed on the ground as if a puppet's strings were cut. Suddenly the entire castle began to shake as black trees shot out from the ground. Fleur's eyes widened. A seed of Inash. She shouted. What is that? Harry asked. Imagine a vampire and a tree had a baby. She said. The black branches shot out towards them. Artoria charged in and slashed the branches with Excalibur. The seed of Inash let out a painful shriek. Excalibur began to glow with holy light as Artoria fired a weaker version of her noble phantasm. The seed of Inash let out another painful shriek as it was swallowed by Artoria's attack. The light dissipated, revealing the dead seed of Inash. We got a bigger problem, Hermione said as she glanced outside. Everyone looked out from the window to see seeds of Inash all over the city, but unlike the seed of Inash in the throne room, the ones outside were much bigger. The seeds of Inash were surrounded by a purple haze. Oh no! Fleur mumbled. Everyone turned to her. What's the problem? It's just more seeds of Inash. Harry said. It's not that simple, Fleur said. What is down there is called the Forest of Inash. All the trees are now connected similar to a hive mind, which allows multiple trees to coordinate as one. It passively releases a poisonous purple haze that poisons you and makes it impossible for our spells or magecraft to be used. How do we destroy it? Artoria asked. We need to destroy the roots, Fleur said. Do you think I should use my noble phantasm to destroy them? Artoria asked. No, Fleur said. Your noble phantasm, while powerful, is not precise enough to destroy the entire forest of Inash. Not only that, it can accidentally destroy the barrier, releasing them to the world. It looks like the forest of Inash is already outside Moscow, Hermione added. Dinah, Rachel, and Jade. Artoria called. Yes, Your Majesty. They said as they immediately transformed into their animagus forms and flew away. A few minutes later, they returned. The forest of Inash is everywhere, Dinah said. Same. Rachel and Jade admitted. We need something that can unleash holy energy, fire, and can ignore the forest of Inash's defense, Scathach concluded. Artoria's eyes widened as she remembered something. Can someone locate the controls for the barrier? Artoria asked. Yes, Your Majesty. Everyone explored the throne room and the other rooms trying to find the controls for the barrier. As this happened, Artoria contacted Ichigo. Ichigo. Artoria called. Yes, Artoria? He replied. Is it possible for you to send us Longinus? Artoria asked. Why? Ichigo replied. She quickly explained to Ichigo the situation. I see. Give me one moment. Ichigo replied as he cut the connection. Artoria looked at most of the people returned. Did you find it? Most of them shook their heads. I think I found it. Everyone turned to see Kahlua. Show me, Artoria said. They walked behind Nagash's throne to see an empty hole shaped like a trophy. Where's the soul container? I have it, Harry said as he handed her the soul container. She inserted it into the hole. The trophy lit up. A secret compartment behind the throne opened. Inside the secret compartment was a book. Artoria picked up the book and opened it. Anyone knows how to read Russian? She asked. I do, Kahlua said. Artoria handed her the book and she began to read it. This diagram here allows us to get an overview of the ward. Kahlua pointed out. This portion allows us to control what is allowed in or out of the ward. I see. Artoria said. Artoria, Ichigo interjected. I can send you Longinus but only Jean could wield it. Why? Artoria and Jean asked. When Longinus was created, God placed a restriction on Longinus. Only some that's a devoted follower of the Bible would be able to use Longinus, Ichigo said. But Ichigo, you aren't a follower of the Bible. Jean pointed out. I am an exception since I saved Jesus and was declared his sworn brother, Ichigo said. What? Jean shouted in shock and awe. Anyways. Artoria interjected. How will you deliver Longinus? Jean will need to go to the highest point in Grand Kremlin Palace. Once you are there, you will kneel down and make a prayer to me and to Longinus. Ichigo said. I will try, Jean said as she walked towards the window. She opened the window and stepped outside. What is she doing? Harry asked. Getting help from Kyan, Artoria replied, purposely not revealing Ichigo's name. Jean eventually arrived at a balcony, allowing her to see the devastation the forest of Inash has caused. She kneeled down and began to pray. My master, I ask for you to hear my cry. Below are the wicked which pollute our lands. I ask for you to bless us with the blessed lance which has imbibed the drops of God. I ask of you, my master, answer my cries. She prayed. Suddenly Jean began to glow with holy light. Child. Jean looked to see Longinus floating in front of her. Our master has heard your cries and has answered them. Our master has blessed you with this miracle. Use me well, Saint of Longinus. Azrael said. Jean stood up and grabbed Longinus. The holy energy around her formed a pair of golden angel wings and a golden halo. She used her new wings and flew to the top of the black dome. She held Longinus with both hands as if she held her flag. Jean closed her eyes as she concentrated. Have mercy on me, O God, according to your steadfast love, according to your abundant mercy blot out my transgressions. Jean began to chant. Longinus began to glow with holy energy. Wash me thoroughly from my iniquity and cleanse me from my sin, and then concentrate your holy energy into purifying them. Jean opened her eyes. She let go of her left hand as she arched her back. Holy fire's judgment! Jean shouted as she threw Longinus towards the ground. The holy energy around Longinus transformed into flames as it slammed into the ground, unleashing waves of holy fire at the forest of Inash. The forest of Inash tried to run away from the holy fire, but it was pointless. The holy fire began to incinerate the forest of Inash, from the black branches down to the roots hidden in the ground. The holy fire eventually destroyed the forest of Inash and began to climb up the black barrier, purging it of all the corrupted souls from the barrier. After an hour, the holy fire finally extinguished itself, leaving the entire country purified of Nagasha's dark magic. The barrier is no longer black but appears to be distorted clear glass, allowing the setting sunlight to shine through while preventing anyone from seeing into the country. Jean floated down from the top of Grand Kremlin Palace. She landed in front of Longinus. She pulled Longinus out of the ground. Longinus glowed with holy energy before disappearing, likely returning to Ichigo. Jean walked back into the throne room, where everyone else was waiting for her. I guess that's that, Artorias said. Indeed, Jean replied. Now then, who will control which part of Russia? Mocha asked. Mocha and I will claim everything west of the Yenisei River, Isteth said. That is fine, Artorias said, after thinking about it. I will claim the area between the Ural Mountains and the Yenisei River. Jean proposed. Then I will claim the area west of the Ural Mountains, Artorias said. Kahlua added everyone's name into the book, allowing them to freely cross through the ward. We should organize a press conference to announce what happened here. Daphne proposed. Agreed. I will host one in Britain. Artorias said. She glanced at Jean, Mocha, and Isteth. Is that okay with you three? Sure, Jean answered. That's fine, Mocha replied. Isteth nodded her head. They left the throne room and regrouped with the rest of their members. Then they use a portkey to return to Britain. Scene change, Britain 3 p.m. Everyone appeared outside Avalon's headquarters. Your Highness. One of Artoria's subordinates said as she immediately took a knee in front of Artoria. Quickly everyone else took a knee as well. Rise, Artoria ordered. Everyone stood up. Inform the press that we will have a press conference regarding the operation in Russia. Yes, Your Highness. Everyone shouted and immediately began to prepare for the press conference. Artoria turned to everyone that took part in the operation. We will begin to look at what the Russians did, Hermione said. Go on ahead, Artoria said. Everyone, except for Scathach, is free to take the rest of the day off. She paused as she glanced at the other members from the other guilds. I believe the same applies to your guild members? It is, Jean said. Same, Mocha replied. Recover for now. We will have more work later. Isteth said. In less than an hour, Artoria stood in front of a podium. Behind her were Jean, Scathach, Mocha, and Isteth. In front of them were reporters from all across Europe. Testing 1 2 3, Artoria said. All the reporters quickly quieted down. Good afternoon, everyone. In a joint operation, Avalon, Chevalier, Crimson Lotus, and Frozen Resolve all attacked the black barrier surrounding Russia and entered Russia. She began. She briefly told reporters what happened. Any questions? A few reporters raised their hands. Good afternoon, Your Majesty. How many people were you able to rescue? A reporter asked. She gave the reporter a sad look. We found no survivors. She said. I see. The reporter replied. Good afternoon, Your Majesty. Any thought regarding this overlord of darkness, the father of demons? Another reporter asked. I believe that this being is the leader of the monsters. Artoria partially lied. She asked Ichigo if he knew anything about the Overlord of Darkness, the father of demons. Ichigo revealed that the Overlord of Darkness, the father of demons, is one of the monikers for one of the 7 overlords, leaders of the invading force. Your Majesty, a follow-up question. Artoria nodded her head. Do you have any plans to attack this overlord? For now, no, Artoria said. We need more information before we can plan a proper attack. Artoria pointed at another reporter. Good afternoon, Your Majesty. Are there any plans to repopulate Russia? The next reporter asked. Russia had been divided into 4 pieces, one for each guild that participated in the operation. Artoria paused. Isdeth and I have claimed everything west of the Yenisei River, Mocha announced. I have claimed the area between the Ural Mountains and the Yenisei River, Jean announced. Avalon had claimed the area west of the Ural Mountains, Skathak announced. Any other questions? Artoria asked. None of the reporters moved. I conclude that this press conference is over, Artoria said as she left the podium. Jean, Mocha, Isdeth, and Skathak followed behind her. I wonder how the other 2 operations are going. Artoria thought. Chapter 75, Arc 14. Opening scene, Rafa, Israel. Yasaka, Gilgamesh, Akasha, Medea, and Zealot sat down in an abandoned house in the abandoned town of Rafa. Gilgamesh used this abandoned house to keep an eye on the Savior Guild. Everyone is aware of the plan? Gilgamesh asked. She was dressed in her regular golden armor. I am, Medea said. Zealot nodded her head as well. Both were dressed in black robes. So am I, Akasha replied. Akasha was dressed in a red summer dress. Yasaka nodded her head. Yasaka was dressed in a yukata depicting the rising sun. Gilgamesh summoned 5 golden bracelets and a golden box. Everyone took a golden bracelet and put it on. Enter. Medea and Zealot said. They were teleported inside the golden box. The golden box broke into 3 pieces. Gilgamesh attached the golden boxes to her remaining golden bracelets, making them appear like ordinary golden bracelets. They left the house and walked towards the border of Egypt. Yasaka began to glow golden and began to transform. She remained bipedal. However, her face is now a golden fox. She is now wearing decorative white robes with oversized sleeves. Below her robes, she is now wearing purple pants. She now has 3 fingers and claws on each hand and long, white, 3-toed legs. Akasha's red summer dress transformed into a white suit, leather riding boots, and an intricately knotted black cravat, covered by a full-length, and black frock overcoat with a cape. In her hands were 2 handguns. Gilgamesh simply summoned Enki from her gate of Babylon and had them in her hands. They stepped across the barrier into Egypt. Suddenly a group of people appeared. They were exactly as Gilgamesh described them. They were dressed in loose brown and tan clothing. Their faces were covered, preventing anyone from telling if they were male or female. A spokesperson stepped forward. Hello, Guild Leader Gilgamesh, Guild Leader Akasha, and Guild Leader Yasaka. Seeing that you are here with your weapons drawn, I assume you are here to invade our territory? The spokesperson asked in a gender-neutral tone. We are, Gilgamesh replied. The Savior Guild move summoned their weapons, either swords, spears, or magic staffs. The warriors stood in front of the spellcasters, ready to protect them from harm. Attack! The spokesperson ordered. The Savior Guild members charged toward them. Yasaka threw her Ophiuros at the incoming Savior Guild members. Upon contact, the Ophiuros unleashed a large explosion that engulfed the targeted Savior Guild members. The explosion subsided, revealing nothing there except ashes. Yasaka quickly threw more Ofuros at them. Spellcasters assist them with spells. Warriors, don't let those charms touch you, the spokesperson commanded. The remaining Savior Guild members slashed the incoming Ofuros, while the spellcasters began to cast spells. Akasha pointed her guns at them and began to fire red blood bullets at the spellcasters, interrupting their casting and began to knock them unconscious. As this happened, Yasaka threw even more Ofuros. The warriors were forced to focus on Yasaka. Dragon descend! The spokesperson yelled. Their entire body was engulfed in crimson-red flames. The flames died down, revealing a tall, muscular, crimson-red dragon with a golden underbelly, jet-black hair with green ends, matching crimson-red wings, and green spikes on his back and tail. He also has 5 bluish-gray claws on his hands and 4 bluish-gray claws on his feet. The dragon let out a loud roar, trying to intimidate them. "So, this is where you've been hiding," Gilgamesh said as she summoned another sword. It was a two-handed, golden greatsword with a blue jewel embedded in the hilt. Jake Long. "Damn," the dragon said. "I didn't expect someone to know what my dragon form looks like," Jake admitted. "I am an acquaintance of someone who learned your secret," Gilgamesh said. "Who?" Jake asked. "It doesn't matter right now," Gilgamesh said as she pointed Bamang at Jake. Jake flinched as he sensed the magical property of the sword. His instincts warned him that sword was very dangerous. Gilgamesh charged at Jake. Jake unleashed a blast of flame at Gilgamesh. She jumped to the side, avoiding the attack. Gilgamesh began to swing Bamang at Jake when she got within range. Jake was forced to block Gilgamesh's swings with his claws. Jake was shocked that Bamang was able to slice through his skin. "Raha!" Jake roared in pain. He never experienced something like this. He was used to feeling the force of the attack on the body, but nothing like this. "Looks like I was overprepared," mumbled as Gilgamesh used Jake's distracted state to her advantage. She sent Bamang back to the gate of Babylon and summoned a potion. She charged at Jake. Jake didn't notice Gilgamesh until she climbed on him and dumped the potion in his mouth. She grabbed Jake's mouth and forced it shut. Jake was forced to swallow the potion. His body began to sway as the potion took effect. Jake collapsed on the ground and was knocked unconscious. Gilgamesh let go of Jake's mouth as his body reverted to his human form. Jake's body glowed golden as he was teleported away. Gilgamesh turned to see Akasha and Yasaka finished with the rest of the Savior Guild. "Medea, how is the interrogation coming along?" Gilgamesh asked using the peerage connection. "So far we've interrogated 10 out of the 30 people you captured." Medea began. "Were you able to get anything out of them?" Gilgamesh asked. "I was," Medea replied. "First off, all the Savior Guild members had their memories whipped from them." "Even subconscious memories?" Yasaka asked. "Yes, even subconscious ones," Medea replied. "I found traces of divine energy around their mind, which would prevent them from regaining their memories and make themselves absolutely loyal to the Savior Guild," Medea said. "Do we know who the leader of the Savior Guild is?" Gilgamesh asked. "There are 10 leaders for the Savior Guild, known as Apostle, then their respective number. Whenever they see seen, they are all wearing golden robes, which covered their entire body, except for their eyes and mouth. Each of them has a number where their forehead is located at. Their voice is modified to be monotone and androgynous." Medea said. "Were you able to locate anyone from our missing people list?" Akasha asked. "Jake Long and Juniper Lee. They both are leaders of the Dragon Tribe. They oversee North Africa." "Anyone else?" Akasha asked. "West Africa is under the control of the Hornet Tribe, which is led by Suifong and Shunsui Kairaku. East Africa is under the control of the Blood Tribe, which is led by Mandi Delisle and Sukun Ono. Southern Africa is under the control of the Phantom Tribe, which is led by the Tsunayoshiro clan and Kagarosa Inaba. Central Africa is the location of the Savior Guild's headquarters." Medea said. Anything else we should know? Yasaka asked. Be careful of the weapons and armor. It's made of a metal that the Savior Guild called vibranium. The metal is stronger than steel, but only a third of the weight, as well as being completely vibration absorbent. Medea said. Interesting, Gilgamesh said. Any information on the source of the divine energy? Yasaka asked. Best place to look would be the 10 apostles. Medea reasoned. I will try and get more information from them. All right, Akasha said. Where should we go? Yasaka asked. Let's go to each tribe's base, Gilgamesh said. With my Vimana, we can hit every one of them before the end of the day. Okay then, Akasha said. Very well. Yasaka agreed. Gilgamesh summoned the Vimana. All three of them got on and flew to the Dragon Tribe's headquarters. Scene change, Central Africa, Savior Guild headquarters, Apostle Chamber. All 10 apostles sat down around the table. 3 of the apostles had their eyes closed. It seems he has returned. Apostle number 10 said. Indeed. Apostle number 4 replied. Do we have any idea who entered our domain? Apostle number 5 asked. We haven't heard anything from the Dragon Tribe. Apostle number 2 said. He just returned and he's already destroying our work. Apostle number 7 said. We are receiving a call from our ally in Russia. Apostle number 8 said. Very well. Apostle number 10 said. Apostle number 8 pulled out a mirror. From 10 to 1. All of them said. The mirror showed an angry Caucasian man. Prophet. The man yelled. Speak. Apostle number 10 replied. The mirror altered their voice and appearances, making it appear as if a person with 10 eyes were talking to him in unison. You prophesied that we would be safe from all conflict from the outside world for at least another year. The man said. We did prophesy that. Apostle number 10 thought as he glanced at Apostle number 3, Apostle number 6, and Apostle number 9 who looked as if they were in a coma. But with his return, nothing is certain. For he is the defier of fate. Something has caused ripples in your future. Remove the disturbance before the ripples alter the future beyond repair. Apostle number 10 warned before ending the connection. So, he's also targeting Russia. Apostle number 1 said. Then we must assume the worst. Apostle number 2 said. I will raise the alarm. Apostle number 5 said. Agreed. Apostle number 6 and Apostle number 8 said. Apostle number 10 handed Apostle number 5 the mirror. This is Apostle number 5 speaking. Apostle number 5 began. Code Black. I repeat, Code Black. This is not a drill. Prepare for enemy invasion. Once again. This is not a drill. Prepare for enemy invasion. Apostle number 5 said. Alarms began to ring across Africa. Then we too must prepare for battle. Apostle number 10 said. The other apostles nodded their heads and left the chamber, leaving behind the blinded Apostle number 3, Apostle number 6, and Apostle number 9. Scene change, Northern Africa. On the Vimana, Gilgamesh, Akasha, and Yasaka could hear the alarms ringing as they approached the Dragon Tribe's headquarters. The alarms are getting annoying, Akasha admitted. Maybe this is one of their defenses. Gilgamesh joked. Here, Yasaka said as she handed them 2 ofuros each. They looked to see Yasaka had them wrapped around her ears. Akasha and Gilgamesh wrapped the ofuros around their ears. They stopped hearing the alarm. I guess they know we're here, Yasaka said, not using the peerage connection. Indeed, Gilgamesh replied. Incoming projectiles. Akasha pointed out. Large silver javelins shot out of cannons mounted on the headquarters. Capture field. Shield field. Gilgamesh said. 2 transparent barriers formed around the Vimana. The projectile pierced through the first barrier and stopped before it touched the second barrier. Gilgamesh snapped her fingers, sending the projectile into the golden cube for Medea to study. Destruction beams. Sleep and teleport beams. She commanded. The Vimana began to fire energy beams. The destruction beams were fired at the building while the combination of sleep and teleport beams were aimed at the people. Gilgamesh made all the beams appear similar, making it appear that the people who were hit by the teleport beams were vaporized, like the buildings. I'm going to go down to the headquarters to see if there is any more information, Akasha said. Sure. I got this. Gilgamesh said. She summoned a golden goblet and took a sip from it. I'll go too, Yasaka added. I'll teleport you down, Gilgamesh said. Akasha and Yasaka glowed golden as they were teleported down. They arrived in an empty hallway. Suddenly a map appeared in their hand. You might need this, Medea said. Thank you, Yasaka replied. They used the map to find all the rooms that might have something of value. As they traveled through the headquarters, they would encounter a group of dragon tribe members, which were knocked unconscious and teleported away. So, you're responsible for killing most of my members, someone said. They looked to see an adult Asian woman dressed in light armor, specially designed to not restrict her mobility. She was in a fighting stance. You must be Juniper Lee, Akasha said. I am, she replied as she charged toward them. Yasaka threw a few of her Ophiuros at her. Juniper dodged the Ophiuros and charged toward Akasha. Akasha fired a few blood blasts at Juniper. She dodged them and tried to punch Akasha in the face. Akasha dodged Juniper's punch and countered with her down. Juniper wasn't prepared for the punch and was knocked back. Yasaka threw a few more of her Ophiuros at Juniper. The Ophiuros touched Juniper, knocking her out, and teleported her away. They checked the rest of the building for anything valuable before walking back out. The entire dragon tribe headquarters were reduced to rubble. Gilgamesh spotted them and teleported them up to the Vimana. So where next? Gilgamesh asked. Let's go with West Africa, Akasha suggested. Sure. Yasaka agreed. Gilgamesh flew the Vimana towards the headquarters of the Hornet tribe. Scene change, West Africa. The Vimana quickly soared towards the location of Hornet tribe's headquarters. They spotted a few dungeons in the distance. Luckily there were no signs of a dungeon break about to happen. Suddenly large silver javelins flew towards them. How original! Gilgamesh sarcastically said as she activated the capture field and shield field. Do you want me to control the Vimana while you take a walk down there? Yasaka asked. Sure, Gilgamesh said as she stood up. Yasaka sat down and began firing destruction beams and teleport beams at the Hornet tribe's headquarters. Gilgamesh and Akasha teleported down. They were greeted by a squad of Hornet tribe members. They were armed with daggers. They charged toward them. Gilgamesh drew Enki and began to fight them. Akasha brought out her guns and began providing range support. Gilgamesh and Akasha knocked all of them unconscious and sent them into the pocket dimension. Suddenly something shot out of the headquarters and slammed into Gilgamesh, sending her flying. The dust settled to reveal Suifeng. She was dressed in her backless combat outfit. Suddenly a spear shot out towards her. She leaped to the side, dodging it. To her shock, the spear turned around and followed her. She attacked the spear with her fists. The spear would be pushed to the side but immediately reposition itself tried to attack her. Shunko! Suifeng yelled. She was engulfed in golden Ryatsu. It circulated behind her body. The spear was forced to fly straight at Suifeng. She blocked the incoming spear with a palm strike. Let's see how you settle with this. Gilgamesh thought as she fired a few more weapons at Suifeng. Suifeng quickly blocked the incoming weapons. Gilgamesh would teleport those weapons back into her gate of Babylon and fire them again, unlike Gungnir who would continue to try and hit its target. It didn't take long before Suifeng was annoyed. Kairaku, you perverted drunk, get your ass out here. Suifeng yelled as she blocked another attack from Gilgamesh. They heard a loud thud as if something dropped. Sue Sue. I was enjoying my morning nap, Kairaku said as leaned out of the window from the third floor. He was dressed in a loose black kimono. We're being attacked, Suifeng yelled. Gilgamesh sent a few swords toward Kairaku. Kairaku jumped out of the window, dodging Gilgamesh's swords, and landed on the ground. Shakaho. Raikoho. Kairaku cast. A fireball and lightning bolt shot out of Kairaku's hands and flew towards Gilgamesh. Akasha quickly intercepted those kidos with her blood bullets. Kairaku turned to Akasha. Your opponent is me, she said. Fine, Kairaku said as he raised his palm. Hirio Gekizoku Shinten Reiho. He cast. A large dragon made of lightning shot out of his palm towards Akasha. Akasha quickly jumped to the side, avoiding the attack, and fired larger rounds at Kairaku. He shunpaied away, avoiding the attack. Akasha continued to fire her bullets at Kairaku. He continued to dodge them. How is it going with Suifeng? Akasha asked. Annoying. She is too fast, Gilgamesh admitted as she fired her swords again. I expected you to fully utilize your Gate of Babylon or Enkidu on her, Akasha admitted as she continued to attack Kairaku. I originally planned to, but then I decided to save those for later since we got some Rouge deity to deal with, Gilgamesh admitted. You are right, Akasha admitted. I have enough blood around the field. Be ready to knock them out once I trap them, Akasha said. Got it, Gilgamesh replied. Akasha fired 2 more blood bullets, this time aimed at both of them. Both Suifeng and Kairaku were ready to shunpa somewhere else. Blood prison. Akasha cast. Suddenly blood tentacles formed from the blood littered the battlefield and wrapped themselves around them. The unexpected move stunned them, allowing Gilgamesh to knock them out. They were quickly teleported into the pocket dimension for Medea and Zealot to interrogate. They went through the rest of the Hornet tribe headquarters before returning outside. Gilgamesh and Akasha were teleported back to the Vimana. I assume you finish everything in there? She asked. We did, Gilgamesh said. You two did it much faster compared to earlier, she admitted. Medea, can you give us a count of how many people were from each tribe? Akasha asked. We had a total of 300 members from the Dragon tribe while Hornet tribe had only 100 members, Medea reported. Does the Hornet tribe have only 100 members or did most of them go somewhere else? Gilgamesh asked. I believe that the Hornet tribal only has 100 members, Medea said. So where should we go next? Yasaka asked. I think we should continue to go south, Gilgamesh said. Okay, they said. The Vimana flew towards southern Africa. Scene change, Southern Africa headquarters. As the Vimana approached, they spotted a man standing in front of the headquarters. He appeared slender with green eyes and medium-length, dark green hair that is generally unkempt except for a tightly tied braid along the left side of his head. He wore a loose-fitting, black shihakusho over which he wears a white hayori. That's Tokunada Tsuneyoshiro, current head of the Tokunada clan, Yasaka identified. He's all yours, Akasha said. Same, Gilgamesh said. Yasaka sighed as she returned to her normal form. Yasaka was teleported down in front of Tokunada. Greetings Yasaka Haim-sama, Tokunada said in Japanese as he bowed to her. Hello Lord Tsuneyoshiro, Yasaka replied in Japanese. So why did you and your clan betray Soul Society? Us betray Soul Society? Tokunada looked honestly confused by Yasaka's question. My entire clan and I agreed that the current Soul Society has been corrupted by the powerful Shinigami. The Central 46 was established to balance the power of the Gotei 14. Interesting statement, Yasaka said. But for the last centuries, the Gotei 14 was under the whims of Central 46. They were unable to balance the power of Central 46. That was only recently. Throughout the beginning of history, Central 46 and all the powerless souls were under the control of the Gotei 14. Tokunada countered. Unfortunately, I do have a peace agreement with the Gotei 14. One of those agreements is capturing rogue Shinigami and returning them to the Gotei 14. Yasaka said as she was surrounded by golden energy and began to transform. She was now dressed in a black bodysuit with golden armor. Her head is partially covered by a golden mask in the shape of a fox head. Her golden hair is now reached her ankles but is tied in a way to appear like two foxtails. She has golden breast and shoulder armor. She has purple and golden gloves and high heels. In her arm, she has a golden shakujo in her hand. Unfortunately, indeed, Tokunada said. Now, 21 people appeared out of thin air. Yasaka recognized them. The missing Kagarosa Inaba and 20 more Shinigami that aren't supposed to be here. Yasaka identified. Not quite Yasaka Haim-sama. Kagarosa said with a bow. These Shinigami are clones of the real one. I took a sample of the original Reisher, Souls, Blood, Ryatsu, and used them to create these clones. Enough talking. Tokunada interrupted. Kill them. He ordered. The Shinigami clones charged toward Yasaka. The Vimana began to attack them. The Shinigami clones quickly changed direction, dodging the attacks. They all grabbed their Zanpakuto and prepared to release their Shurikai. Bind them with Enkidu. Yasaka asked. Fine, Gilgamesh said. Golden portals appeared behind her as the chains of heaven shot out. They wrapped around all the Shinigami clones' bodies and mouths, preventing them from drawing their Zanpakuto or speaking. Break free. Kagarosa ordered. All the clones began to release more of their Ryatsu as they attempt to break free from Enkidu. To Kagarosa's and Tokunada's dismay, the clones failed to break free. Gilgamesh snapped her fingers. The Vimana fired a multitude of sleep beams and teleport beams, aimed at the trapped Shinigami. The clone Shinigami were hit by the beam and were teleported away. Do something, Tokunada ordered as he looked at Kagarosa. Kagarosa sighed as he drew his Zanpakuto. Before he could react, Vimana already fired another set of sleep beams and teleport beams at him. He was teleported away. Damn it! Tokunada yelled as he too was hit by Vimana's beams. Do either one of you want to join me? Yasaka asked. I'm good, Gilgamesh said with a yawn. I'll join you, Akasha said. She was teleported from the Vimana to Yasaka. They walked inside the headquarters. As they walked, they encountered the rest of the Tsuneyoshiro clan. Some of the members tried to fight against them but they were easily knocked out by them. Seeing this, the rest of the Tsuneyoshiro clan submitted to Yasaka and Akasha. They were knocked unconscious and teleported away. They explored the rest of the headquarters and stole everything in there. Strange, where's the stolen equipment? Akasha thought. There must be a hidden basement level. Yasaka reasoned. Scout, Akasha said as her hand glowed red. Blood gushed out of her hand, flowing down to the ground. It began to move around the being, getting into all the cracks throughout the building. Akasha closed her eyes focusing on the flowing blood. Found it, Akasha said as she began to walk. Yasaka followed behind. They eventually stopped at a two-way hallway. Akasha pushed a hidden wall panel. A secret set of stairs appeared. They walked down the stairs and arrived at the hidden basement. In the middle of the basement was a large glass chamber. They spotted a short and petite young woman with chin-length dark green being suspended in the pink fluid inside the glass chamber. Yasaka and Akasha walked over to a computer terminal that monitors the conditions of the young woman. Besides the screens was a red button with the word emergency shutdown on it. Akasha pressed the button. The pink fluid began to drain out of the glass chamber. The girl slowly floated down. A few minutes later, the girls were at the bottom of the glass chamber. The glass walls have also descended. Akasha and Yasaka walked over to her. The girl opened her eyes, revealing purplish red eyes. Hello? Are you okay? Yasaka asked. The girl stared at them. Who are you? She asked, ignoring Yasaka's questions. I am Yasaka, and this is Akasha. Yasaka answered. I assume you are a clone of Kagurosa Inaba? Akasha asked. The girl was startled. How do you know him? She asked. We just took care of him and his Shinigami clones, Yasaka answered. You killed them? She asked. No, we knocked them out and captured him, Akasha replied. They could see a bit of joy on her face. I'm Nozomi Kujo. She introduced. I am actually a modified soul created from a portion of Kagurosa Inaba's soul. Are you one of his allies? Yasaka asked. Nozomi shook her head. He created me for multiple purposes. She said. The first is to be able to control and command the other clones. She said. The second was to become the new home for Kagurosa Inaba's conscious. The third is to seduce Tokunada Tsunayoshiro and become the new head of the Tsunayoshiro clan. I see. Yasaka said. What do you want to do now? Akasha asked. I don't know. She admitted. For now, you'll stay with us, Yasaka said. What about Kagurosa Inaba? She asked. He's currently imprisoned, Yasaka answered. Just make sure he can't enter Shirkai. He can open portals to travel across space. She warned. That would be annoying to deal with, Yasaka said. They took the rest of the scientific equipment to the hidden lab. Nozomi found some clothes and put them on. It was a short shihakusho that only goes a little below her waist with a white band around the waist and knee-high white socks. She was teleported into the pocket dimension. They finally walked out of the headquarters. Gilgamesh teleported them up to the Vimana. After that, they flew toward Eastern Africa. Scene change, Eastern Africa headquarters. The Vimana arrived to see an army of whom they presume as Blood Tribe members were standing there, waiting for them. Unlike the Dragon Tribe, the Blood Tribe's members were decked in light armor. They were armed with either a pair of short swords, a pair of hammers, or a pair of battle axes. Their eyes glowed red with rage. Standing around these berserkers were three people. The first one was a young woman with wildly styled waist-long blonde hair with red eyes. She was dressed in a black top with a red design that wrapped around her breast, stopping before the intermammary cleft. A red orb is located there. She is also wearing fitted black bottoms. She has two giant red feathers on her top and black armbands. She also has a long cape attached to her bottom with the same red feathers. She had a pair of black pumps on her feet. In her hand was a bone-white skull staff with a scythe blade. The second one looked like a black monster. It took an upright, bipedal stance. It has a human face with an elongated, cylindrical skull that is fused with the upper back. The monster had a pair of large, clawed talons. On the ground, they could see a segmented, blade-tipped tail. Akasha's eyes widened. Why did you return to this monstrous form, Tsukun? Akasha thought, immediately recognizing who the monster was. I assume you want to go down? Gilgamesh asked. I do, Akasha admitted. I'll join you. Yasaka said. I'll provide range support, Gilgamesh said as she remained sitting down. Akasha and Yasaka were teleported down. Who are you? The woman asked in English. I am Yasaka. Yasaka replied in English. I am Akasha, Akasha replied in English. I assume you are Mandy Delisle. I am. She replied. Leave now or prepare to die. I am going to deal with Tsukun, Akasha said. Okay, Yasaka said. They both charged toward Mandy and Tsukun. Kill, Mandy ordered. The berserkers and Tsukun roared and charged toward them. Yasaka leaped up in the air, jumping over the wave of berserkers. Akasha grabbed Tsukun and threw him away from the wave. Gilgamesh began attacking the berserkers with the energy beams. To her dismay, the the sleeping energy beams were ineffective against the berserkers. Rahaha! They yelled. Some of them threw their battle axes at the Vimana. Luckily, the Vimana was too high up in the air. Either someone enchanted these berserkers to be magically resistant or they are drugged up to the point they won't fall asleep. Gilgamesh though. Capture net, Gilgamesh said. The Vimana fired a net of magical energy at the berserkers. The net wrapped itself around the berserkers, causing them to lose their balance and fall. Rahahaha! The berserkers roared as they struggled to break free from the bindings. Looks like they are knocked up on drugs, Gilgamesh concluded. She fired more of her capture net at the berserkers. Some of them broke the net before they were trapped. Others weren't as lucky. Medea. I got a group of berserkers that are drugged to prevent themselves from falling asleep. I see. I will prepare a potion to purge the remaining potions in their system. Medea replied. Thank you, Gilgamesh replied as she continued to capture the berserkers and send them to Medea. Scene change, Akasha versus Monster Tsukun. Tsukun, it's me, Akasha said as she tried to reason with Monster Tsukun. Monster Tsukun ignored her and leaped towards her. Akasha swerved to the side, avoiding her attack. Akasha sighed as the Monster Tsukun landed on the ground and leaped again. Akasha jumped to the side and fired her blood bullet at him. Instead of blocking the attack, he opened his mouth and devoured the blood. It looked as if Monster Tsukun enjoyed it. Raha Moko Kaka. Monster Tsukun roared. He leaped towards Akasha. Know your place. Akasha yelled as she delivered a powerful roundhouse to Monster Tsukun's face. He was sent flying towards Gilgamesh. She snapped her finger. The Vimana fired a golden net at Monster Tsukun. Monster Tsukun let out a loud roar as he dodged the net. Akasha sighed as she pointed her handguns at Monster Tsukun. She changed the bullets from blood to holy and fired. Monster Tsukun stood still, expecting the blood bullets. Rahahaha! Monster Tsukun roared in pain from the holy bullets. Acidic yellow blood began to drip out of the bullet wounds. Vimana fired another golden net. This time it was able to capture Monster Tsukun. Rahahaha! Monster Tsukun roared as he rolled around, trying to break free of the golden net. Gilgamesh tried to knock Monster Tsukun out, but it didn't work. We got another unique berserker. I'm not sure if it is even a human. Gilgamesh said. Be careful. His blood is very acidic, and he has a secondary mouth. Akasha added. Okay, Medea said. Gilgamesh teleported him away. Akasha turned to see Yasaka and Mandy still fighting, but it appeared that Yasaka was overwhelming her. Mandy struggled to keep up with Yasaka as she delivered fast and powerful strikes. It didn't take long before she was defeated by her. Yasaka smacked Mandy with her shakujo and knocked her unconscious. Look you long enough, Gilgamesh said. Yasaka shrugged her shoulders. Ladies, Akasha interrupted. Let's just loot the headquarters and then move to Central Africa to end this mess. Yasaka and Akasha walked through Blood Tribe's headquarters. There wasn't anyone remaining in the headquarters to stop them. They stole everything they could find. There might be a secret chamber. Yasaka considered. Possible. Akasha agreed. Scout, Akasha said as her hand glowed red. Blood gushed out of her hand, flowing down to the ground. It began to move around the being, getting into all the cracks throughout the building. Akasha closed her eyes, focusing on the flowing blood. Found it, Akasha said. They arrived in an office room. Akasha walked to a nearby bookshelf and pulled a book. The bookshelf slid open, revealing a set of stairs. They began to walk down. They crossed a barrier and immediately they smelled a thick stench of blood. Yasaka summoned an Ofuro and created an air bubble around her head, purifying the air for her to breathe. Akasha was unaffected by the stench. They soon arrived at the bottom of the stairs. They were greeted by a large cavern. The walls resembled red meat. they continued to walk down. They soon arrived at another chamber. There were 5 large red eggs in the middle of the chamber. The eggs were over 2 meters tall, 6.5 feet. Akasha's eyes widened as she realized what these were. Akasha's shadow began to expand. Yasaka took a few steps back from Akasha. Akasha? Yasaka mumbled. Sorry, Yasaka. You might want to head back upstairs while I take care of some personal business. Akasha warned as red eyes began to appear from her shadow. Yasaka quickly ran upstairs. To think they tried to use the remaining Alucard cells in Sukun to create these abominations, Akasha mumbled. Akasha's green eyes turned crimson. Her pupils became slitted. Releasing Control Art Restriction Systems 3, 2, 1. Approval of Situation be recognized, commencing the Cromwell invocation. Ability restrictions lifted for limited use until the enemy has been devoured. Akasha chanted. The shadows around Akasha expanded, covering the entire chamber, and began to devour and absorb everything. A minute later, nothing remained except for Akasha and the bare rock. The shadow retracted back to Akasha. Akasha's crimson-slitted eyes reverted back to her regular green. Akasha walked up the stairs. She arrived at the top to see Yasaka waiting for her. You okay? She asked. I am, Akasha replied. Please teleport us up. Yasaka asked. Got it, Gilgamesh replied. Yasaka and Akasha were teleported back on the Vimana. Final stop, Savior Guild's main headquarters, Gilgamesh said as the Vimana flew away. Scene change, Central Africa, Savior Guild headquarters, Apostle Chamber. Damn it! Apostle number 7 yelled in anger. All the other apostles, except for Apostle number 8 and Apostle number 9, gave them a sad look. Battling the Defier of Fate is a large challenge. Apostle number 10 said. But to think, our decade of work would collapse in a single day is absolutely infuriating. Apostle number 7 said. Weaken sympathies. Apostle number 1 said. Imagine all the prophecies that we create that are centuries old, Apostle number 4 began. Only for him to randomly show up and destroy all of them in a single day. Apostle number 2 said. What can we do now? Apostle number 8 asked. Not much. Apostle number 10 admitted. Just fight as much as we can. Suddenly an alarm began to blare. Apostle number 6 ran over to a mirror. The agents of the Defier of Fate are approaching. Apostle number 6 reported. Suddenly the Apostle Chamber violently shook. The agents of the Defier of Fate are attacking us. Apostle number 7 reported. Apostle number 10 sighed. It's time to fight. Apostle number 10 said. Scene change, Central Africa. As the Vimana approached the Savior Guild's headquarters, the large silver javelins were fired at them. Capture field. Shield field. Gilgamesh said. 2 transparent barriers formed around the Vimana and protected everyone from the silver projectiles. The projectiles were once again teleported away. The Vimana flew closer to the headquarters. More silver javelins were fired at them. So, who wants to go down this time? Gilgamesh asked. I'll stay this time. Akasha volunteered. Gilgamesh and Yasaka were teleported down. As they approached headquarters, people began to run out and try to attack them. Destruction beams. Sleep and teleport beams. Akasha commanded. The Vimana began to fire multiple energy beams. The Savior Guild members tried to dodge Vimana's attacks. Gilgamesh and Yasaka used this opportunity to attack Savior Guild members. Some of them tried to fight back, but they were quickly knocked out either by Gilgamesh's attacks, Yasaka's attacks, or Vimana's attacks. Halt invaders! Someone shouted. They turned to see the Apostle number 1, Apostle number 2, Apostle number 4, Apostle number 5, Apostle number 7, Apostle number 8, and Apostle number 10 showed up. The Apostles! Someone shouted. We're saved! Another member shouted. Our God has decreed that if you submit to us, you will live. Apostle number 10 said. This is our answer, Gilgamesh replied as he fired a sword at them. Apostle number 10. Apostle number 10 summoned a katana and blocked the incoming sword. Then death is your answer. Apostle number 10 said. Apostle number 1 summoned 6 thin needles along the knuckles of her hands. Apostle number 2 summoned a pair of daggers connected by a silver chain. Apostle number 4 summoned a pair of swords that vaguely look like a pair of scissors. Apostle number 5 summoned a wooden staff. Apostle number 7 summoned a pair of gloves with metallic thread dangling from Apostle number 7's fingertips. Apostle number 8 summoned a sword that resembled a shovel and pickaxe. They're the source of divine energy. Everyone realized. Charge! Apostle number 1 shouted. All the apostles and the rest of the Savior Guild members charged toward them. The Vimana quickly attacked them. The apostles were able to dodge the Vimana's attacks. The same could be said of the Savior Guild members. Yasaka ended up fighting Apostle number 1, Apostle number 2, and Apostle number 10 while Gilgamesh was fighting against Apostle number 4, Apostle number 5, Apostle number 7, and Apostle number 8. Do you want me to come down and assist? Akasha asked. No. Continue capturing the members. I can use Enkidu if we can't handle it. Gilgamesh said. Very well, Akasha said. Vimana erected a dome barrier around them, preventing the Savior Guild members from interfering with them. Apostle number 10 charged toward Yasaka. Tenzin! Heavenly slash! Apostle number 10 yelled. The katana in his hand glowed with divine energy as he attacked with a downward strike. Yasaka raised her shakujo, planning to block Apostle number 10's attack when suddenly a chain wrapped around her shakujo. She glanced to see it was Apostle number 2's chains. Yasaka was forced to jump to the side, rolling away from the attack. She got back up to see Apostle number 2's chains were still wrapped around her shakujo. Blue flames began to gather around the head of the shakujo. Shuryo Kitsune, hunting fox. Yasaka yelled as she took a step forward and stabbed the shakujo forward. The blue flames shot out of the shakujo and transformed into a gigantic fiery fox. It followed the chain towards Apostle number 2. Apostle number 2 was forced to let go of Yasaka's shakujo in order to dodge her attack. Life Hunter. Apostle number 1 shouted as she threw her needles toward Yasaka. She jumped away. The needles changed their directory and continued to pursue Yasaka. Haiwana Basho, peaceful place, Yasaka said as she tapped her shakujo on the ground. A golden seal appeared underneath Yasaka's feet, forming a golden barrier around her. Apostle number 1's needles hit the barrier but failed to pierce through it. Kabuyo, fox dance. Yasaka suddenly disappeared, causing the golden barrier to collapse. Yasaka suddenly appeared behind Apostle number 1. Reikoken. Thunder Fox Fist. Yasaka's fists glowed with golden electricity as she quickly punched Apostle number 1 in the back. Ra! Apostle number 1 yelled in pain as the electricity flowed into her body. The pain from the attack knocked her unconscious. Yasaka teleported Apostle number 1 away. Apostle number 1. Apostle number 2 yelled. Wait! Apostle number 10 said, trying to calm Apostle number 2 down, but it wasn't effective. Apostle number 2 recklessly charged toward Yasaka. Apostle number 2 threw the dagger toward Yasaka. She let go of her shakujo and grabbed the chain and had it wrapped around her fist. Apostle number 2 tugged the chain but Yasaka didn't let go. Kabuyo, fox dance. Yasaka suddenly disappeared, causing Apostle number 2 to stumble from the sudden lack of resistance. Yasaka appeared behind Apostle number 2. In Koken. Flaming Fox Fist. Yasaka punched Apostle number 2 in the back, slamming Apostle number 2 into the ground, and knocked them unconscious. Yasaka teleported Apostle number 2 away as well. Yasaka turned to see Apostle number 10 standing there looking at Yasaka. Why didn't you help your fellow apostles? Yasaka asked. Simple. I needed to know more about your capabilities before I try to fight you. Apostle number 10 answered. Suddenly Yasaka spun around and raised her shakujo. Clank. The air in front of Yasaka fickled as Apostle number 10 appeared in front of her. Yasaka's shakujo was blocking Apostle number 10's attack. I didn't expect you to see through my illusion. Apostle number 10 jumped back. I am a kitsune. Illusions are our specialty. She replied. Kabuyo, fox dance. Yasaka suddenly disappeared. Kogin Bunshin, fox phantom clone. Yasaka cast. 10 copies of Yasaka appeared around Apostle number 10. Clones? Apostle number 10 thought. All copies of Yasaka charged towards Apostle number 10. This is simple. The illusion will shatter as soon as I touch them. Apostle number 10 attacked the nearest Yasaka to him. That Yasaka blocked his attack with her shakujo. Found the real one. He thought as he ignored the others. The other clones attack him. He screamed in pain. These aren't illusions? All the clones jumped back. Blue flames began to gather around the head of all the shakujos. Shiryo Kitsune, hunting fox. All 10 Yasakas yelled in unison. They all took a step forward and stabbed their shakujo forward. The blue flames shot out of the shakujo and transformed into a gigantic fiery fox. The 10 fiery foxes pounced at Apostle number 10. Tenzin. Heavenly slash. Apostle number 10 yelled. The katana in his hand glowed with divine energy as he attacked the pack of fiery foxes. It didn't take long before Apostle number 10 was knocked unconscious. All the clones disappeared. The air rippled, revealing the real Yasaka was hiding behind an illusion. I wonder how Gilgamesh is doing. Yasaka thought as she sent Apostle number 10 into the pocket dimension. She looked at Gilgamesh to see her casually sitting down on a golden throne while Apostle number 4, Apostle number 5, Apostle number 7, and Apostle number 8 were unconscious and chained down by Enkidu. Took you long enough? She said as she stood up from her throne, sending it back to her gate of Babylon. Sorry, unlike you, I don't have access to a large armory of weapons or anti-divine weapons, Yasaka replied. But you can create solid clones to fight for you, Gilgamesh replied. I can, but there it is energy consuming to use, Yasaka said. Anyways, we should help Akasha deal with the rest of the members. Sure, Gilgamesh said as she sent the unconscious apostles to the pocket dimension. The mana lowered the dome barrier, allowing Yasaka and Gilgamesh to join the battle. It didn't take long before they cleaned up the entire battlefield. Gilgamesh, do you have any way of finding secret chambers? Yasaka asked as she remembered 2 headquarters having chambers in them. I don't, Gilgamesh admitted. Let's trade places, Akasha suggested. We'll likely need to take a closer look at both the Dragon Tribe headquarters and Hornet Tribe headquarters, Yasaka added. Okay, Gilgamesh said. Akasha and Gilgamesh traded places and began to explore the Savior Guild headquarters. They quickly explored the entire headquarters and took everything of value. Scout, Akasha said as her hand glowed red. Blood gushed out of her hand, flowing down to the ground. It began to move around the being, getting into all the cracks throughout the building. Akasha closed her eyes, focusing on the flowing blood. Found it. They walked down to the first level and stopped in front of a painting. It depicted a person with 10 eyes. Akasha tore the painting off the wall, revealing a hidden door. They walked inside the hidden door and arrived at the Apostle Chamber. They could see Apostle number 3, Apostle number 6, and Apostle number 9 sitting there with their eyes closed. Yasaka and Akasha easily sent them into the pocket dimension. Akasha pressed a hidden button on the circular table. The circular table split into 10 pieces and moved away, revealing a set of stairs. They walked down the stairs. They arrived to see a man in a cage. He was chained to the bottom of the cage. He appeared African. He was dressed in dirty, ripped rags. They could see the outline of his bone. "I'll never submit," he mumbled. "We are not the apostles," Yusaka said. The man looked up to see them. Who are you?" he asked. "I am Yusaka, and this is Akasha," Yusaka introduced. Blood formed around Akasha's hands, formed a blade and cut the bars. She cut the chains holding the man in place. Akasha pulled out a bottle of water. "Slowly drink this," Akasha instructed. The man took the bottle and began to sip it. "Who are you?" Yusaka asked. "My name is King Chala, King of Wakanda." He introduced himself. He took another sip of water. "Where are the apostles?" "We defeated them," Akasha said. "I see," he said. "Are there any survivors?" "There are, but," Yusaka said. "What did those apostles do to them?" he asked, begging to hear about his people. "Your people had their memories and mind irreversibly altered to be absolutely obedient to the apostles." "No," he said as he fainted. "Medea, we have a survivor. Please be careful with him," Akasha said. "Okay," Medea said as Chala was sent into the pocket dimension. They walked out of the secret prison. "There must be something here controlling the barrier," Akasha reasoned. Yusaka closed her eyes, focusing on the energy around them. "I think I found it," Yusaka said. She walked towards the wall. She stopped in front of a mirror, seeing her reflection. She tapped the mirror. Her reflection changed to an image of Africa. "This mirror allows us to monitor the barrier in 2 kilometers, 1.07 nautical miles, away from the barrier," Yusaka said. "That's how they were able to immediately react," Akasha replied. "I'm going to adjust the barrier, preventing anyone but us from entering or leaving," Yusaka said. "Okay," Akasha said. Yusaka adjusted the settings on the barrier. Akasha and Yusaka left the headquarters. Gilgamesh teleported them back up to the Vimana. They quickly flew back to the Dragon Tribe headquarters and Hornet Tribe headquarters. Akasha searched the headquarters with her blood but didn't find any secret rooms. With that, they flew out of Africa, back to Ichigo's estate. Scene change, Ichigo's office. They were escorted to Ichigo's office where Shirayuki sat there. "I assume you need Ichigo?" she asked. "We do," Akasha replied. "He'll be out in a moment," Shirayuki replied. Ichigo appeared in front of Yusaka, Akasha, and Gilgamesh. "Thank you, Shirayuki," Ichigo said as he hugged her. She soon returned to his mindscape. They began to tell him what transpired in Africa. During that time, Medea joined them in Ichigo's office. After they finished, Ichigo looked at Medea. "How many people did we capture, not including the Shinigami or the clones?" Ichigo asked. "Currently we have over 300 million people," Medea said. "That many?" Ichigo said in shock. Akasha, Yusaka, and Gilgamesh stared at Medea. "I didn't realize we captured that many people," Yusaka admitted. "I have both King Chala and Nozomi Kujo that wishes to speak to you," Medea said. "I will talk with King Chala first," Ichigo said. Medea let Chala out of the dimension. During his time in the pocket dimension, Medea gave Chala a few potions to help him recover from starvation. He now appeared cleaner, and he is beginning to regain muscle mass. "Hello, King Chala," Ichigo said. "Please, call me Chala. It's the least I can do for the people who saved my life and liberated us from the apostles," he said. "Okay, Chala," Ichigo said. "I have a few questions for you. I will answer them as best as I can," he replied. "How were you able to resist the apostles' powers?" Ichigo asked. "When I took my father's place as king, I had to perform a ritual to our panther goddess Bast. The panther goddess Bast would then judge us to see if we are worthy of the throne, and if we were, we would receive a blessing from her." "I see. Were you able to see anyone you recognized among the people we captured?" "I did," Chala answered. "What do you want to do now?" Ichigo asked. I wish to return to Africa and rule, Chala admitted. I'm fine with that, Ichigo said. Your nation will publicly be in an alliance with Bloody Rose, Golden Sun, and Babylonia. That's fine, Chala said. What's your plan about the people? I am currently developing a ritual to purge the apostles' influence on them, Medea said. But that doesn't restore them of their original memories, Chala said. That's where you come in, Medea said. I wish to use your memories to supplement as much as I can. How long will it take? He asked. It will take me a month, Medea said. That's too long, Chala said. Ichigo took out his trainer and handed it to Medea. This device acts similar to the pocket dimension, but the time dilation is much more. You will have enough time to alter their memories and carefully observe them. Ichigo said. I see. Chala said. Then please help us. He said as he bowed to Ichigo. No need to bow, Chala, Ichigo reassured. We are allies. Have you considered a new guild name? Ichigo asked. I have, Chala said. It will be called Wakanda, in honor of my people and my home. He said. Was Wakanda a magical settlement? Ichigo asked. It was, Chala admitted. Wakanda was surrounded by large mountain ranges and a thick jungle, isolating us from everyone else. We stole everything we could get from the local colonies to advance our nation. I see. Ichigo said. Do you have any more questions for me? Chala asked. I don't, Ichigo said. Ichigo sent Chala and Medea inside the trainer. He handed it to Akasha. I will take care of them. She said. Nozomi Kujo was teleported out. Thank you, willing to see me, King of Souls. Nozomi greeted as she bowed to Ichigo. Please rise, Ichigo said. Nozomi stood up. So, what do you wish to ask me about? What will happen to everyone? She asked. You mean to you, Kagarosa Inaba, Tsunayoshiro clan, and the Shinigami clones? Ichigo asked. Nozomi nodded her head. First, I will execute Tokunada Tsunayoshiro for his crimes and have the Gotei 14 deal with the rest of the Tsunayoshiro clan. I see, what about Kagarosa Inaba? Nozomi asked. Well, we have two options regarding him, Ichigo began. The first is to hand him to the Gotei 14. Nozomi nodded her head. The other option is for you to fuse with Kagarosa Inaba, becoming the dominant personality, and then take charge of the clones, Ichigo answered. You're not going to try and destroy us? She asked. No, Ichigo admitted. I used to be allied with a few mod souls, Ichigo said as he remembered Kan, Kuroto, Noba, and Rinrin. What happened to them? Nozomi asked. They're likely with their creator, Ichigo said. These mod souls weren't created by Kagarosa Inaba? Nozomi asked. Maybe one of them? Ichigo guessed as he didn't know who created Kan. I want to merge with him, Nozomi said. Very well, Ichigo said. We will do this after. Okay, Nozomi said. Can I go back and inform the clones? Go ahead, Ichigo said. Nozomi was teleported back to the pocket dimension. Anything else? What about the apostles? Gilgamesh asked. According to Medea's reports, the original deities placed a fragment of their divine soul into a spare Gigace that Kagarosa Inaba stole. This allowed the deities to act without attracting the attention of the other gods and goddesses. Based on what you told me, I have a general idea who did this and I will reach out to their respective pantheons after I kill the overlords, Ichigo answered. I see. Gilgamesh said. Can you hand me the bracelets? Akasha and Yasaka took off their bracelets. Gilgamesh took her bracelet off as well. All three bracelets glowed golden and combined into one. She handed it to Ichigo. Thank you, Ichigo said as he put the bracelet on. Anything else? Ichigo asked. Gilgamesh, Akasha, and Yasaka shook their heads. Ichigo gave them a quick kiss before he shunpeied away. That wraps up this part of What If Overpowered Ichigo Left Karakura Town. Thanks so much for listening. As always, new parts drop every 4 days, so be sure to stay tuned. Just a quick reminder. The stories, What If Reborn in Naruto World and What If Transmigrated as Harry Potter, are going on hold, as we have caught up with the author. So once again, I'd love to hear your thoughts on what the next project should be on this channel. I'm currently deciding between these 3 fanfics. What if becoming a mangaka in One Piece world? What if Dragon Deck user in Yu-Gi-Oh! Zexal. What if Transmigrated as a Kanto gym leader? I will be setting up a poll for this, so please vote in the poll and let me know which 2 stories you'd like to see next on the channel. If you enjoyed the video, don't forget to like, subscribe, share it with your friends, and please consider supporting the original author as well. See you in the next one.